sort of the Junk Reanimator was definitely like the deck to beat, and the way you beat it really was like either having extreme hate or just getting off to a really, really fast start. Like you could beat it with Naya Blitz, but that wasn't always a thing. And Alex here is kind of he's piloting a red-black aggro deck, which can get off to a fast start, but it's not nearly as explosive as Naya Blitz.
Well, his hand actually looks really good for this matchup. He has a lot of one-drops. Unfortunately, he's on the draw.
Yeah.
But looking at his deck list, it is a little bit he has a lot of 3s and 4s, so we'll see.
Yeah. So Greg starts off with Avacyn's Pilgrim, and Alex is going with a turn 1 Falcon Wrath Noble, and he potentially can play two 1-drops on turn 2, or he can go ahead and pillar that Avacyn's Pilgrim. And it looks like Greg, who mulliganed to 6, kept a 1-lander, so I'd imagine that we're going to see a pillar right here.
I'm really surprised that he kept a 1-lander on the play. I think you have to mulligan that hand.
Well, so he was already at 6.
I understand.
You think he needs to go down to 5?
Hitting your land drops in Junk Reanimator, I've watched a lot of the deck play, and I think it's really important, especially against a red deck where you expect your creatures to be dying, your Arbor Elves or your Avacyn's Pilgrims.
Mm-hmm. Well, so he doesn't necessarily know what the matchup is. Would you keep if he had a Grizzly Salvage in his hand and just need to draw a black source to then find another card?
I don't. I mean, I can't stress enough about how important it is to mulligan aggressively and to keep on 5 if you're able to play Magic. It's way more important than keeping 1-landers on the play that are not even that good. It looks like he doesn't have a black source, He has a bunch of green sources, but...
Yeah. So Alex has a very aggressive draw, so he was able to kill Greg's turn 1 Avacyn's Pilgrim. He has a 1-drop into a 1-drop into a 2-drop with haste, and so now he's attacked in, and Greg's in at 11 life. And it looks like Greg has not drawn his second land yet.
Yeah, he's scooping it up.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. In this standard format, you just don't have... If the decks aren't killing you, then they're going to be killing your creatures. So you just don't have time to really, sit around and wait to hear land drops. I think you have to mulligan that hand. I didn't see exactly what it was, but it looked like either 1 or 2 mana dorks and a 1-lander. So I think I would have mulliganed. But, I'm not playing, so... just...
Yeah, no, I mean, certainly from the way the game went, it looked like a mulligan was perhaps a reasonable thing, but it's very tough to be at 6 cards and say, I've got a turn 1 play, and maybe his hand looks really good if he draws a black source. He did have a Grizzly Salvage in his hand, so it's really possible that he would have been set up if he had drawn 1 black source.
Both sides of the coin. The deck is so powerful, though. That's the only merit I would think. That mulliganing 5, if you draw your powerful spells, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
1 spell is game over.
And it's a deck that does recover from mulliganing.
Yeah, exactly.
So let's talk a little bit about sideboarding. So Alex, one of the cards that I think is really interesting in his sideboard, and I'm curious as to whether he brings it in, is Burning Earth, which is a new card from M14. It's a mana barbs, but it's a mana barbs only for non-basic lands, which Greg has in spades. He has 3 basic forests, but every other land in his deck is a non-basic land, and this is definitely a mana-hungry deck.
Yeah, I think it will be interesting. I don't think he'll bring it in, but it's gonna. I mean, we'll see. I think that he just wants to overrun him with creatures like he did, especially since considering what happened in game 1. He probably will look at the results and be like, well, this worked out well. Let me try that again.
Yeah. So looking at Alex's sideboard, he's got a number of removal spells, Tribute to Hunger, Doomblade, Traitorous Blood. He's got something for the Mirror and Volcanic Strength. He's got Appetite for Brains. The cards that I think you would consider bringing in are maybe Traitorous Blood, Appetite for Brains, and Burning Earth. I think Appetite for Brains is almost certainly for this matchup, to get rid of Unburial Rites, to get rid of Angel's Serenity in the hand and exile them permanently. But like you were saying, you don't want to disrupt your deck's main game plan, and so you don't want to over sideboard.
I really like Appetite for Brains, especially on the draw, because if he has it's a couple mana dudes and like only one business spell, you just take it out of his hand. He's gonna be in trouble, and you can just overrun him. So we'll see. I don't know. Maybe Trader's Blood. We'll see how he sideboards though.
Yeah.
But what are on Greg's side?
On Greg's side, he's got 2 Lifebane Zombies, 2 Profit Loss, 2 Sin Collector, 2 Obsidian, 3 Acidic Slimes, 1 Sever the Bloodline, 2 Ray of Revelations, and 1 Deadbird Chant. I think he's bringing in the Obsidian Ghost Councils definitely here. It's a good stabilization play and something that he can potentially play as early as turn 4 or so. He might consider bringing in Profit Loss.
I don't think so.
Are a couple of 1 toughness creatures they might be seeing, but like he didn't see any of those in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's expects to see aristocrats, so it's not bad against them. But if he has any of his humans in play, it's gonna do nothing.
Yeah, he might decide that Alex has some Fire Fist Strikers and young Pyromancers in his deck, and that would be a reason to bring in a Profit Loss. But I think you only bring it in if you feel like you have too many dead cards.
I think he might bring in Sever the Bloodline potentially. I mean, it's just slow, but it does kill creatures, and he might want that.
Yeah. So we're starting off here. Both players have a 1-drop. Greg has an Arbor Elf, and Alex has a Rakdos Cackler Unleashed.
Yeah. And we're getting in aggressive with the elf. 1 damage.
We're gonna see a Mulch or
two more elves. Absence Pilgrim for white and another Arbor Elf. So if he kills the Pilgrim here, I don't know if Greg has any white in his hand. It might not be that bad of a play, but I don't think I would, because if he has a land, he's gonna be able to get the turn 3 Thragtusk either way.
Yeah, I think like killing an elf at this point is kind of a moot point. He's already accelerated twice, even if you do that.
He's gonna do it though. Yeah. I can't see his hand. He might not have any more 2-drops. Looks like he has some lands.
Alex has lands and a vampire, a Falconwrath Aristocrat.
Yeah, did he mulligan this game?
He must have, because
he only has 4 cards in his hand, right?
Yeah, he's got 4 cards in hand.
And the 7/8, yeah, he shouldn't. I guess he mulliganed. I didn't even see that.
So we had a turn 3 Thragtusk from Greg Peliquin.
I think I would take the Thragtusk here. I mean, I think you have to, and just try to fly over.
Yeah.
And that's what he does.
Given that that he does have the Falconwrath Aristocrat, but it's going to be a really uphill battle for Alex at this point.
That's exactly why I was saying that he should have mulliganed game 1. If all he draws is a couple lands and a Thrag, he doesn't even need the mana guy's help, but the Thragtusk is just so good in this matchup.
Mm-hmm. So Alex untaps, he's going to play a land, and we're going to see that Falconwrath Aristocrat come down.
Yeah. There it is. It's going to be... He needs to draw another one, though, to have a chance in this race.
Yeah, and even with another one, Greg is at 15 now, Alex is at 12. Greg's going to be able to hit for 7 here, and then that Thragtusk is going to be lethal.
See, if he draws another creature, he can block. So it doesn't even have to be a. I might have left the elf back, one of the elves back. I don't really like Greg's play that much. Yeah. Attacks him down to 9.
Yeah, and so Alex has a Searing Spear in his hand, so I guess his plan is to kill the Thragtusk when it attacks.
Yeah, it's going to work well if Greg doesn't have a land, because he won't be able to play the Unburial Rites if he attacks with all of his elves again. But it looks like he has a land.
Yeah. Unfortunately, like, that doesn't turn the race around for Alex, though.
Yeah, I don't actually... Searing Spear is okay. I don't really like it that much, though. You just attack... Yeah.
Yeah, it's kill the Thragtusk, but you get a 3/3 beast that can block.
And it's going to come back.
Now you can Unburial Rites, and there's all this land, and...
So he's going to 14 from this.
Yep.
And that's going to be probably a game, because there's really nothing that Alex can draw. Looks like he draws and just...
It's a Knight of Infamy, so...
It's going to do 1 extra damage. Or actually, he can make his Aristocrat block and indestructible, but it's just not going to matter because of the Unburial Rites. He's deciding to... I don't really know what just happened.
It looks like he thought about attacking and then realized that he was pretty dead.
He has Abrupt Decay.
Yeah.
Yeah, That's exactly why I really like the Reanimator deck in this matchup. All he did was basically play one Thragtusk and it was game over.
Yeah. Although Alex had kind of an anemic draw. He had a
Mhm.
1-drop, and then he didn't really have anything to do on turn 2 or 3. Like, he killed a kind of irrelevant elf.
I'm actually interested in how he boarded because you saw that he drew a lot of spells that game, and he really, really needs to have creatures to apply pressure. So, looks like he's taking out. Is that Burning Earth?
Yeah, so there are a couple Burning Earths he took out. There
That's
was
really
an appetite for
it's
there were
weird.
2 appetite for brains in there.
That he would board it in on the draw and then take it out on the play. I don't really understand that.
Maybe he thought it was good in this matchup, and now just
that's
realized
probably
that,
true. I actually don't think it's very good in this matchup.
Yeah. With the number of mana elves that Greg has, and the fact that a number of his spells gain him hefty chunks of life, it's probably just too slow and doesn't have the effect that you want.
Yeah, in that game, I mean, they were racing, and Thragtusk is going to be winning that race, even through Burning Earth, because Alex is going to take a lot of damage if he plays a spell. Almost all of his lands are non-basics.
He's got 10 mountains,
and that's
like 12 or
so
13
I guess half and half.
non-basics. Yeah. I'd imagine by the time that he gets to 4 lands that most of his spells will be able to play off basics, but still, like, that's...
I don't think it's what you want to be
Yeah.
doing. If Greg resolves one big spell, it's going to be good enough usually. So that's only going to be at the cost of like 5 life. I think you just want to be more proactive with your creatures.
Yeah. And Burning Earth is a really interesting card, and like that sort of effect has been a mainstay of red decks for many, many years in mana barbs in the past. It's definitely a card that you like a lot in control matchups, like bringing it against the blue-white-red control and Esper control decks.
Potentially Jund.
Yeah.
I know the card. I think the card is very, very good. It's probably one of the better cards from the new set. But I just don't like it that much in this matchup. Actually, Greg has a card from the new set in his deck. We haven't seen it. I don't know if he left it in or not. I'm guessing he might have boarded it out. The Shadowborn Demon.
Yeah, this guy's really interesting. So it's a 5-mana demon that when it enters the battlefield, it destroys target non-demon creature, and then during your upkeep, you have to sacrifice a creature unless you have 6 or more creatures in your graveyard. So it's a new innovation for the Junk Reanimator deck. We saw a little bit of it in Star City Games Open in Richmond last week, and we were seeing it more in the Invitational. We're seeing the Junk Reanimator lists move less from reanimating an Angel of Serenity to more just playing a bunch of value creatures and having Unburial Rights as a value card, but not really relying on the graveyard. And Shadowborn Demon is just another card that works really well with Restoration Angel, and you see that with the types of creatures that you have here. Like, a lot of this deck is built around ramping to a Thragtusk and then Restoration Angeling it and Unburial Rightsing the creatures that die, and just kind of grinding out a very rock style matchup.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, people, I think they don't really realize how good these creatures are. Like, if you play a Thragtusk and a Restoration Angel, or a Shadowborn Demon and a Restoration Angel, you're going to be killing your opponent with them if they don't do anything. Like, they're just 5 power, like good aggressive 5 power creatures that have abilities, and the synergy with the Unburial Rights and Restoration Angel is just almost unbeatable against a lot of decks.
Yeah, and all these creatures like have very good stats in addition to their.
It looks like Alex is mulliganing to 6, and Greg has lands. Can't see
It's
what
an
else.
Improvement over his game 1 hand. I thought I saw Abrupt Decay and 3
Looks
lands
pretty
in there.
good.
There's a basic forest.
Was there? I think I saw a 3-drop. It might have been there's definitely a Decay, a Temple Garden.
I think 2 basic
Can't
forests.
exactly see it. It looks like he's keeping though.
Yeah. So Greg is definitely keeping. Alex is mulliganing to 6. We'd imagine that he's just looking for aggressive draw here.
Yeah, he really wants to hit his curve. Like Stromkirk, especially because it can't be blocked by Avacyn's Pilgrim, which is a human, but into a Amulet or Knight into a Reckoner Hellrider would be perfect.
1 drop into 2 drop.
Oh, he did bring in Traitorous Blood, but it looks like he's gonna mulligan again.
yeah,
I would mulligan this.
So he draws a hand with
Yeah, there he goes.
just a Dragon Skull Summit for lands. So that hand had a Knight of Infamy and it had a Stromkirk Noble in it.
It had what he wanted, just
Would
not
you
lands.
keep with that if it was a Blood
No,
Crypt?
a
instead
Blood
of
Crypt. Blood Crypt I would
Skull
keep.
Summit?
Basic Mountain I would not.
Okay.
I think I would if you could keep, if you have Blood Crypt, it basically means every single land you draw except for Guildgate is going to be able to hit your curve, and I don't. Moving to 5 against this deck is you're going to run out of gas so quick. Now he's just hoping for like 2 lands and 3 spells and to draw running lands.
Yeah.
It's like there's a
So one drop,
it's basically
2 drop
this looks pretty good. He needs a
land,
black source,
another
red
2 drop.
source. I would keep this.
Yeah.
Just hope to draw a Blood Crypt.
Yeah, and the Hell Rider is kind of a blind.
So I
but
really,
he's got a 1 drop.
don't like the mana in this deck. Like I played against it a lot in Standard when it was in Innistrad block when it was just red black, and
Mhm.
they gained Blood Crypt, but the mana is still pretty miserable. Like hitting both your colors in a 2-color deck. There's just more fixing if you play 3 colors.
Yeah. It's interesting how the 2-color decks in this format actually almost always have worse mana than the 3 and more color decks.
It's because it's
because
unallied
the color
land.
requirements are so intense.
Well, that's also true, but the lands from Innistrad also are just like really good.
Yeah. So we see Greg trade his Arbor Elf for that Stromkirk Noble and take beats from this Ash Zealot.
Actually, he's if he draws another land, he's in decent shape. Even if he doesn't, he's going to be able to play Knight. But the Hell Rider should be pretty good here.
Yeah. So Alex is putting some pressure on Greg, but Greg has gone to 4 mana.
Looks like he has a
Fairly
Decay, a
unscathed.
Forest. I can't see 2 Decays maybe. He needs to have something for the Hell Rider. A Thragtusk or a big creature would be perfect. I can't see. Even
Yeah.
Resto Angel would be good enough. He has 2
He's
Decays.
definitely got 2 Decays in a Forest.
Yeah.
So we're seeing the Knight.
The Ash Zealot's probably going to get decayed here. The Knight's protection from white, I believe.
Yeah, it's protection from white.
Yeah, there's it
Greg's
goes to
gonna kill
decay.
the Ash
Of
Zealot,
course, that makes
and
sense.
we're going to see a Unleash Rakdos Cackler
Yep.
here.
And hopefully a land off the top for Alex if he wants to be in this game, because the longer it goes, the least favorite he is.
Yeah.
And Greg draws Unbarrow. Oh, he has an Obsidat. Does he have the mana to cast it, though?
No, that basic Forest is really getting him here.
I mean, this is actually funny from the last Pro Tour. The block constructed. There's a lot of people didn't play Obsidat even though it's so powerful because the mana requirements are so steep for it. And if you play other cards like Blood Baron or basically any card that doesn't have double of 2-colored lands in it, then it's just gonna be way easier to cast and more consistent.
Yeah. So Greg is going to be able to pick up an Overgrown Tomb here, and he's going to be able to cast the Obsidat next turn.
And he's gonna have Unbarrow with Resto for Obsidat, which should be pretty good. It's extra life gain.
So he plays the Blood Crypt untapped. So that he has
The Overgrown. So he has
the-
Decay
the
open.
rough
Yeah,
Decay
it's
open.
looking pretty rough for
And-
Alex over here. This Obsidat's gonna be a beating.
Yeah.
I don't actually like attacking that much there. Double white. Actually, he needs the second
he
white.
needs to have Sin's Pilgrim
Yeah,
for
I
the
didn't.
second white.
Unless he has another white,
He
I didn't see.
doesn't.
Yeah, so
He just has
that's
the
okay
basic
then.
Forest lands for lands in his hand. And Alex fails to draw the 4th land. He draws another
Yeah,
Rakdos
it's
Cackler.
gonna probably be a game over.
Yeah.
We'll see, but it's not looking good.
So Greg's going to untap, and he's going to be able to play his
He's
Obsidat.
counting something. Some mana. He knows
Looks
what he
like
wants
he's
to
got
play. He
Fiend
just drew. He
Hunter.
just threw it in, and he's like, "All right, I'm playing Obsidat here."
Yeah.
There
Ooh.
it goes. How many basic forest earners is that?
There are
He has
3 in his deck.
forests.
Yeah, he drew 2 of them,
Those-
which
they're-
like is a blessing and a curse.
Yeah, they're really good on turn 1, but they're really bad what you want to cast spells like Obsidat in
Yeah.
the sideboard.
Although, Obsidat is the only card like that he has, and he's only got 2 in the sideboard.
Yeah.
So Alex
Appetite's the way
plays
to.
an Appetite away.
But he's got a Fiend Hunter,
Yeah.
and Obsidat's coming back, so
So
Goes
Alex
to
gets in for
10.
4.
Obsidat puts him to 12.
Yeah.
He's gonna probably Fiend Hunter one of the Rakdos Cacklers. He might save it for the problem. He's just gonna lose this race even if he doesn't Fiend Hunter. He's dead in 2 hits. At 12, he's gonna be at 14 or did they get the Obsidat trigger?
And Greg drew a Thragtusk, so that's really gonna put this game away.
Yeah. These cards are they're so good.
Yeah. It's hard to be an honest red mage right now.
It is. It is definitely.
Yeah.
There he goes.
So Alex offers up the handshake.
And the Hell Riders.
Yeah. I mean,
He's like, well, I got all these 4 draws, but don't have my 4th land.
yeah, that's the problem
It's
with mulling to
unfortunate.
5.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's also the perils of playing a deck like this or Naya Blitz. You know, you have to have exactly the right set of cards in your top 10 cards. Like it's an opening 10 card deck.
Yeah.
And if you don't have things in the exact right order and the right mix, you're not going to be able to compete. But if you do, you're going to beat most every
It's one
deck.
of the best. Yeah, especially that's why I played Blitz for so long, because I kept losing to it, but I was so frustrated playing it because it was so inconsistent. It was like, if I don't draw my cards in the right order at the right time, I'm gonna lose the game, and it doesn't mulligan that well because you're just the cards are, you really need your card, the synergy, especially with Blitz, the synergy between the cards. But even with a deck like Mono Red, with any deck with a card like that requires other creatures to be good, whether it be Mayor or Hellrider, you really need all your cards.
Yep.
So
it looks like
they're showing how they sideboarded.
Yeah.
It looks like he brought in Profit Lost and Rave. I really don't like Rave Revelation here. I don't think he's worried about Burning Earth,
Yeah.
I guess, but I don't think it's relevant in this matchup. Profit Loss is interesting. I don't like it personally, but it's not that bad.
Yeah, it looks like Greg just wanted to take out a lot of his high end, so he took out the Angels of Serenity
that's fine.
and some of the Unburial Rights, and just wanted to lower his curve a little bit and be able to deal with some of the very scary cards. But it just turns out that like the matchup is really, slanted towards the Junk Reanimator deck already, and maybe that's just over sideboarding.
Well, I would actually not bring in the Rays, and I would bring in Sin Collector instead.
Okay. What were you trying to get with Sin Collector?
Well, it blocks, and it does. I mean, if you think that he's going to bring in cards like Appetite or Duress or Trader's Blood, like if you can hit those before he plays them, because a lot of times he's not going to be playing them on turn 1. If he's curving out, he's playing on turn 4. So if you can play it, block with something, or take one of their like Trader's Blood, then it's gonna help you out a lot. So also giving you information about how you need to play the game, like if you need to play around a Thundermaw Hellkite or a Hellrider or Falcon Wrath, I think it's way better than a card like that's only it seems like for Burning Earth.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any other card that he's Underworld Connect. I can't think of anything he would want to kill with Ray, so I just don't think it's good. Profit Loss is interesting. It's probably not that bad because I said it was. I probably wouldn't bring it in, but thinking about it, if you have a lot of mana guys, you can cast both sides of it and potentially like blow them out in combat. So
that makes sense. And it seems like a matchup where you don't really need to sideboard that much.
Yeah, your deck is so well set up,
and you're well set up, and it doesn't actually matter that much as long as you're not bringing in really absurd cards. I mean,
that's what I think. I think Ray is very bad because I think it's going to be a dead draw a lot, and it's a card like Sin Collector at least can block or whatever. I don't know what he boarded out, but the Angel's very bad too. So
yeah. Okay, so that's going to do it for round 2. We're going to go ahead and sign off for right now. We'll be back with round 3 in probably like 20-30 minutes.
that wasn't bad. That would be an interesting. We can if he. I want to watch that deck. He's playing Naya. It's like yeah, kind of different. Oh, if I don't knock this monitor over. Yeah.
Can you grab deck list?
Yeah. Oh, I already passed G.
Cute skirt. Yeah. Oh, it's a dress. Cute dress. Big difference.
Welcome back to the Seattle Metro Series Championship Finals at Shane's Big League Sport Cards in Renton. I'm Joe Bono, assisted here by Jesse Hampton. We're in round 3 of the Swiss, and we're going to be taking a look at a match between Martin Goldman-Kirst and Brad Rutherford. Brad is playing Jund, a pretty classic build. The sort of interesting thing about it is he's adopted Elvish Mystic in the main deck and has a little bit more of a top end. So like he's a little bit harder on the ramp and has a little bit more top end with
4 bonfires.
That and he's got Garrix and he's got Thundermaw Hellkite. Martin Goldman-Kirst is on a blue-white-red deck. It's a pretty classic sort of Costa list. It looks almost exactly like the list that Huey Jensen played at last week's Star City Games Open Series in Richmond. Looks like he's changed the sideboard a little bit. Here's a spicy one. He's got an Urgent Exorcism in the sideboard. I imagine that's for Burning Earth, and also gets Obsidian, which is kind of cool. So this is a pretty classic matchup. It's also reminiscent of some of the matches that we saw at Grand Prix Miami a few weeks ago between Reed Duke and Matt Costa. These are both 2 pretty good local players, and imagine that we're going to be in for some good games.
Yeah, hopefully they'll play up to the caliber of Reed and Matt, but we can only hope.
And this is the Seattle version of Reed and Matt, right?
Yeah.
So Brad's definitely been playing this Jund deck all season. He's definitely experienced with it. And while Martin, I think, is pretty new to this particular deck, he's played this sort of deck a whole bunch in the past.
Yeah, Martin's and both of these players are 2 of the more successful players in the PTQ and like state championship or basically large tournament scene. So this should be a good match.
So it looks like Brad is mulliganing while Martin is keeping. Martin looks like he has a pretty reasonable hand. It looked like he had 3 lands and I think twice and a removal spell or 2, which is basically it's what you want. You want something to smooth out your draws. And
he really wants counter spells though in this matchup. It's so important to counter their 5, not necessarily Thragtusk, but the Garrix and then the Rakdos with non-creature spells.
Yeah.
So I don't think mulliganing is that bad for Brad because we should be in for a long game. Again, either deck can really mulligan here, just because the matchup is going to be a 15-20 turn game usually.
Yeah, it's interesting pre-board with both these decks. There are a bunch of like semi-dead cards because they're both kind of slanted for their main deck against aggro decks, and so they have a whole bunch of removal. Looks like Brad's going to be mulliganing.
Mulligan at 5. Really like the Thunder Maws though. It's a one of, but it's probably pretty good in this matchup.
Yeah, I like that he's sort of diversified his threats a little bit. He's got the one Thundermaw, he's got Olivia's, he's got Scavenging Ooze, which has been a huge upgrade for the Jund deck in the post M14 standard format. It gives you some nice life gain, it gives you some pre-sideboarding against the Reanimator decks, and it's early drop that's relevant in the late game. Like it's kind of like the ideal Magic card.
Yeah, it's just a very good card. It's really interesting. There's always a debate between people about if they should play 4 of a card or if they should play like one ofs. Like there's one Thundermaw on this deck list, for instance, and only like 3 Olivias. But I think that there's merits to both sides of the argument. I think in this particular deck, especially with the way the standard format is, it's good to have diversity in your threats, because people are going to be playing a lot of different cards against you. Like, you might see a Lingering Souls out of some deck, or you might see a big creature. So you want to have just diversity in your threats. Unfortunately, it looks like he's mulliganing to 4 here. So
yeah, Brad had a Rootbound Crag as his only land.
And some of his
in
cards
that
upside down.
Yeah. I like Brad's list. You know, we've been talking about this Thundermaw Hellkite. Another thing that he's done is he's diversified his answers. So his removal, he's got 1 Putrefy, 1 Tragic Slip, 1 Mizium Mortars, 3 Dreadbores, and the 4 Bonfire of the Damned. And it's nice when you can take sort of a slot in your deck, like a threat, you know, like a 5-6 mana threat, or an answer card that's a 2-3 mana reactive answer card, and you're able to diversify it a little bit so that it's mostly doing the same job, but some of the cards are going to be better than others, so that
For
you're
sure.
never stuck in that situation of like, oh, I've got 4 Doomblades and I happen to get paired up against an opponent that's playing black.
Yeah, it's a little bit of hedging, but also, like, you can keep your opponent off balance by doing this. You can like, they might play a different spell because they saw something, and then your card will be good. So there is a lot of merit to playing these different removal spells.
Yeah. So Brad keeps his 4.
Yeah,
He's got the 1 lander with a Tragic Slip and Olivia, Thragtusk, and 1 other card.
And Martin is curving out with the Augur Bolus, looks like into a pillar, which is going to be getting aggressive. We usually see the game going the other way, and it looks like he's kept a 1 lander and didn't draw his land. It's unfortunate.
So the question is Martin going to be able to apply enough pressure to actually punish Brad for this?
I mean, yeah, ideally Martin would just draw, like, 15 or 20 lands, and then Brad would be able to get back in this game. But if he ever draws a Revelation, I'm not sure if he has one yet, then it's just going to be game over.
Yeah.
He has it looks like he's going to resto, and that's a double resto. It's really brutal for Brad because he's just going to be able to beat him down.
Yeah.
And there's a Revelation. Yeah, this is going to be over fast, unfortunately.
So I'm frequently the blue-white-red sort of Costa-style deck isn't able to apply a fast clock because that's not what it's about. It's about extending the game. But in this case, where Martin, is going to have the curve of, 1 power 2 drop into 4 power or 3 power 4
Plus, he
drop.
doesn't have to sit back and counter or kill creatures because Brad is just not doing anything. And there goes the Restoration Angel. Well, he might count. I would definitely let that die.
Yeah. He's just going to replace it with
He's just
another
gonna, exactly. If he
Restoration
didn't have a
Angel.
second one, there is some merit to countering it just to keep the pressure up because Brad is so far behind. But he has a second one, so it doesn't really matter. And now he has a Revelation and 2 counter spells. It should be over pretty quickly here.
And another Dissipate drop from
Yeah,
Martin,
these counter spells are so good in this matchup because the Jund deck is trying to play like a bunch of really powerful 1-for-1s except for Rakdos Return. Well, they have so like if you're able to counter their really important spells and then play a big Revelation, it's going to be game over.
Yeah. And so the Jund deck, like, these are both kind of control decks.
Yes.
But the Jund deck is a board control deck that just says, I've got a bunch of really impressive threats, but they're all like 4, 5, 6 mana threats. They're hard to deal with once they get in play, but they're all answered well by a counterspell.
Actually, his best threat is probably in play right now. Maybe Rakdos Return is better, but Cassic Bullfront is really, really good against the blue or red deck. Just because if you can, it allows your smaller creatures, like Scavenging Ooze or Huntmasters, like the cards that Martin's not going to be as willing to counter, or wants to counter, then the Wolfrun will be able to let him punch through. So we might see it in full effect in the next game. Looks like Martin just shows him the burn spells and that's game over.
So Brad was putrefying at the end of his turn when Martin tapped a little bit low.
And Martin's just like, all right, here's 2 pillars.
I'm going to burn you out.
That's the typical Martin.
Yeah. So there's a lot of sideboarding that's going to go on here.
For sure.
Let's talk about Brad's list.
He's got Slaughter Games, which I think he's definitely going to bring in to name Revelation.
Yep.
Underworld Connections is just good in this matchup.
Definitely
Vraska, probably.
Yep.
The Ultimate can be relevant, and I might not bring it in next. It's going to be close. I'm not sure sure how much stuff that he's going to want to kill, but just the threat of the ultimate could be relevant.
And it's an option to bring in if there are enough cards to take out.
I would
definitely
bring
want
in.
to take out the bonfires, right?
I would take. Actually, I don't. I like bonfire. A lot of times you can get them down to a pretty low life total, and you can burn them out. I don't love it, but I think I would be taking out the mortars, and the tragic slip, and probably the dreadboards before I even touch the bonfires.
Okay.
I think so. He has Slaughter Games, Underworld Connections, potentially Veraska. I would bring in Liliana's. I think if you can get ahead, if you can, or even curve out with them into like Liliana to Huntmaster, and you can just rip their hand apart and prevent them from revelating. Because either they're going to have to discard their lands or the revelation. And they're going to have to make a decision, and they don't know what's on the top of their deck. So
and it's nice that it's a cheaper threat than a lot of the ones.
And if you can get up to 6 ultimate, it's going to be good enough usually. Maybe Golgari Charm.
Yeah, and Brad's probably bringing in the 2 Rurik Thars that he.
Oh,
has
I
on
didn't
the
even see those.
sideboard
Yeah,
right.
That's 6 mana.
Yeah, it's a 6 mana 6/6 with vigilance that attacks every turn and
reach too, right?
and reach. Yeah, so it's actually a
block
good
Resto.
answer to Resto and to Thundermaw Hellkite.
Is it counterable though?
It is counterable,
So
but if you manage to land it, I think
he does have
has a couple of
caverns.
Cavern of Souls,
So
it's-
that's I'm not even sure what the ogre or troll. I don't know what it is.
I believe it's a giant.
Giant. All right, this is all the same.
Yeah.
So
it's either an ogre or a
he's
giant.
not much synergy with the caverns,
Probably
but
a warrior.
but he's probably going to be naming beast or dragon. I mean, there's a lot of choices, but he's going to name whatever his threat is. So he's probably going to bring those in. So we'll see like probably 5 to 7 sideboard cards, and he's going to be taking out a lot of his removal.
Yeah, so
I would leave in probably the Putrefy for Resto, but I don't really like any of the other 5 removal spells he has. So Martin has.
Yeah, so Martin has a Supreme Verdict, a Turn and Burn, 2 Rest in Peace, 2 Negate, 1 Ratchet Bomb, 2 Detention Sphere, 1 Thundermaw Hellkite, 2 Celestial Flare, 2 Izzet Static Caster, and an Urgent Exorcism. I definitely expect him to bring in the Negates here and the Detention Spheres. And I'd imagine he probably brings in the Thundermaw Hellkite as well.
Celestial Flare, I'm actually not familiar with this card. I haven't seen that. I'm guessing it's from the new set.
Yeah, this is an M14 card. It's a white instant. Target player sacrifices an attacking or blocking creature.
He's not going to bring that in.
It's for the Bant Hexproof matchup largely, but it's also for other aggro decks.
He may bring in Turn and Burn. It's very good against Thragtusk and Olivia. It's just good against. It was not great against Olivia because if you turn it into a creature and it has counters on it, it's still going to be. It's because it's going to have the counters. Like it will be a 0/1, and then the counters will apply. So if you didn't know that, that's helpful. It's not that good against. It's not that good against it, but it's so good against Thragtusk.
Yeah,
he may bring it in. It also kills Huntmaster, which is relevant.
Yeah, and sometimes it's.
I think he will bring it in. I think he's bringing the 2 Negates, the Turn and Burn, and the Thundermaw.
Yeah.
Maybe a Detention Spheres, but I don't know. He might worry about Abrupt Decay, even though I don't think that Brad has any. So, but he doesn't know that.
Yeah. And Martin's gonna want to take out the Pillar of
Martin's mulliganing. It looks like he's in the draw.
So Brad is keeping a 7.
Hopefully we get to see a game. Like it's not just one-sided, but we'll see.
Yep.
Martin's deck definitely mulligans well with cards like Think Twice in it that are just so good at recovering you from mulliganings. And also there's actually a ton of lands in both decks, but I think Martin might have more. See, Brad has 27. Martin has.
Martin only has 26.
Oh, Brad actually has more lands, but he's unfortunately was the one without him in game 1.
Yeah, it looks like Martin is running a 61 card deck.
That's interesting. I wonder if that was a mistake or just that he couldn't decide what to cut and just left it at 6. I really think you should play 60 cards just because usually you can find a card to cut and it's maybe he wanted an extra land or extra spell, but I think playing 60 is better.
I think this is a case where like he had a list from somebody and it was probably like had an extra card in it and he just didn't know what to cut, and instead of maybe making a mistake and cutting something, he said, okay, well, I'm gonna, like, I know this is wrong, but it's a small mistake. I'd rather, like, have that than risk making a big mistake.
I definitely don't think you can cut a land, so it'd have to be one of the spells, but I mean, you could shave a Think Twice or a Pillar or Mortars or something. Probably, I'm not exactly sure what he would want. Maybe an Augur even.
And it's interesting, he's running 3 utility lands with 2 encroaching wastes and 1 Moorland Haunt. I think like if you're running that many utility lands, you could even run, a 27th land there.
Encroaching Waste is the new card from M14.
Yeah, it's a wasteland that you have to pay 4 to activate.
Yes, they really don't want Wasteland to be. I mean, it's still a good card, but it's just like so much worse than Wasteland. It's surprising how far the cards have come.
Well, it's an answer card, not a like aggressive proactive card.
And it will be very good in this matchup because I was talking about game 1, like Kessig Wolfrun. It's just so good in this matchup that being able to kill it is really important. Or potentially Cavern, but I would definitely think Wolfrun is his main target. There's a Thragtus coming down.
Yeah. So in this game, we've been kind of allitting over it, but Brad had a turn 2 Farseek, which let him lead off with a Rakdos Return for 2 on turn 3. And then this Thragtusk on turn 4, and Martin.
And his hand is really gassed. There's another return, a Garruk, which I don't think he can cast yet.
He's pretty well. He needs 1 more green to cast it.
And Dreadbore, which I'm surprised he left in. Actually, I don't really like it, but
he may be concerned that Martin has some Planeswalkers.
Jace, maybe 5-mana Jace or 4-mana Jace.
If you're going to keep in some removal spells, maybe you want to hedge that way if you don't know.
There's a Rewind, which is a card that's a reprint. It's actually really good in this matchup. Well, I think it's just a good card because it allows him to be able to counterspell and then also be able to play one of his business spells. As you saw there, he was able to counter and kill a Thragtusk. Unfortunately, he took 5 first because Brad attacked, but that's still a decent trade.
Yeah, and in this matchup where both players where certainly like the Jund side has a lot of expensive threats and tends to cast 1 spell a turn, and frequently you're just casting 1 reactive spell a turn as the blue-white-red deck. Being able to double up on spells, especially in the early game, can be really important, and you saw how that really caught Martin back up.
Yeah, but that's exactly why I don't like the Dreadbore, because in this matchup, Brad wants all of his spells to be really impactful. Mm-hmm. And if he's playing like removal spells, I would rather just have something more proactive. You don't want to be reactive playing Jund in this matchup. You really need your spells to do a lot of work and really pull their own weight.
Yeah.
Because if he kills his Snapcat, like killing creature is basically irrelevant.
So we saw Brad try for another Rakdos Return, and Martin was able to Snapcaster his Syncopate to counter that one as well. Martin has a Snapcaster Mage and a land left in his hand, so he's going to be able to deal with 1 more threat. Maybe.
That's going to get rewinded. I actually think I would just be attacking him and Wolf Running, because I want to force his hand, and the Wolf Run applies a lot of pressure without a discarding a card out of your hand. Because once Brad gets to Hellbent, which is no hand, Martin's going to feel safe to be able to tap out for a big threat or play a Revelation for a large amount.
Yeah, and Brad was kind of threat heavy with this hand. He may have said to himself, well, Martin mulligan, I just want to just tap out for these threats and make Martin.
But you really need the Rakdos returning answer. The only thing is against Revelation, you have to have it, or they're just going to bury you after the Revelation.
Yeah.
Usually what happens is the person returns and then they revelate in response we return usually for 1 more than the Revelation because it costs 1 less. Mm-hmm. So they're going to have like 1 card or 0 cards left over, and they're going to gain some life. Well, actually, they'll gain 0 life because they'll be negated, but that you really need it to beat them. But it looks like Martin is just flooded on land, so Garruk might be able to do it by himself.
Yeah.
1 Revelation, though, and that's going to be good enough. That's not Restoration Angel, which is good at killing Garruk, so not a bad draw. Yeah. But if Brad plays this right, he's going to draw so... Actually, he probably will just keep plussing Garruk here. It looks like he's going to go for a bunch of card draw. I don't like this play, because if he kills a beast in response, it's so bad for... It's so greedy. Especially... I guess he's not attacking the player on Azorius Charm, but... I don't. I think that's... He got lucky that Martin didn't have anything, but I think that's like pretty bad. I guess he's thinking, well, if Martin has Revelation, I'll just draw a million cards before he can Revelate, so that's the only relevant thing. But if he had another Snap, then he would lose his Beast and his Garruk.
And presumably, if Martin had drawn a Snapcaster Mage or a War Leader's Helix, he would have main phased it and just killed the Garruk?
It depends, unless he thinks that Brad's going to make that play.
I mean...
I mean, it's like
I agree, it's a greedy play, and you can really just leverage, the Garrick, which is going to be very hard for Martin to get off the board.
oh, for sure.
But while it's a greedy play, there aren't many cards that Martin can have in his hand that really punishes it.
No,
Basically, Turn and Burn is the only card that you would expect him to be able to have.
Yeah, Snapcaster. Well,
Yeah, but he would have
but-
main phased the
Yeah,
Snapcaster.
that's true.
Right? So
Potentially, yeah.
Turn and Burn, Warleader's Helix and Snapcaster Mage deals with Garrick immediately, and so you want a removal spell that is instant speed that kills the beast but doesn't kill Garrick.
Yeah, I mean, he could be right. It also plays around Revelation pretty well because, like I said, if Martin does Revelate there for, 6 or 7, then Brad was going to be able to draw just as many cards, and then they're going to be back close to parity. But I'm not a huge fan of the play.
Yeah, I agree. I
don't-
also don't like the play, but I think that was what Brad's thought process was.
I'm
for
not
it.
sure if Martin played a tapped land that turn or not, but I'm pretty sure that if he played a tapped land, that signals that he doesn't have Revelation because he would have taken the shock and played it untapped just to Revelate for one more because it's only 1 life loss extra, and the extra card is worth 1 life every time. So, or almost every time, I should
Yep.
say. So I don't know. I mean, these are kind of minute details, but it's just I especially myself as a very conservative player would not have made that play.
Yeah. Well, I think you would have played that game entirely differently. We were talking about.
I think I would have, which might have been wrong. Brad killed him very quickly, so I might have given him some extra turns to draw Revelation, but I mean, you really need your important spells to resolve in this matchup because and not leaving yourself open to get blown out is really important.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the blue-red deck is very good at capitalizing on people's mistakes. That's why people play it. It has a lot of really powerful spells.
Yeah. I mean, Brad may have been thinking, I don't want the games to go long. I feel like I'm not actually equipped well to deal with that.
Of course.
And
That's
I don't
true.
want to get into a situation where Martin is going to be able to Revelate me. And honestly, Martin had to be kind of lucky to have as many answers to Brad's questions as he did. Brad had, I think it was 4 spells.
He had a lot of
countered.
threats. Yeah.
Yeah. So he had 2 Rakdos returns syncopated, and he got rewound twice.
I'm not sure what Martin was. Did Martin rewind to Thragtusk?
No, he rewound the Garrick and
He had 2 Garricks then? I think he only had 1 Garrick though.
so the Snapcaster rewind was for the Garrick.
One was for return, I'm pretty sure. No, he
the
syncopated both
syncopated
returns.
both the returns. There was one other threat in there. It wasn't a Huntmaster. Was it Thundermaw? No.
Yeah, it was
Thundermaw Hellkite?
Hellkite.
Yeah.
That was it. Yeah, so I actually don't know. I'm not a huge fan of countering creatures in matchup, but Martin's hand was just so bad that he probably felt like he was forced to. I really, the cards you need to counter every turn in Garrick. So looks like Martin's mulliganing. He's on the play. Brad's hand is looks pretty good.
Thragtusk, Hellkite. At least
Do you have a
3 lands.
way to mana accelerate? It doesn't look
I
like it.
think there's a Farseek.
If there's a Farseek, then it's just
there's
great.
a green spell in his hand. I think it's a Farseek.
I mean, the first step to playing Jund is to play. Is to draw a hand. Is to draw a hand that has 2 lands and Farseek.
Yeah,
preferably 3, and then just play turn 2 Farseek. That's usually step 1, turn 2 Farseek, and then step 2 is win the game.
So there's definitely a Huntmaster and a Hellkite and a Thragtusk.
That's
a Scavenging Ooze.
I cannot tell what these new cards are. I've never seen the new set.
I guess it was the Thragtusk I was seeing, not a.
Yeah, he would have
spell, not
probably
Farseek.
played the accelerator there.
Yeah.
But Scavenge Ooze isn't bad. It applies pressure, and it will stop Snapcaster shenanigans. Looks like
Yeah.
Martin has a Detention Sphere, but chooses to save it for a more meaningful threat.
Yeah, and Martin is probably out of lands now that he's played an Encroaching Race on turn 3.
He has a... Yeah, his hand is actually pretty bad. He needs to draw land here really bad. Oh, there. Wow.
Wow.
So lucky.
was the
Blue
spelling,
sword.
yeah.
Perfect. Another blue source.
Turns on the Dissipate in his hand. Turns on
He can
the
Verdict.
Verdict in his hand.
That was just a
He's got
great
Revelation.
draw. He can revelate for 1 here. I probably wouldn't. I think he wants to save his revelation until he gets rid of the scavenger goose and just keep taking the beats and make his land drops. Because if he can revelate for 2 or 3 and then have the Snapcaster revelation for potentially more, another revelation is really important.
Yeah, I'd imagine Martin's not going to worry about the scavenging ooze until he gets to 12 life.
Or 10 even. He can take a lot of more beats. Now he's
so this is going
to Wrath probably, which
is
fine. Actually, I kind of like countering this. There goes the Wrath. I kind of like countering the Huntmaster just because if he draws another land, he can keep making his land drops and just eventually get to the point where he can counter and Wrath in the same turn.
And
so
that's
now he leaves
pretty far away.
Well, now he leaves himself open to, a return for a Ratchet's return for 3 or like a Garrick here would just be backbreaking, and he chooses to not play the land. Is that what just happened?
I guess because he wants to be able to discard it to a Rakdos' return.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
He's got 4 spells in hand.
He's got way more. That was just bad. I don't understand. Did he forget?
I'm sure he did it intentionally. He paused, and I'm sure he had a reason for it.
But it just doesn't make
probably
any sense.
wrong. But Martin is, higher above than I am in playing these sorts of decks. I trust your judgment in saying that he's wrong. But maybe not mine.
He had enough. If he returns with 3, he can discard Detention Sphere, Snapcaster, and whatever I can't remember what the other card was in his hand. And he can just keep the Revelation. If he draws another land, he can Revelate for 3, and he's back in the game.
Dissipate was the other card.
So I don't really understand that play at all, but we'll see how it works out.
So Brad has Thragtusk into Olivia. I think we're going to War Leaders.
We're going to see a War
Olivia,
Leaders
I'd imagine.
No, he's going to go for the snap on the.
He's going to hope to draw
Verdict,
a land
probably.
Snap Verdict.
Okay, Brad pumps this guy. I actually would kill the Olivia there. Just taking the beat down to 10. I think you can deal with the Thragtusk later in the game. And the Olivia it's kind of like a mini Keswick Wolf Run where it can just keep pumping itself every turn by targeting his own beast. So he might go for the Olivia kill right here. He could snap his Helix and kill it, which is 1 counter on it, I believe, or does it have 2?
It's got 1 counter on it.
I think I would definitely go for that play and just leave yourself open to the.
If you're snapping here, aren't you snapping Supreme Verdict?
He has a Detention Sphere anyways. Yeah, no, I don't think he had enough colored sources to. Oh, he did.
He does.
Yeah,
he
okay.
does.
So I didn't even see the Detention Sphere. I forgot about it. His play is fine. He can just sphere it next turn. And if Brad commits another creature to the board, he can just Wrath it off.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that Brad didn't play his Hellkite here. Actually, he's just saying, all right, take some damage, and I'm gonna play another Thragtusk. Not bad. He needs to Revelation here and then snap Verdict. That's his best play.
Yep.
Do not counter that Thragtusk, Martin. As your friend, I tell you do not want to counter that Thragtusk.
It's definitely on the stack.
He's thinking about it. Do not War Leaders to that Thragtusk either. That's also bad. Just cast his Revelation, please. You can cast it with us. There you go, buddy.
All right.
Figured it out. Sorry, Martin is one of my friends, so give me a little bit of flag.
So we get a land, a Snapcaster Mage, and a Think Twice off of that Revelation. And so we're imagining that he's just going to Snapcaster the Supreme Verdict.
I would think that, and play the tap land.
Yeah.
I think it's too greedy to sit back and just let the beatdowns continue. I think you could take one more hit, but...
Yeah, and Martin drawing another Snapcaster off the Revelation means that he's going to have an instant speed answer at some point.
There it is.
With the War Leaders
Snap Verdict.
So he's actually set up pretty well right now.
This is a turn that Brad really wants to draw Raptor's return. It would just be backbreaking. He'd get rid of all of his hand except for...
he draws a Farseek.
There's Thundermaw, puts him down to 3. Might be good enough, but I think the War Leaders will keep him in the game.
Martin doesn't have a very good answer to the Thundermaw Hellkite right now.
I guess
he's got the defensions. Yeah.
Yeah. He has an answer. He just needs to not die to a burn spell or a wolf run or something. So he's probably. See, he has 7 mana. He could go to 1 here, play Sphere, and then Does he have enough blue sources to do that? I'm saying if he could sphere, Snapcaster, and detention and dissipate, that's 8 mana. But I don't. He has 1, 2, 3,
No,
4
he-
blue sources. He needs. No, you only need 4 for that. He could do that.
So,
I might go to 1 here actually. I think it's not bad.
so what do you want him to do? You want him to detention sphere
Hit the Thundermaw,
the Thundermaw.
shock himself, and say go, and then play Snapcaster to block and leave up dissipate.
Okay.
And then I don't know if he has. He promised he doesn't have another answer in his hand.
So I think what he's planning on doing is Snapcastering the
Helix and blocking.
Helix and blocking.
That
and
doesn't really accomplish very much though.
Well, he goes down at 2 because the life gain almost cancels out Thundermaw, and then that way he's gonna have answered the 3/3.
Wait, still a Thundermaw in play. That's the problem.
But he's gonna be able to detention sphere next turn with the dissipate up.
It leaves yourself-
the problem is
I know,
like
it leaves
he
yourself
gets to
open.
resolve a spell now.
Yeah. Fortunately for Martin, Brad doesn't have a very good spell. Well, he has a Huntmaster, which is it's gonna make Martin play a spell, but Martin's gonna have to play a spell anyways. So Martin's kind of lucky in that regard. He's at 2 though, so the Huntmaster is threatening lethal. That was a pretty good draw. That's actually one of his best draws. It blocks the Huntmaster.
Yeah. So we get to detention sphere. We're gonna be able to block down the Huntmaster.
See, that's what I'm saying. Is the board state? If he had done my play, it would be like this. There'd be no Huntmaster in play, and then Martin would be able to play Resto to block the beast, and then
Well, the Huntmaster would still be in play because there's
No,
a
he could've-
cavern.
oh yeah, I didn't. If he had did he have Cavern in play?
No, he had been holding the
So
cavern.
I would have actually been baited by the Cavern. I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that would actually my play would have been bad, but I don't know if you can play around Cavern or not.
So Martin is close to being able to
So he's thinking about
stabilize.
attacking, but I think he's worried about the resto, or like a turn and burn or something. I think you have to
Yeah.
attack here though, because he's gonna play another spell post combat. So, oh, he should play Liliana and Edict him. That's the best play before he attacks. That's what it looks like he's gonna do. That should be game, right?
Yes.
If he edicts him. That was a really good draw.
Yeah. So there's
Because he edicts him, he has to he has to sack the Snapcaster, and then it looks like he's gonna dissipate it and try to bluff a spell, but
Yeah.
Brad's just gonna attack. If there's no reason not to.
like this line kind of loses to a turn or a burn in Martin's hand, but then like
But it's
Brad-
there's no point in not to play around
Yeah.
it because saying there's already been spellcast, so Huntmaster's not gonna flip anyways.
and like you get to kill the Snapcaster, reload with another Huntmaster, and Martin now has
Yeah.
to deal with another 2 lethal
I don't know what he's
creatures.
thinking about.
So it's not.
I would say 5 seconds he's going to turn him sideways. Oh, he might cast Huntmaster pre-combat.
I don't know why he would do that.
He's just slow rolling. What is going on? Like, there it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uh,
He's like, well, I had all these. That was
Yeah.
that was a perfect draw. A way to kill this creature. Like Martin, I think Martin could have stabilized the next turn.
yeah, no, Martin was like a turn and a half away from stabilizing the entire game. He just, was a little bit slow in mana development, and Brad had that, had the early
Double
threat.
Thragtusk.
Yeah.
So good.
I wonder if Martin, if instead of solely, holding that land on turn 5, if he
It wouldn't have
plays that as the
mattered.
mana development.
I was
It doesn't
thinking about
matter
that the
at
entire game, and the way he drew. It would have mattered if he drew on untapped land the next turn. Like he could have revelated for 3 instead of doing whatever he did, but he didn't draw land, so it was irrelevant. I just didn't understand it though because he had 3 cards to discard that he didn't need. Like when your opponent matches returns you, and your hand is lands and revelation, you have to decide whether or not you're gonna discard the lands or revelation. You don't know what your top card is. Usually you're discarding the lands, but he had enough cards to discard that were not lands or revelation, so he should have definitely played it 100%. I didn't
So-
understand that. I'm interested. I would like to talk to him afterwards and see.
Yeah.
Maybe I can inform you guys why he made that play, because I do not understand why.
I imagine that he just wanted to keep that dissipate in his hand, along with the revelation.
Sure.
So like if he plays the land,
So-
he has to discard the dissipate.
But he's not going to win the game unless he draws lands. That's what I'm saying. Is like if he plays, like, let's say he keeps dissipate revelation. That's what his plan is.
Yep.
Then he draws another spell for his turn. You can revelate for 1. Like, it doesn't do anything.
Yep.
And then you can dissipate a spell, but Brad's going to keep playing threats. Like, you need to hit your land drops in this matchup. You need to get to like 8 lands, 7 or 8 lands before you can really start playing Magic.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting choice. We'll definitely have to talk to Martin and figure out why he made that particular decision. Looks like they're sort of chatting through the matchup, and Martin's talking about what he brought in. As we talked about, he brought in the negates and he brought in the detention spheres. And
he brought it in
other
turn and burn, exactly.
which is very good against Thragtusk, very good
Side
against
boarded.
Huntmaster. It's a nice spell. So Seattle Metro Championships, it's been brought to you by a whole bunch of stores in the Seattle area. It's really great that they've had this coalition of stuff that's been put together. And one of them is putting out a tournament that you really do not want to miss. Card Advantage Games has their Summer Championship Tournament coming up on Saturday, August 17th. It's going to be held in the Olympic Room at Seattle Center next to Key Arena. It's a $2,500 tournament that's going to pay out to the top 32 players with an all-cash payout for the top 8. It's a WPN premium tournament, so it's going to have 3x Planeswalker point multiplier. It's going to be a really great event. It's really fantastic that all these Seattle stores are really developing the Magic community around here, looking at run their own independent tournament series.
Yeah, really big shout out to stores like Card Advantage for putting up these tournaments, and actually all the stores that had qualifiers for this tournament, they a shout out to them. Shane's, Card Kingdom, Card Advantage, Northwest Sports Cards. But the thing people don't realize is like Card Advantage, the people who run it, they were the ones that came up with this tournament structure and this invitational event. So big shout out to them for putting this all together.
Yep. And thanks to all of them. And if you're interested in the 2.5K tournament that Card Advantage Games is running, you can find out more information at cardadvantagegames.com, including how to pre-register for this tournament and all the details about where it's being held and when it's being held and all that information.
Yeah, if you're from the Northwest, or if you want to take a flight for a tournament from California or wherever, Las Vegas, somewhere on the West Coast, you should come up and play in it. It's going to be a good tournament. There's going to be probably a decent amount of people, and should be fun.
Yep. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back for round 4 in just a minute or two.
Hopefully he'll come back and be able to tell you why he didn't play the land. But we're interested.
We'll get some answers for you. So thanks for watching, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Thanks, guys. Then Nia Blitz.
Yeah.
It's so much more consistent.
Welcome back to the Seattle Metro Series Championship Finals at Shane's Big League Sports Cards in Renton, Washington. I'm Joe Bono. Along with me here is Jesse Hampton. And we're going into round 4 of the Swiss. We've got 6 rounds of Swiss, and then we're going to cut to the top 8. And we have Kyle Milinkovic with a Nia aggro deck. It's maybe more mid-rangey. It's definitely beating down.
Yeah.
But it's not like a blitz style deck. It goes a little bit bigger. And he's going to be playing against Michael Eads, who's playing a blue-white-red deck, very similar to the one that we saw in the previous round, piloted by Martin Goldman-Kierst. It is a Sphinx's Revelation deck with a bunch of burn and counter spells and et cetera, et cetera. And so we're gonna get to see how that matches up against a more aggressive deck as opposed to the Jund deck that we saw it playing against last time. So let's talk a little bit about this Nia aggro deck. It's a 22 land deck, and it's got a decently low curve. It only has 3 1-drops with 3 Dryad Militants, but then it's got a whole bunch of good 2-drops.
There's 12 2-drops plus 3 Celestia Charms, which can function as a 2-drop. So effectively 15 creatures that cost 2 mana.
Yeah, it's got 4 Strangleroot Geist, 4 Voice of Resurgence, 4 Scavenging Ooze. So these are all cards that are pretty resilient and are decent in the late game. Getting a haste attacker or the Voice of Resurgence, which just replaces itself, and the token can actually be really powerful with this many creatures. And then Scavenging Ooze, we've just been seeing.
Scavenging Ooze, this is a very good card. I'm actually interested. Like he curves out the rest of his deck with 4 Smiters, 4 Reckoners, and 4 Rampagers. Of course, I think Rampager is just one of the more phenomenal cards in Standard. It's just so powerful and versatile in what it does. But I'm interested to see if it runs into any mana problems running 4 Strangler Geist and 4 Boros Reckoners, because that is double green and triple white or triple red requirements. So he does have 2 basic forests which do not tap to cast the Reckoner. So we'll see how his mana works out.
Yep. So both players kept their 7s, and neither has played a 1-drop. They both start with comes in and play tap lands, but we expect to see Kyle play something on turn 2.
And hopefully he won't try to counter a Smiter. That would be unfortunate.
Yeah, so we have the Strangleroot Geist coming in, and Mike Eads does not appear to have a counter spell. He's got a Azorius Charm in his hand. He thinks about it, but I think he's just going to cycle it. Looks like he only has 1 more land in his hand.
It's a think twice. I think he's saving it for a creature that doesn't have haste. He doesn't really probably know what his opponent's playing unless they scouted him.
Mm-hmm.
And so when he leads on he could be playing Hexproof, or I think there's a lot of glare, but is that 2 Sun Petal? Oh, it's Stomp Ground.
Stomp
I guess
Ground
he can
is
play
Sun
Hexproof.
Petal.
Yeah. So he could be playing like he doesn't really know what he's playing. He could be Nia aggro, Nia like mid range. He can play a control deck with the Strangler Geist. It's a very versatile card. So he's not probably sure what he's playing at, and he's gonna save it for a bigger threat that probably doesn't have haste.
Yeah, and he has a good use for his mana.
Like that guy.
Yep. So we see a Scavenging Ooze.
He's gonna think, I don't know why he would spend the mana to remove it, because he's just gonna cast it end step anyways. But
yeah,
it doesn't really matter that much. Yes.
And it looks like Kyle has a couple of lands, a Boros Charm, and a Gore Clan Rampager left in his hand.
Michael's has are really good though. He has the War Leader's Helix, which is going to be so good in this matchup if he doesn't cast during combat and get blown up by a Rampager. But the gaining the 4 life and killing a creature plus the ability to Snapcaster is just so good.
Yeah.
I think he's going to cast it in combat though. I think he's going to go see if he does it. He might try to kill the Scavenging Ooze here, which he definitely shouldn't do, but we'll see.
And he's thinking between that and Azorius Charm right now?
Yeah, I think I like killing the Scavenging Ooze on his turn. Like, oh god, he's gonna do it. This is not gonna end up well for you, sir.
Yeah.
This is gonna be a rampage. Oh, there's the rampage coming.
God.
And does he have mana to double strike it too? This is really bad. Oh man.
Oh god, is this Boros Charm too?
Does he have it? Is that Stomping Ground that says? Yeah.
Yeah. There's gonna be a Boros Charm as well.
Why did he tap so much mana for it?
Yeah, I think he's getting ready to cast the Boros.
So that's
Charm
going
in a
to be a lot of damage. Oh, he's removing it. What the heck?
second.
What's going on? He doesn't get a counter for
Well,
that.
let's go ahead and fix that.
Yeah.
They put a counter on something, on a Scavenging Ooze, without a creature being removed.
Do you guys get that? This should have a counter.
David's fixing it right now. So we don't have a spotter on the scene, but we got the head judge and he's gonna go fix that.
Oh, Rampager. Oh, we're
Rampa-
sorry. Apologize.
And we're the silly ones.
We're just yeah. That's what we need. We need Twitch chat to fill us in on this.
All right.
Forget that the Rampager function is a creature, but it functions as a combat trick.
Silly spells. All
Okay,
right.
so getting back to the match.
Yeah.
I think that Michael was in really good shape if he didn't do that to himself, but now he might be a little flustered by that play. So we'll see if he stumbles again. That was just it was so bad for him. Like he could have been so far ahead if he just killed on his turn. So people really need to be aware of Blood Rush. It's definitely a mechanic, especially if your opponent plays a Stomping Ground. You need to think that they're going to be playing 4 Rampage, at least a couple Rampagers. It's just such a good card.
So so now that we know that he was actually making a legal play,
Yes.
do you like removing the creature there?
I think it's fine
instead of Boros Charming
because
and double
it does
strike
extra damage, and I don't think I don't think you want to play Boros Charm unless it's lethal. I think actually what I would have done is just attacked him, not remove the creature, left open Boros Charm to potentially counter a Wrath of God because it will make your creatures indestructible.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it's all creatures you control. It might be target creature.
No, it's all creatures you
so
control.
like we'll just counter Wrath of God, and then you would he's giving a double strike, but it's just gonna trade.
It's
What's
possible
the rest of
that
his
he's
hand?
making it.
No.
No, he's giving it double strike.
I mean, you definitely would trade it rather than just prevent it. You can't leave the rest of them play, but I think I might have just left the Boros Charm open. I'm really surprised that he just walked into that resto there, though.
Yeah.
So
we're gonna see a post-combat, another Scavenging Ooze, and then a land, and chooses not to play a land here.
that's fine. He has 3 lands in his hand, and one of them comes play untapped. The way looking at his deck list, he doesn't really have anything that he needs to cast if he draws land. So I think bluffing it some more spells is fine.
The one thing about it is like you're leaving yourself open to getting your ooze pillared there. If you play a land,
that is
you
true. I
can eat
didn't
one of the
consider
creatures
that.
in response and make sure that.
Though we probably pillar the Stringer Root actually.
It's true.
It's probably gonna be more annoying. It looks like Ooze is gonna get Azorius Charmed here, and even though he made that stumble earlier, he's actually in really good shape here because he's gonna be able to effectively time walk him and then set up for a big revelation. And he's Azorius Charming the haste creature, which is very strange to me. I don't really understand. Oh, does he have 2 Azorius? Oh, he's gonna put it all the way. This is so brutal for him. He's gonna have 2 draw stuffs he doesn't want to draw. But it's not. He's not. Yeah, he's just gonna block it. That makes because Snapcaster.
This is not good though because there are 2 creatures in the graveyards. There's the other
I don't get
Scavenging Ooze, and then there's
the
Restoration
Snapcaster
Angel.
play wasn't good either because he could just eat the thing with the Azorius Charm. I think the best play was to Azorius Charm the Scavenging Ooze and then Snapcaster Azorius Charm the Stringer Root.
Yeah.
He draws a Stringer next turn, but he has 2 cards he doesn't want to really be drawing. So.
Right, and you can block the
And you
Stringer
can
Root
trade.
dice with the
I don't think I would. I
Snapcaster.
think taking 2 life is fine with the considering he has. Is that Staticaster in his hand? He has a Revelation though for sure. So
Yeah, and like that
Oh,
way
cast a
you,
Counterflux.
you like have an answer
Yeah.
to the Strangle Root
He's still
that
in
allows you to just
super
cast
good shape, though.
the Sphinx's Revelation.
I think I would have shocked myself there to Revelate for 1 more, but it would have put him to
it's possible that
7.
he's planning on War Leader's Helixing this turn.
That won't work. He doesn't have it.
Oh no, he's got a Static Caster though.
Leaving that Scavenging Ooze in play. No, it's not. That's a Counterflux.
Oh, it's Counterflux?
Yeah.
Oh god, those 2 cards look exactly the same.
I don't know. I think that was just bad. Let's see what happens here. He's gonna He's gonna probably attack with both.
So I think we've got the Strangle Root guy still on the stack. Michael's thinking about countering it.
Looks like he's gonna counter it, which is good for him actually. he doesn't really have any more threats. So preventing the damage, he doesn't know that, but it's gonna save him a lot of life. The it looks like there's another scavenging ooze, or is removing
I
both
think
his
he's
cards?
eating 2
Okay.
creatures. Yeah.
The one creature.
No, there's one in Michael's graveyard, and then there's the Strangler Geist that just got
Okay,
countered.
then two. You're right, two
Yeah.
creatures. So it's gonna be a 5/5 ooze, 6/6.
It might be a 6/6.
Man, scavenging ooze is such a good card. It's like, I mean,
It gets out of control really fast.
there's a reason why it was
Yeah.
played in Legacy.
And like this goes back to why you would want to take
Wow,
the line you're
what a
talking about
draw.
with the Zorius
What a
Charm
draw.
Snapcaster or Zorius Charm.
What a draw, though.
So Michael draws a Zorius Charm
This is-
here.
I really hope that Kyle
is
draws
really
a
clutch.
Boros Charm and just kills him. Oh, there it is. Oh, that was it. I'm so happy you drew that. Just attack. I think what you do here is you attack, let him Azorius Charm, then say, okay, cool, say go, and wait for him to try to Revelate, and then kill him in response. But let's see if he does it.
Plays another Scavenging Ooze.
And then say go. He's good.
Pass
Probably
the
going to
turn.
Revelate for 2. No, why would you do that? Man. You got to think about what your opponent has in their hand.
Yep.
That's if Michael wins this game, man, he's probably going to win it too. He drew perfect cards.
Well, so he drew a
He
War Leader
got a
Helix.
5. He's out of Boros Charm range
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
Oh man, he drew the perfect card to just beat him, and it's
And I think
frustrating.
there's some hygiene issues with both of these players. Like they're, one thing that I'm noticing with Kyle is that he's not tapping out to just eat Michael's graveyard at the end of each of his turns.
Yeah.
Like there are a
Well,
lot
that's
of
not
small
as
things.
bad because he can. The only thing he's gonna do is Snapcaster, and you can just do it when he targets. So like, it's not that bad.
Sure, but
There's
like,
a couple turns he missed, but
yeah, I mean, like so last turn, eating the counterflux on your turn instead of on Michael's end step, and I imagine that he's actually going to miss it here
Potentially.
as well.
we're being really critical of them. But at the same time, you have to understand that it's really hard to be able to play the game, focus on what you're doing, and also think about what your opponent has in their hand and what they're gonna do.
Oh, absolutely.
So like when people see people like Luis Scott Vargas or Reed Duke or Matt Costa, those high level, there's tons of those pro players, but when they see them play, like they don't understand that these players are playing so technically well that like when you see like someone that's not them playing, it's really hard. You can't really compare because those players are just so good.
Absolutely. We're talking about mistakes that are made or lines that could have been slightly better, but like this is for informational purposes.
Mhm.
It's how you would play perfectly, not the expectation that you're going to play perfectly. Like
Of
I
course.
would be making a whole bunch of mistakes in these games too. Like these are very complicated decks, especially when you're playing against a deck with as many options as the blue white red control deck
Yeah.
does. There are a ton of different lines, and it's hard to analyze them at all times. And so when we point out something that we think is the incorrect line, it's not to say that these players are bad in any way. It's that this seems like the more optimal play, and it's interesting to discuss, and this is something to work to improve upon, both for ourselves and for them.
Yes,
Potentially.
and for the viewers, of course, too. If you guys, I mean, they're making some blunders, but they're also making good plays too at the same time. So
Yeah. So Michael has a Snapcaster and an Augur of Bolas and a Counterflux and a Pillar of Flame. I'd imagine that he's planning on
it's not looking-
leaving up
it's
counter
not looking
magic
good
and then
for Kyle now.
Snapcastering the War Leader's Helix to kill the
yeah,
ooze.
the big problem, he looked like he removed the Helix.
Oh,
The big problem though for Kyle here is that he can't punch through with the Scavenging Ooze because there's no creatures.
There's
There's
one creature,
so
in
he might go
so
for it here.
Yeah, so Kyle has the opportunity to eat the Scavenging Ooze that he has in his own graveyard
But
to
he
get
could-
through the 1-3.
He could play Snapcaster, and I don't really understand. Yeah. You can't let that ooze get out of control. He could have just played the snap. He has a Snapcaster in his hand, I believe.
Yeah,
and just
Snapcaster
double
double
blocked.
block.
And I think that's definitely a better line because it's gonna get it off the board permanently, and then you're gonna play an Augur and stabilize.
Yeah, God, Ooze is so good against Snapcaster.
Ooze is-
I
I'm
keep on
really
thinking,
happy they printed it. Like Snapcaster is such a good card that it's really. I wish it would come earlier, to be honest, but better now than never, I suppose. He needs to draw a revelation here, and then that should put him in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
And he's got a syncopate, not bad, but not what he wants. Yeah, this Ooze is just gonna do a number on him unless he draws something.
And you're absolutely right. Like, what Michael needed to do was just play Ambush Viper that last
Yeah,
turn.
people always, not always, but a lot of times they hold on to their card, like cards like Snapcaster or cards that have a lot of value in them, instead of just playing them and either getting aggressive. You know, if your opponent stumbles, you can just play Snapcaster on turn 2. You don't need to wait to get value out of it. You can just play it and start beating him down with it.
Yeah.
Like, or just play it and trade off. And when you understand where the game state's at, like, this Ooze is going to be brutal for him.
Yeah, and it's just getting further and further out of control. So we need to counterflux this, right?
I think no, I don't think you need to. I think you can just let it come into play and then block it, and then pillar it, because the pillar's not doing anything anyways.
That's true.
Hey,
but then, like, you take 4 from the Ooze and
take
you're
3.
at 1. Well, like, it eats the auger. That's in
Okay,
Michael's
yeah,
graveyard.
well, I think going to 1 is okay. Because you still have the counterflux to counter any burn spell. So
no, you're right. That pillar is not doing anything.
like
for
now
Michael.
he doesn't have the counterflux. If he draws a 4-drop or a 3-drop, that's gonna, like a Reckoner. Well,
Yeah.
the pillar's not gonna kill that, but counterflux would. I'm not sure what that last. Is it
I
left
think it's
card or
Advent
land?
of the Worm in his hand.
Oh, that's gonna be. Why didn't he cast it? Isn't he tapped out?
No, but I mean, like, Michael
that
had
was
up 2 mana. And he
really
could have
good draw.
syncopated it.
So-
What did he draw?
Think twice. Just a way to dig for 2 cards for Revelation.
Yeah.
So he's gonna. Looks like he drew.
Zori's
also
Charm
a
is
good
the
draw.
perfect draw here.
So if he goes for the Advent here, it's gonna get syncopated. Potentially, it should get syncopated here. It's not going for it though. I think it's. I think yeah. I think I would have cast it, but
So
I'm
Kyle eats the Think Twice. He eats the
he's saving.
Counterflux.
He's saving the creatures in there so he can like use them as tricks, because
Yep.
as we've seen this game, there's been a lot of scavenging ooze tricks going on. But unfortunately, it's going to get his Azorius Charm, so he should definitely not eat the creatures here. I don't know what he's. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So I was complaining a little bit before about Kyle not being aggressive enough in getting the spells out of Michael's graveyard with the Ooze, but I think he's actually done a very good job of rationing his eating of the creatures in the various players' graveyards.
I mean,
so far.
we tried to correct him, and he ate the Rampager, so
Yeah.
he's definitely been on point with this Ooze. Michael actually has been the one that's got kind of blown out by it. Like he made that one play with the Restoration Angel and just kind of threw it away because he didn't realize that it could become a 4/4.
Yeah.
So
this Advent of the Worm
This
token is
is-
going to be pretty rough for
I'm
Michael.
kind of interested why he's playing it now. It seems like a sorcery speed.
Well, so
uh,
he's doing it because
He's worried about a
can't be
counterspell.
syncopated right now.
Uh,
maybe?
it can't be like
Michael.
it can't
Michael
be like-
has a syncopate in
Yeah.
hand, and he's successfully playing around that.
He's gonna draw a card. I actually don't like this. I think leaving the Azorius Charm. You have the.
Well, so presumably Kyle's would play the Scavenging Ooze the next turn, and so this is the one chance you get to actually use the Snapcaster Syncopate and maximize your mana.
We could just Snapcaster and in response to Scavenging Ooze. So
Yeah,
I
but
don't
then you're tapping down on Kyle's turn.
unfortunately, he's just gonna die to this Advent of the Worm unless he draws
Yeah.
something.
Like maybe you have to bet on Kyle not playing the Scavenging Ooze. No, Kyle has to play the Scavenging Ooze before attacking with the Advent of the Worm.
Oh,
when
of course.
There's a Azorius Charm in the
Yeah,
graveyard,
he would
right?
play pre-combat every time. So what's gonna happen here? Did Kyle play his land? Or did he? No, he drew the Scavenging Ooze. My fault.
Yeah, you drew the
So
Scavenging
he's gonna block
Ooze.
here, and then he has one draw step. Maybe he should Ghost Quarter himself. Get the extra light out of his deck. I think he has some basics in there.
I think
he
he's
has
got
an
2
island.
islands, 1 island.
So he's going to Ghost Quarter himself. Yeah, there it is. And Kyle should understand what's going on too. He should be like, well, he's hoping to top deck.
Yeah, and
So
so Kyle does
he
not
doesn't
play the
play
scavenging
which I think
ooze
is
'cause he's
fine.
playing around
Supreme Verdict or basically any mass removal spell.
Yeah,
I think I don't even know if there's any.
it's
There's
just Supreme
two verdicts in
Verdict.
his list. So he's drawing to
Yeah.
2 verdicts, a turn and burn, a revelation, Azorius Charm. He has lots of outside. Any creature. And he draws a land, and that's going to be it. He's probably going to say go and just, nope, he scoops it up.
Scoops it up.
So Kyle still wins somehow. That was,
Wow, Scavenging Ooze was just so
good.
And like Kyle drew a bunch of them. He had was it 3 they played that game? It was a tremendous 2-drop.
Yeah, there was the one turn where Michael, I think he could have got the ooze back on top and then counter on the way back down, but he chose to bounce the Stranger Root instead. So, and then he couldn't Azorius Charm. You can't flash it back because the ooze will eat it. So the ooze is just pulled a lot of weight in that game, and I was really impressed with that card. It's so good against Snapcaster. It's just such a good card.
Yeah, I remember when it first came out, and it
was it from the Vaults or
it was in one of the Commander products.
Commander products, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was in the Mimeoplasm deck.
Yeah.
And it was just like the sea change in Legacy, where the big creature that dominated things, it was either Tarmogoyf or Knight of the Reliquary, and suddenly Scavenging Ooze came onto the scene, and it was always bigger than Knight of the Reliquary and always bigger than Tarmogoyf, and the incidental, like having the graveyard hate gave you extra percentage against
Reanimator or
Dredge,
Demon Storm.
Yeah, and just like you know, it wasn't a big percentage, but it was like, oh, my win percentage against those decks went up like 2%, 3%.
I mean, it just everything. It's like it gains you life, I believe, too. Right?
Yeah, and
it gets bigger. It removes anything. Like it's so versatile, and so like when a card like that's been established as I wouldn't say a staple, but like definitely a role player in Legacy comes into a standard format as a reprint. It's gonna see play. It's just too good to not play.
Yeah, and it's also really exciting that we're gonna get to see how this card affects the modern format too.
I'm thrilled that it's reprinted. I'm so happy. And Mutavault and Standard. We'll see if it has to play. But when cards of those power level are reprinted, it's just so fun to see what people can do with them.
And it's kind of nice that like it's a powerful card, but it's also a very fair card.
Yeah.
Right, and so it's going to push strategies.
It's a creature.
Yeah, it's a creature, and like it's going to push strategies more towards interaction, I think. And like that's another thing that I really like about it. It's an interactive card. It's not just like, you know, a big dumb wall. It has you like as we saw in that game. There's a lot going on.
And
there.
people can like. I really like cards like that where people can, let's say, either make mistakes or you can like have played it. Like the Rampager, you could like Rampager it and then make it bigger if you wanted to, or do tricks like that. Like you could Rampage your other creature and pump it, and it's stuff like that's just super cool. And it'll definitely be a player in Standard for a while. I think probably for the entire time it's in Standard. It's just so good.
Yeah,
it's definitely one of the shining cards, and like one of the redeeming cards in the M14 set, which I think is as a whole is pretty poor. But
well, it's a really smart targeted reprint. Like
for sure.
Like it. You know, limits the power of Snapcaster Mage, limits the power of Unburial Rites. It attacks a couple of very powerful linear strategies, and is a main deckable card, but it's not like overpowering, crushing card that those decks can't handle. Like it's still a creature that you can kill with, you know, an abrupt decay.
Yeah. So let's just get to sideboards really quick.
Sure.
Since we're just so enthralled with Scavenging Ooze, but he's probably going to be leaving that in, I would assume. But on Michael's side, since he's down a game, what do we have coming in for him?
So we're going to see the 2 Celestial Flares come in, definitely. I'd imagine the Renounce the Guilds will probably come in. He saw the Gore Clan Rampager.
He saw a lot of mono green creatures though, so he might be hesitant between the Ooze and the Geist that he didn't see any of the Reckoners or Smiters that game, I don't believe. So.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is a semi-known archetype, though, and so you're going to know, you're going to guess that why are you playing Naya? Well, you probably have Reckoner, or you have Smiter, or you have Burning Tree Emissary. Like, and you know that he has Gore Clan Rampager.
He's probably going to bring in Oblivion Rings. It's good against Voice.
Yeah.
It's good against Scavenging Ooze. It's just good. It's just a good removal spell. And maybe Staticaster, probably not. Maybe Ratchet Bomb.
Maybe Ratchet Bomb.
And on
so we're bringing in some removal, and we're taking out some counter spells mostly.
Yeah, for sure. The counters are pretty bad in this matchup. On Kyle's side, we're gonna probably see Thalia
Yeah, we're going to take out the Searing Spears.
and Rurik Thar, which we talked about.
Bring
is
in
the
Thalia, and we'll bring in
big red and green
Thar,
guy.
And that's probably
Maybe
it.
Slesny Charm.
Yeah. So Kyle starts out with a Dryad Militant. That's the game day promo version.
And a voice, which is
then
really
there's
good.
a
And there's the
voice.
Ratchet Bomb that we thought he
Yeah.
might bring in.
Uh,
Voice is so good in this matchup. If Michael doesn't have a pillar, it's just gonna be backbreaking. Like
Yeah.
he can't. He has to play everything sorcery speed, and so there's two Azorius charms which are just miserable against voice. They at the last Pro Tour, which was block constructed, a lot of people were skimping on Azorius charms just because voice was going to be so popular and Azorius charm was so bad against it.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
And it's really interesting how voice has, it's positioned as an anti-control card, and it does a really good job in this particular matchup because the blue-white-red deck is very, very instant focus. But it's also turned out to just be a really good anti-aggro card. Like, it's a very good anti-red card because it just blocks twice. It's like a kitchen thinks that way.
yeah, any creature that is able to block and then replace itself, whether through Undying, Persist, or an ability like that, is just going to be so good against aggro. Just being able to block twice and get two bodies and buy time is exactly what you want against aggro.
Yeah.
Like, even the blue red deck would, like, that's why they play Augur. It's just so good at blocking against aggro.
Yep.
And it's good against voice.
And voice is just a very versatile card that way.
This is looking pretty good for Kyle, though. This Ratchet Bomb's going up to 2, I believe, or did he leave it on? I think he put it.
He put it up to 2.
He's got a War Leaders, which he might kill a voice with, or
Yeah.
he might kill the voice token with. But the voice is still, it's such a problem for him
Yeah.
because it just applies pressure and it forces him to really show his hand.
And it makes Michael play on Kyle's terms.
Exactly.
And Kyle's actually in a really good position to respond to whatever Michael does because he has a Boros Charm in hand.
Yeah.
He also has a Gore Clan Rampager in hand, so he's going to be able to play around like all the things that Michael could want.
It's really funny. It's like Michael is playing the blue deck, but Kyle is the one that's setting the terms. It's like he's playing the blue deck. He's the one in control.
Yeah.
Which is really weird coming out of a Naya deck, but it's just the way that his cards are positioned in this matchup. They're just so good at doing the right things. You can see Michael is kind of looks like he's frustrated a little bit with what's going on because he's being knows that he has to play around all these cards.
Yeah, and I think what Michael's plan appears to be is I'm going to Ratchet Bomb away the voice.
But you
and
another
then
voice,
I'm
though.
going to Azorius Charm away something. And that's not going to work out well for him because of this Boros Charm in Kyle's hand.
I actually don't. I think that if he Ratchet Bombs, he should let the voice die and just hold onto the Boros Charm as long as possible. Because if you can get him low enough, it can burn him out with it. But on top of that, it counters one of the worst cards for you that the blue red deck can play is Supreme Verdict, and it is just a counter spell against that card. It actually it totally negates it for 2 mana. So I personally would just sit on it, but we'll see what happens here. He's probably gonna go to combat. There it is. Just thinking about it. I don't see any reason to not attack. If he has Zora Charm, you're going to get a counter.
He doesn't want to play the voice in his hand or the Scavenging Ooze in his hand pre-combat because of that Ratchet Bomb.
And also, it plays into Ratchet Bomb and also shows his hand and sets himself up to be verdicted. So it looks like he might play the voice pre-combat, which I really don't like. Now he's just going to get Ratchet Bombed.
It's very obvious that he's got this Boros Charm and he's planning on using it now.
Yeah, but it don't.
I mean, that said, like
it's just not. I don't think it's that. If you're throwing away your Boros Charm and he casts a Verdict here, there's a Ratchet Bomb. He's gonna Boros Charm it. He's just okay. This is actually not bad, but he's gonna get 2 really big tokens. They're both gonna be 3/3s, and they're gonna keep getting bigger. So he's gonna have a lot of pressure. But I think he's kind of expended a few too many cards for that. Now he's really, really relying on that Boros Charm to do work. And if Michael has a way to stop that, then it's going to be bad for him.
Yeah. See the Dryad Militant doing some work.
Yeah,
exiling
stopping the Think Twice from being...
preventing the Snapcaster from snapping back the Azorius Charm.
What is that? The Giant Milton is from promo game day or something?
Yeah, it's a game day promo version of it. It's a little bit.
Got it. Yeah, he's got the nice tokens too. He's really came prepared.
Yeah.
There's this Augur. It's not going to be very
two
good.
Lands and a
miss.
resto. And it's kind of a shame for Michael that he drew the Augur then. It would have been a really good answer to the voice.
He could have just played it and the voice and the Giant Milton would have just been totally, stifled.
Yeah.
And he could have actually, if he drew the Augur, he could have just left the bomb on 0 to clean up after the voice. But now he's just in a world of hurt with these 3/3s coming in. He's going to go for the Rampager, but he's walking into it in Azorius Charm. It's okay. I think it's okay. I don't know about this. He loses damage by walking into this Azorius Charm. Like if he Rampagers it and then he Azorius Charms, he prevents 2 damage to himself. Saves his Augur and
on some
he has
Kyle
a
maybe
Charm
happen.
and a Rampage, so he can. Oh, this is pretty good actually. Well, he can still do extra damage.
And Kyle would prefer to have the Azorius Charm be used on the Dryad instead of on one of the tokens, right?
Oh yeah, but if he just attacks with both tokens, then what Michael would probably do is Azorius Charm a token, block, say okay damage, my Augur's gonna live, and then Kyle says no, I'm gonna put a 2/2 Knight into play and kill your Augur. So, but we'll see what happens here. He's gonna. Kyle knew this was gonna happen. It was kind of telegraphed just because the 2 mana was open. So he's holding onto that Rampager probably for the trample over later.
Yeah.
He's gonna deal 4 damage here, put Michael to 8, I believe.
Yep, Michael's going to 8.
And he's still sitting on that Boros Charm, which is just gonna be so good.
Yeah, it's such a trump.
I think I would have played the actually I would have played the Rampager just because the Celestial Charm is more mana efficient for if you need to make a Knight to deal extra damage or make your guys bigger during combat. It's a little bit better of a trick.
Yeah.
He should
Kyle's
not
thinking
play
about
Scavenging
playing the
this year.
Scavenging
He
Ooze,
walks
but
into
you
Supreme
should-
Verdict. I'm not sure if Michael has it.
Like
but
he's in such good position
Yeah.
right now. He can play the Stomping Ground in his hand. Next turn, he can play
he can
the
just play
Dryad
it,
Militant
and the
pre-combat.
Scavenging is pre-combat if he wants, and still have Boros Charm
Yeah.
open and have 2/4/4s. It's just so good. He should definitely
Like
just play
make
the lands and
Michael
go.
chump block.
Oh, he's gonna play it. He really wants to get verdicted.
Yeah, I mean,
He,
presumably Michael would have cast Verdict if
Verdict.
he had it before, but like he doesn't need to put
no, I don't
himself
think he would
in
have
this
because
much
he
danger.
took the bomb. I think he would have it in his hand still, but I don't think he does.
Yeah,
I can't really see his hand. It's Resto.
there's a Resto in his hand,
That will be.
and I think
That's
just lands.
another reason why I would like the Celestial Charm. It just blows out the Resto and makes your guys 4/4s. But he can just play his guy pre-combat if he wants. So we'll see if he does that.
He should definitely play the Dryad Militant pre-combat, right?
There we go. I figured it out.
Yeah.
He almost went to attackers. This is gonna be really good for Kyle. He's got the Gorkland and the Boros Charm. There's a Resto. Hopefully he finds a removal spell. Looks like, does he have that new card in his hand, the white spell?
I don't think so.
There was something I couldn't tell what it was.
There's a Pillar of Flame. Oh, he does. You're right.
So he's gonna.
Yeah.
He's
So
gonna
this is a
he's gonna
Celestial
sack
Flare.
the
It's an
token.
M14 card.
He's gonna sack the token for sure.
Yeah, and like the
Scavenger Ooze is
Scavenger
gonna
Ooze
be
is
so
so
good
good,
here.
and like the two voices in the yard mean that the Scavenging
And
Ooze.
there's just gonna be why he sacks the ooze.
That seems very incorrect.
I think Michael's just dead though. Yeah, Rampage or Boros Charm. It doesn't matter. It didn't even matter what he sacrificed. It's so much damage. It's 12 trample minus 3, 9 damage coming
7.
over. Yeah. It's 6/6. Oh no, it's even more than that.
7, 14,
yeah,
double
14.
strike. Yeah,
It's like 12 damage. No, 11. It's either
11,
way.
yeah.
Either way, it's plenty lethal.
it's a tremendous amount of damage.
Wow. Yeah, that's this night. I believe is 4-0. It's looking really
Pretty
good.
sweet.
Power of voice and all these versatile like Celestial Charm, Gorkland Rampager. They're so versatile. Even
Yeah.
Boros Charm. Boros
Yep.
Charm was so good against this blood red deck.
I've been impressed watching today and watching last week at the Star City Games coverage at how good Scavenging Ooze was in Jund, and it was it was miles better in this.
Yeah.
deck. Like being able to use it as an aggressive 2-drop is just fantastic,
just
and like
so
playing
good.
a more creature heavy
It gets
deck.
bigger than everything. It can beat Thragtusk even. Like, it's
Yeah.
just so big.
And we saw it be a 6/6 and then like get killed and like come back, and it was like a 3/3 that was threatening to be a 5/5 in game one.
Yeah.
As it, very, very impressive card.
I'm interested if Michael brought in Dispel, because I think I would actually like it in this matchup, just because as you saw, like the cards that was beating him was Boros Charm.
Yeah.
The threat, not even just Boros Charm, just a threat of Boros Charm. It really forced the way he had to play the game, or like changed the way he had to play the game. So like, I think I would have brought it in, but I don't know if he brought it in or not. It would be interesting.
I
see if he did.
think it's really hard to do that. You know, like if you were looking at the deck list here, you'd say,
Game one he saw Advent and he saw Boros Charm.
yeah.
So like, I think there was between those two, that's enough merit in itself. Both those cards are very good against you.
That's absolutely true, but at the same time, like it's awful to be a control deck and have a card like that just rotting in your hand when they go like
we saw last round with the Dreadboard. Granted, he won that game, but it was still a dead card in his hand.
And also, like, an instant that you're going to play against a Voice of Resurgence deck is not necessarily... I mean, like, it may have been correct to bring in, but, like, I think you have to think about that real hard, to think about exactly how you're winning and losing games. That's not a decision that I'm willing to make without having a lot of play testing behind it.
So this is round 4-6, correct?
Yeah.
And so Kyle should be a lock for top 8, now that he is 4-0. So hopefully we'll see more of him in the top 8 and more of this deck. It seems really powerful, and I'd like to see him play more. So
yeah, it looks like we're going to have either 2 or 3 undefeated players after this round. We had 5 going into this round, so 4 of them were matched up against each other, and then we had 1 that was paired down. So we'll probably see a draw next round, and then like definitely a whole bunch of draws in the last round. So I think in the 5th round, you know, we're going to look to see if we can find an interesting deck or two.
Probably one of the 3-1 matches.
Yeah,
they'll be playing for a spot in top 8 potentially. So maybe there is some interesting brews running around. So
yeah, there's a mono green deck that Charles Gindy played at the Star City Games event in Richmond last week.
We have a white black red control deck. I'm not sure how it's doing, but it's definitely in the field. And there's the white black humans. I don't know.
Yeah.
The field's very diverse, except for Jun. There's a lot of Jun, but
so I mean, like, just sort of running through the numbers that we have. You know, there are 10 Jun decks. So we have a field of 39 people. We had 10 Jun decks. And then the next most sort of populous thing is red aggro decks. We had sort of 8 red aggro decks. There's 4 red-green. There's the red-black that we saw in round 2. There's a red-black zombies, which is actually more heavy black deck. You know, it's playing like Grave Crawlers and Drelf's Messenger. There's a Naya aggro deck that we just saw. And then there's a mono red aggro deck. And then we also have a number of hexproof decks. There are 5 hexproof decks out there, and there's also a blue-white-red Nivix
I hope the deck's
Cyclops
doing
deck.
well so we can feature it.
Yeah, when I looked a round or 2 ago, it had like 1 or 2 wins. It might be X1, but
I think it's really interesting though, is that like the Jund and red aggro, which are the 2 most played decks, those decks are pretty consistent.
Yeah.
So like I think they've probably been playing those decks in tournaments around here, and they've been like, I like this deck. It does what I like to do, and my draws are consistent, and I'm winning with it. So
yeah, I like especially the red-green aggro deck. I like that it's more consistent than like the Naya Blitz deck, and it has more staying power. It's actually able to win games that go to turn 6 or 7. Not always, but like you know pretty well. This Naya aggro deck seems like it has a ton of play to it. That's really cool.
I might have to fire up Magic Online. I haven't been playing it at all because I've just been so disheartened by the standard format. But this deck looks like a blast to play, and probably I think I have some scavenge use sitting on there from Legacy or something. So I might run it at a couple 2-mans or 8-mans or something and just test it out. It looks like a blast to play.
Yeah,
it's a lot of game.
So rounding things out, we've got the 2 blue-white-red control decks that we've seen on camera already. There are a couple Esper control decks out there. There's that white, black, red control deck that you called out before. There's the Gindi mono green deck. There's one copy of the Aristocrats Act 2 running out there.
It's just strange. I expected to see a lot more of that. That deck is so popular for a couple of weeks, even almost a month. Like right after who was it? Brad Nelson in Miami that was playing?
Yeah, Brad was playing the junk, or not the junk.
He was playing junk.
Yeah, he was playing the junk Aristocrats.
I felt like he was playing it before that though.
He was.
Yeah.
I think he won a PTQ with it. And he like top aided an elite IQ or something like that.
So like, and a lot of people were playing the deck.
Yeah.
Star Cities or PTQs. It was very popular. So I'm really surprised to see such a small portion of the field playing it. But
yeah,
I think
people
want to play with new cards too. So
absolutely, and like the Aristocrats decks are they're decks that are very complicated to play, and you cannot pick them up just off the cuff.
For sure, yeah.
So like you have to have already sort of dedicated a lot of time to playing it. So I can see how we'd be in a situation where people might not have put in the time to be able to play that. Rounding things out, we've got a couple of white black humans decks. That's the deck that
it's been gaining popularity.
Yeah. It was it won the Star City Richmond.
It has the kind of the new Rotlung Reanimator from Onslaught that made zombies when you cleric died. But this one's Zathrid Necromancer?
Yeah, Zathrid Necromancer. It's a 2/2 for a black and 2. It's a human wizard, I believe. And when one of your human creatures dies, you get a tapped 2/2 black zombie in play. And so this is kind of an aristocrat shell, but taking out the splash color of the green
it makes you very good
red.
against. It's a little more aggressive, and it makes you really, really resistant to Wrath of God.
Yeah.
Or Supreme Verdict, I should say, because they say, okay, well, you're in a Supreme Verdict. I'm going to get, 4 zombies that are going to be attacking you for 8 damage next turn. And your life total is probably already pretty low from my Champion of the Parish or my Doom Traveler or what have you. Even Doom Traveler, you get another guy. It's so much synergy.
Yep. Yeah, and you get to run the Blood Artist combo with
Blood
the
Artist,
Sacrifice Outlets and the best one drop in the format, Doom Traveler.
Yeah, the little guy that he can pull some weight sometimes. I'm not a big fan, but with synergy, he's a decent guy.
Yeah, so that was the deck that AJ Soccer won Star City Games Open Series at Richmond last week with, and I believe he and a couple of the other guys from that there in that clique are playing at the Invitational.
They're probably playing it at the Invitational.
Yeah,
I would assume.
And then rounding things out, we've got 3 Reanimator decks out here. We've got a couple Naya mid-range decks, and we've got 1 Junk mid-range deck, which I'd kind of like to see on camera at some point. It looked like it had some interesting card choices.
Yeah, these Naya and Junk, the cards are so good in them. It's like being able to get Voice Resurgence and all of these, and adding the 3rd color for the really, really powerful spells in the other color, just it all just comes together so well, and it just makes a really, really strong deck. So it's fun to watch and play.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of play with them, and it's not the sort of like I'm waiting for you to do something, boring kind of lay lands control decks that you see with blue control decks.
But it's at the same time, it's not like
matchups.
hyper aggro. It's just like there's games, like there's playing the games, but people are like there's combat and there's tricks and people are attacking and blocking, and it's fun to watch. So
yeah, a lot of interaction.
See more of that.
So we'll try and get one of the sort of more offbeat decks for next round. Before we head out, I want to thank Northwest Sports Cards, one of our sponsors for the Seattle Metro Championships. Northwest Sports Cards has one of the largest singles inventories in the Pacific Northwest, huge selection of packs and boxes. You can check out their website at nwgamerschoice.com. And they are offering a special promo in celebration of the Seattle Metro Championships. If you use the coupon code SMC20, you can receive 20% off your entire order of singles and supplies. That offer is going to be good through the 15th of August. Yep. You can check out their website, nwgamerschoice.com, or if you're in the area, you can just go over to their store.
I believe they're in University Place in Tacoma. Is that correct?
Yeah. 3816 Bridgeport Way West, University Place. So check out their website head on in.
It's a nice store. They have a big inventory, and really thank them for supporting this tournament. So shout out to them.
And thanks to all of the sponsors
Oh, of
here.
course.
We're going to talk about a few more of them later. And they're actually, a whole bunch of them are offering really good deals surrounding this championship series. It's just been an awesome thing for the Seattle Magic scene. So we're going to say goodbye for round 4. We'll be back in just a few minutes for round 5 and try to find some cool decks for you.
Yep. Thank you, guys.
if you're interested.
I'd be interested. Sounds like Jesse's enjoying
Yeah.
it too.
Yeah, we'll talk to him.
Welcome back to the Seattle Metro Series Championship Finals at Shane's Big League Sports Cards in Renton, Washington. I'm Joe Bono alongside Jesse Hampton, and we have our round 5 match. They call the man on the left Jesus, and he's got a red, green, white Naya mid-range deck. Against him, on the right, is Ruben Soriano. Ruben's got an interesting junk deck. It is not a junk reanimator deck. It's sort of a mid-range deck, lots of value creatures. Kind of looks like it probably evolved a bit from the reanimator list, but just said, you know what? Let's not use our graveyard anymore. Let's just have a lot of awesome creatures. And junk definitely has a lot of really, really great creatures.
Yeah, at the Block Pro Tour, there was actually a lot of, not a lot, but there was a fair amount of junk being played. And you're going to see cards like Varal's, Cartel Aristocrat, Voice of Resurgence. I'm not exactly sure since we don't have deck list yet, but I would guess that those some of those cards would be in his deck. They were just very powerful cards, and probably Scavenging Ooze, which we've seen a lot of, and it's not last round. It's too good to not play, it seems like.
Yeah,
but we're about to get deck lists, and we'll see exactly what's going on.
Yeah, we've got Voices and Thragtusk and Resto
there has to be
Angels
Voice.
all that good stuff.
Voice is too good.
Yep. So these guys are getting together. They're shuffling up. And we'll take a look at the list. So Jesus's deck, Jesus's deck, it's more mid-rangey than the deck we saw last time. Instead of being focused on aggressive 2-drops, it's got 4 Voice of Resurgence, it's got 2 Scavenging Oozes, but it goes a little bit bigger, curving up into Loxodon Smiter, Boros Reckoner, Huntmaster of the Fells, Gore Clan Rampager, and then it's got 4 Thundermaw Hellkites and 1 Aurelia, the War Leader. Also has 3 Domri Rod. It actually looks a lot like the Jund mid-range deck that Cedric Phillips played at the Star City Invitation or Star City Games event in Seattle, except swapping white for black for better creatures and a weaker removal suite.
Well, the bonfires could be pretty bad. He has 3 bonfires. They could be pretty backbreaking in this matchup, just because they're going to be a one-sided wrath if he miracles it. He also has a nice little combo finish with the Boros Reckoner Blasphemous Act. He has 2 main deck Blasphemous Acts. And if you don't know that, if you play Blasphemous Act and you have a Reckoner in play, you can deal 13 damage to your opponent because of the Reckoner's ability. So that could just finish Ruben off in one hit.
Yep. And so on Ruben's side, he's got black for removal with some Abrupt Decays and some Putrefies. And he also has Lingering Soul,
4 Voices,
and Sorin, Lord of Innistrad. So we got a little token theme here. And then we've got the 4 Voices, 3 Scavenging Ooze, some Loxodon Smiters, a Tristani, a Restoration Angel, Advent of the Worm, Thragtusk, and 2 Blood Baron of Vizkopa. So just like a whole bunch of really solid creatures that are hard to deal with that you get value from.
I feel like we're going to see a lot of Voices in this tournament, especially in the top 8.
Yeah. So Ruben...
They both keep, looks like.
They're both keeping.
Ruben has a Scavenging Ooze, and can't really see a Voice, a Slow Charm. That's a really good start for Jesus. A turn 1 Accelerator is huge in this matchup.
And both of these decks are playing a whole bunch of turn 1 accelerators.
Looks like they both have one. Elvish Mystic. No, an Avacyn
Pilgrim.
He does have the Mystic. He has both. He has 5 total, and Jesus has only 4, I believe.
Yeah.
So Ruben actually has 1 more. He's more likely to draw it, but we'll see.
But both of these decks want to get to like
so them
4
being
mana,
at parity
5
is really important
quickly
for Ruben, because you could fall behind so fast, and being on the back foot is not where you want to be in this matchup. Especially because I think the Naya deck might be a little bit more aggressive. And we'll see if Jesus is miracle drawing or not. Because it's kind of a tell. It's kind of a tell if you do it, but you have to do it at the same time.
Yeah.
You don't have to do it on the first turn or maybe in the first 2 turns, but you have to get yourself into the habit to start doing it once you're on turn 3 or whatever. So we'll see, because there's nothing more embarrassing than
accidentally drawing it.
Yeah, and it just feels terrible. So I've done it, so I know.
Yeah. It looks like both these players
Oh,
have
he's getting aggressive.
really backbreaking 4-mana plays. Jesus is going to have a Huntmaster of the Fells, and Ruben eventually is going to have a Advent of the Worm. But right now he plays a Voice of
Huntmaster is so
Resurgence.
good in this matchup because almost everything is sorcery speed. So if you're able to just keep flipping it back and forth, you can just destroy all of their creatures and deal damage to them at the same time. So here's gonna, I think he's gonna come down with a Huntmaster. He's thinking about it.
Jesus also has an Aurelia the War Leader, and it looks like he's got a red spell, which is going to be either a Bonfire or a Blasphemous Act.
The acts are interesting. They're like kind of cute, but at the same time, the combo and the synergy and the fact that they're very good against like a swarm deck it makes them. They have some merit.
Yeah, it's a card that is going to have a huge impact in this matchup. Like it's always going to be on. It's always going to be very cheap. It's always going to be a blowout in some way. It may just be a blowout in that like it catches you up where you were behind, but it may also be Reckoner.
I just want him to have a Reckoner in play, like 4 or 5 lands in play, drop a second Reckoner, and just kaboom. Yeah.
26,
26
bro.
in the face.
All right.
See you later.
So Ruben draws a Sunpel Grove for the turn. He's fingering a Loxodon Smiter, but I think he's going to want to play the Advent of the Worm in his hand.
Yeah, he has to cast this turn, though. Like, he can't say go, because he can't let Huntmaster flip. So he's thinking about attacking, which I don't hate, actually. I think attacking is okay.
At this point in the game, the Voice of Resurgence is more valuable to you as a token, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be bigger, probably. Jesus is plenty happy to take that trade. He's like, okay, well, he values his voice a little bit higher than Ruben, it seems, so maybe he knows something we don't, but I think it's fine.
Ruben also has a Celestia Charm, a Lingering Souls, a Loxodon Smiter, and it looks like a Scavenging Ooze, and so he's going to play a Scavenging Ooze right now.
The Ooze of the Smiter is the play that's the best. The Ooze is pretty good against Huntmaster. It doesn't die to it.
Yeah.
And it, unfortunately, I think his Mana Dork is going to die, so I might have played my 4-drop there.
Well, so he's leaving himself the option of playing Celestia Charm on the end of Jesus' turn.
Oh, I did. Yeah,
in case Jesus passes,
do that.
and so like he can get him that way.
And
it also isn't obvious because he's leaving up activations of this of the Scavenging Ooze. So like it's clear it's not like obviously.
Does he have a Rampager in his hand? I don't understand this attack. Oh, this is not good for him. He's gonna get.
Maybe a Celeste. No, it's a Gore Clan Rampager.
Oh man, Jesus, this is not good for you, sir.
Jesus
You're gonna
is
be
a
in a world
little
of hurt.
loose.
Well, he doesn't really expect the Celestia Charm, probably. Like you said, there was a good play, leaving up the mana for this Ooze, and this is not good for you, though. Celestia Charm, see you later, Huntmaster. Now you're really
to the exile zone.
Now the problem is he's behind on tempo, too. This thing is if he either just says go or drops a big fatty into play like a Rampager, he maintains a pretty good board state.
There's just no need to get aggressive there,
right? He could even
played
Aurelia there if he wanted to.
And like Ruben's going to be able to play perfectly around it. Like it's very obvious you have a Gore Clan Rampager there. So
when you attack, you signal that you have it.
Yeah, and like
actually,
like trading a Gore Clan Rampager.
He wanted a Celestia Charm there so that he could kill the guy, and his Huntmaster wouldn't be a Celestia Charm, but the Rampager is a better card, so he's going to be playing those.
Yeah.
Celestia Charm, it's seen in the last 2 decks we featured in it. It's actually been pretty good both times.
Yeah, no, it's an excellent card. It's just historically it's been in sort of a color combination that didn't want that set of effects.
Yeah, especially
But the exile of 5-power creature is incredibly powerful. There are a lot of creatures that you really want to be that fit that bill that you can hit with it. There's Obzidop, there's the Advent of the Worm token, there's the occasional voice token, and there are all these Gore Clan Rampager attacks.
Well, usually the 2/2 is so underwhelming, so people don't like it because it basically only has 2 abilities as a pump spell or a removal spell. But with cards like Voice Resurgence, like the token, being able to do tricks with that and also getting value or being able to block Mana Dorks, it's pretty relevant now. So
Yep. So Ruben gets a little aggressive
And
with
this,
his
this
elemental
Lingering
token.
Souls elemental token synergy is so good.
Yeah.
Now Jesus is probably wondering why he killed that voice resurgence. Could have just taken 2, but he's like, he valued killing it, so we'll see how it works out for him.
Yeah. And Ruben chooses not to eat a creature in a graveyard and pump up things.
He's just so far behind now, though.
Yeah. Jesus draws a Dami Rod for the turn. He's got that and Aurelia and a Voice of Resurgence in his
Jesus,
hand.
you, sir, need a Bonfire of the Damned very badly.
All
You have
right.
3 in your deck. He basically has 5 outs here. He needs to draw one of his Bonfires or one of his Blasphemous Acts. And if he doesn't draw them pretty much in the next turn, he's going to be dead. So he's getting in for 6 here.
All right. There's a little bit of a rules issue there.
What happened?
So Jesus kind of had the trigger from the Aurelia, but he didn't untap his 2 mana dorks.
I thought it
which
only
is part-
untapped attacking creatures.
No, it untaps all your creatures.
So he just missed the trigger.
He kind of missed it. Like he missed part of the trigger. We don't have a way to easily stop them and like fix that.
Well, because he didn't attack twice, so he just missed the
You know,
trigger.
he did.
Well, then Ruben's life total didn't change, did it?
Ruben's at 14. That's the first time that Ruben.
He was at 17?
No, he was at 20.
But he blocked with a spear.
Or maybe he was at 17. He chumped with one of the spirits.
And he took 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, there were 2
Our
attacks in
runner
there. I like. We'll talk to them after this and like make sure that they actually understand how Aurelia works. Like
it does untap all creatures you control?
yeah. And this is a case of he knew that the trigger was there, but he didn't understand what his card
Yeah,
did.
he
and
just
so,
didn't,
like,
he didn't really, and neither did his opponent. Didn't
yeah,
really
and they both
either
committed
care
like a game
or-
rule violation, but like it didn't matter, and like
Yeah, we'll inform them after the game.
yeah, like
They need to be a little bit more clear.
anyways, so we get a flashback on Lingering Souls, then we get a
Ruben
big
is so far ahead.
smash.
Jesus is at 5 now.
Yeah,
Like this is he needs a Bonfire Blaster's Act now, or he's dead. So here it is. Bonfire would be really good. It totally destroys board. There it is. He's Miracle. No. Puts it right in his hand. It's looks like a creature. Can't really see it though.
It's a Boros Reckoner.
It's not gonna do it, Jesus.
Boros Reckoner blocks
Does
a
it?
little bit.
I think he's still dead. He might not be.
I mean, like he has chumps, and like Boros Reckoner is not something that you really want to attack a huge creature into. And so Aurelia,
The problem is he has to keep throwing away his threats, Jesus, to block now, and then but if he ever does draw this Blaster's Act or Bonfire, then Ruben's gonna have a bunch more threats left in his hand. Like he has 3 big threats in his hand still, so and he's just gonna post or end of turn and play especially against an active end of turn admin and just kill him if he draws another land. So we'll see. He might be dead though. He gets 1, 2. Are those in play at the bottom?
I believe so.
So
Yeah.
he's blocking.
So we get 2 attacks in with the Aurelia. I don't know why Ruben is blocking here. He's had a healthy enough. Oh, he's actually probably trying to stay above 13 so he doesn't die to a Blasphemous
I don't
Act.
think he knows about it unless he's seen him play. It's just too weird of a card.
I
to
like
have main deck.
it's so weird for him to be chump
He might
blocking
be
at
I
this
think
high
he's
of a life
maybe
total
worried about a
though.
Rampager or a Pump Spell or something. And there's a voice coming down. So actually, Jesus might have stabilized. It really is so good. It plays offense and defense so well.
Yeah. I'm like
Oh, Restoration Angel, what does that do? Not much.
there's a Thragtusk.
He needs to get down the Thragtusk, yeah, to gain a
Yeah.
life.
I think Ruben has to be playing around Blasphemous Act. It just does not make sense for him to be chumping so aggressively at
It's just
that point,
weird,
at
though.
that life total.
Especially because he could have waited and...
Like it's
I don't know.
I like being at
It's such a
Being
weird
at
card
8
to play around, though. Jesus draws... What did he draw? Domri? Or a Smiter?
All right, so board
Dom-
state.
So
So it's a smiter and a Domri.
so he can play his Domri and fight the Reckoner against something and deal extra damage to Ruben, but I don't think that's what he wants to do. I think he needs to just play the smiter and develop his board more.
And he could play both. He has enough mana
he
to
does
do
have 6
that.
mana.
Yeah.
You're right. But does he want to tap all of his blockers? That's another question.
Well, and if he understood how Aurelia worked, he wouldn't have to worry about that because he could play it all pre-combat, then untap them.
Are you sure that's how it works?
Yeah, I am.
Wow, the card's so good.
Yeah.
We'll double check that really quick.
We will. We'll get the gather for
It's
it,
like-
but like I'm 99%
It's like it
sure.
almost reminds me of Sword of Feast and Famine. If you guys played back during the Callblade era, it's like, oh, I get to play my spells and I get to play more spells.
Yeah. So Aurelia the War Leader, it's a 3/4 angel for 2 red white white. Flying Vigilance Haste. Whenever Aurelia the War Leader attacks for the first time each turn, untap all creatures you
Yes, it does
control.
work.
After this phase, there is an additional combat phase.
So he played Domri and fought his Reckoner against the...
Scavenging Ooze?
Yeah, it looks like against the Scavenging Ooze. And then he killed the Absence Pilgrim on the way back.
Yep.
Like from the Reckoner's ability.
Yeah, and now the voice
Now
token
he's
is so
actually winning.
shrunk. Yeah.
This is but the Restoration Angel plus the Thragtusk is gonna be pretty good. It's gonna give him some. It will let him block Aurelia once.
Yeah. I'm not sure if the Scavenging Ooze is actually what you want to fight there.
What would
It
you
m-
fight?
it m-
I would probably
Like, you
fight the
could've
Mystic.
Fought the Mystic
Yeah.
and killed both
Yeah,
of the
yeah. You
guys
said
because
that,
like
and
you're
I
on
just-
3
I
lands.
did- I just realized that. Yeah, I would definitely just destroy the lands. So I don't actually like shocking myself here. I don't really understand why he's doing that. He thinks his life total is healthy, but he's just gonna play Resto Angel.
This game feels so weird. Like, I think if Ruben
please
had
don't
not
say
been
go.
chumping so aggressively,
That he could
he
have
would have been
aggressive
in
with
much
his
better
token.
shape.
Yeah, but Jesus was at 5. He had 4 spirit tokens in play.
Yeah.
Like that's
And, like, if he had not made the very first chump, then he could have blocked the Aurelia with all 4 spirit
I
tokens
totally
later
agree.
on.
100%. Or he could have just attacked into it.
Yeah.
Attack you for down to 2.
Attack you for 3.
And attack you for lethal.
Yep.
It's like and it forces Jesus to play the Domri and like use it to kill spirit tokens, which he doesn't. Which means the Boros Reckoner wouldn't even be in play yet probably. So we'll see.
All right, so
So
we've
he's-
got some blocks going
He's
on
gonna
here.
Resto Angel before damage. He's gonna wait for Jesus to give it first strike, which Jesus will do, because he doesn't want his Reckoner to die, and then he's gonna Resto Angel the Thragtusk. Jesus should see this coming. Oh, he's not giving it first strike. Well, it doesn't really matter, but because he
Yeah.
doesn't even care.
I'm not sure if this is even that good for Ruben, though.
It's fine. I mean, he can't sit on the resto. He has to play it on his turn.
Sure. Like that's fine, but like using the elemental token to turn the voice into another elemental token when Jesus has a ton of creatures in play doesn't seem super good to me.
So would you just play the Restoration Angel, blink the Thragtusk, and say go, no attacks? I mean, I think his play is fine. It doesn't accomplish that much, but the voice, getting the voice off the board is relevant.
Yeah, and I guess you have to do it on your turn because of the voice.
And the card that's beating you is not the elemental token; it is Aurelia.
yeah.
Aurelia is the problem. So you
Well,
couldn't do
Aurelia
it.
is not.
It is,
Oh
though.
no!
It kills Restoration Angel.
Yeah.
It can block 1 attack and then has to sit back and take 3.
Well,
So-
I mean, Aurelia will trade with the Restoration Angel on the second attack if it attacks again.
yeah,
Because it's
very
still going to
stupid.
have
It can-
3
it
damage
can block
marked on it.
twice.
But I mean, like, if Domri goes up a couple
Or you
times,
can
then
just
like you
draw
can attack
Thundermine,
one.
okay.
Yeah.
Is that lethal? Taps his
Can't
flyer.
be lethal, can it?
So,
Oh, we get double
16.
attack. Yeah. That.
16.
And you're gonna have to chump.
And the Reckoner, which he has
Yeah.
to jump with the Mystic. So 17. He has 17 damage on board.
3, 6. Yeah, and like he's only gonna be able to chump it with the Mystic once.
And then he kills him on the second hit with it.
Yeah. And
No,
like you should
yeah.
get in with the elemental
Yeah.
token too.
But that won't matter. All he has to do is
Yeah.
attack with hell. He's thinking about it. He's
Yeah.
Reckoner,
Like you attack with Reckoner,
Reckoner,
elemental token,
Aurelia,
the
that's good
flyers, untap.
well, yes. Maybe
Jesus
he
untap.
might forget the trigger again. It's his trigger.
It is his trigger.
He probably made that attack with the intention of untapping. I don't know
Yeah.
what is unless he's telling him he's attacking twice. That's not our responsibility.
So he's gotten the Aurelia trigger every time. He's attacked with it multiple times, but he hasn't attacked with his creatures.
Yeah, he needs to untap his elf. So when does Aurelia trigger? Is it at the beginning of combat?
It triggers when Aurelia attacks.
So he missed a trigger.
So he, like at this point, like
Unless
he has
told
missed
his
the
opponent
trigger.
that he's-
Yeah,
I don't know what his opponent.
Jesus just clearly has not actually read Aurelia very closely and doesn't understand when it happens.
So I guess what he said is, "I'm attacking."
I'm
twice."
attacking. Yeah.
And his opponent said, "Okay."
I like.
It's really hard to tell because we're not sitting there listening to their conversation,
Yeah.
so they could just be shortcutting.
Like Jesus
But
clearly
the way it
understands that
looks-
there's a trigger
Mhm.
that has happened, and he just doesn't understand exactly how the card works. And we asked
so
more of our runners to go
gonna
talk to
over
them
and talk to him.
and explain how the card works. And like this is a case where like the intention is completely clear across both
It's just
for both players.
technically
They
it's
understand
wrong.
what's going on, and they're both just like making errors in understanding. So like there's definitely nothing cheaty going on either side. It's
It
just
doesn't look that clean. So
yeah.
we're gonna have it fixed.
All right. So
So
it's
he's
an interesting game. I feel like I feel like Ruben was doing something weird with the Lingering Souls tokens.
I don't think he
and-
realized how low Jesus was. I think he kind of got tunnel visioned, and it was like, I have to not die instead of I have to kill this guy.
Yeah.
So like I think he needs to understand when he's the aggressor and when he's the defender.
Yeah.
And that is really important just for everyone to understand when any game of Magic is when you need to go on the offense and when you need to play defense. And sometimes you have to switch roles like on this like from one spell to another, one turn to one turn, you know. So
Yep. And it's also really important to understand what you can and can't play around.
Mhm.
And in that game, like I think Ruben was playing around some like, oh, I'm worried about my opponent casting a Boros Reckoner and then casting Blasphemous Act, and I need to stay above 13. And it was just like absurd for him to try to play around that, and he lost the game from doing that. Or it was just like he, for some reason, he didn't want to take
the Reckoner
damage.
was a phenomenal draw, though. It really,
Yeah.
really won Jesus that game. Just being able to stifle the attack from basically everything.
It was really,
It
really
trades with
important.
everything.
Yeah. So let's take a look at the sideboards. So for Ruben, we have 1 Abrupt Decay, 3 Centaur Healer, 2 Barter and Blood, 2 Rootborn Defenses, 2 Appetite for Brains, a Ray of Revelation, a Witchbane Orb, a couple Sin Collectors, and an Obsidian. So the Sin Collectors and the Witchbane Orb and the Ray of Revelation
And the
and the
Appetites,
Appetite
too.
are like very clearly not for this matchup.
I don't think Barter is either, to be
Yeah,
honest.
Barter isn't either. Centaur Healer probably isn't either. Like,
I think he's going to bring in... The defense seems really, really good.
yeah,
If you can cast it on your turn, is assuming... Because I'm just going to assume the board state is going to come to the point where both people have voices, so everything is going to have to be played at sorcery speed. So, but being able to just win combat... I'm actually surprised that he's not playing Ready Willing, which is a card that saw some play in a junk deck, because it is basically a Rootborn defense, but it has the other half, which is, I'm not sure which one is which, but I believe it gives
Lifelink and Death Touch.
and Death Touch. Is it just those two?
Yeah,
But and Indestructible from the Ready side, I think. So
yeah,
and I think it untaps them too.
yeah.
It does
yeah.
like everything.
Like
It just
it's
wins
untap
combat.
and make your guys indestructible,
Yep.
or Lifelink Death Touch.
So I'm surprised that he's not playing that because it costs. It's a little bit more. It's 2 colors instead of 1.
Yeah,
But he's playing those colors, and it does almost the same thing as defenses.
Yeah, maybe he's
It
like,
doesn't
oh,
populate.
I get to populate my voice of
I
resurgence
guess.
token.
I don't know.
Yeah, so ready is a green, a white, and 1. Creatures you control are indestructible this turn. Untap each creature you control. Willing is black, white, 1. Creatures you control gain death touch and lifelink until end of turn.
Yeah, I mean it's just a total, and it works well with the mana dorks because you can just you can tap them, and then they'll untap again if you want to play another spell or.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
So-
just a good card.
So we're definitely bringing in the Abrupt Decay
And the defenses.
and the Rootborn defenses, and probably the Obsidian to help clear out some of those board states.
Yeah, for sure.
Um,
I mean, the board, even that game, it's stalled out because cards like Reckoner and then the big voice tokens, they just kind of are going to sit there, and the Obsidian's going to be coming in every turn, dealing 2 damage and 4-point life swing. So,
Yeah.
on what do we have on Jesus?
And so on Jesus' side, he's got 3 Boros Charms, which do the same sort of thing
Oh,
that
yeah.
the Rootborn
That brings
defenses
in,
do.
sure.
That seems really good. He's got 2 Pillar of Flames, which he might want to bring in
I would
for the
bring
voices.
for
It
the
seems
voices,
very
very
reasonable.
important. Or
And some
Scavenging Ooze.
Scavenging Ooze, the Mana Dorks.
Yeah, this is just a good card again. This
Yeah.
matchup.
He's got 2 Mizium Mortars, which seems like a fine card to bring in.
Actually, I think he's a favorite post board. He has so many cards he
Yeah.
can bring in. He has a Assemble Legion, which he might bring in. If it's good in board stalls, but I don't think he will. Unflinching Courage might come in as well. It's really good on Reckoner. You can have a 5/5 lifelink, first strike, trample, redirects. It just does everything. So
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I believe, can you gain if you have a Boros Charm and a Unflinching Courage on a Reckoner, you can gain infinite life, correct? And a source of damage on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, you just, with Boros Reckoner, if you have a way to make it indestructible and give it lifelink,
So
you can gain infinite life.
if he
with
does
that.
that, it's kind of weird. He's playing almost a combo deck. If he does that, he could just Ruben will probably concede because Jesus can just sit there and draw
Yeah.
cards and just he might not because but Jesus can just sit there and wait for a bonfire or something.
Yeah.
There's some way to burn him out.
And in general, Jesus is really advantaged here because he's got the 3 Bonfire Dams, and he also has these flyers. They're just very hard for him to
Aurelio's
deal with.
so good.
Aurelio's so good. Thundermaw
Thundermaw.
Hellkite
He
is
has 4
ridiculously good.
Thundermaws.
So those 5 cards are really good. And then the Domrays are also actually pretty good too because they help you pick off important creatures and just gain you card
But
advantage.
this
in these
game,
board stalls.
Ruben has a voice and Jesus doesn't. So having a voice and your opponent not having is pretty huge. Especially if your opponent. See if Jesus has a Reckoner or not. He has a Huntmaster, but
Yeah. So we've got some Abrupt Decays in Ruben's hand, and it looks like they both have kind of slow hands.
there's a
We've got some lands. I guess there's a 3-drop for Jesus.
Looks like probably a Reckoner or a Domri. I'm guessing Reckoner. There it is.
Yep.
That's so good in this matchup too. It's gonna get
Jesus
decayed
has a
though.
Bonfire in hand, which may actually play a big role later on in the game once we get to the board
we're gonna
stall.
see a Sorin coming down and Sorin plus Gavany Township is pretty scary.
So assuming Sorin comes
Also,
down,
Sorin's ultimate is pretty scary.
yeah. Do you just plus him at this point?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I would just start making a board presence because you're threatening its emblem, and Gavany Township is just going to be a crazy amount of damage that
Yeah.
Jesus is going to have to react to. Plus, the next turn you can appetite and play another spell, so you need to use your mana as effectively as possible. I really hope he doesn't appetite here. Yep, he's going to go for the Sorin. If your opponent's tapped out and doesn't have any board presence, always play your Planeswalkers. Just get you so far ahead.
Yeah. And so we've seen that both players kept kind of slow hands that didn't. Neither of them had a mana accelerator. Ruben had a 2-drop, but not a 3-drop.
But his curve is good. He has a 2/3/4. I mean,
Yeah.
well, he got a 3 because Jesus played a creature, which is almost guaranteed to happen in this matchup.
But the real. Ruben is really, really far ahead, and a large part of that is because he had a 2-drop and he was on the play. And this game would be very different if Jesus was on the play.
And he had no 2-drop, so that's no 1-drop either. I don't know what exactly he kept that he thought was good, but Reckoner and all his colors
so
probably.
he's got Huntmasters, and he's got a Hellkite in his hand as well. So he may have just said, "Oh, this Hellkite's going to be really good, and this Reckoner is going to stabilize the board, and the Huntmasters will gain me back life." So
he might have boarded out some of his 2-drops for the removal, because I don't really see what else he could. He might have boarded out the Smiters, possibly. But
yeah,
he took out a lot of.
I would take out the Gore Clan Rampagers. I think.
I think I'd like to leave. How many does he have, main?
He's got 3 Gore
I'd
Clan
probably leave at
rapiers.
least one in, just because having a trick is nice.
Having a trick is nice, but like you're going to have the Boros charms as tricks
He
later on
might
if
take him
necessary.
out just because of what happened to game 1 with
Yeah.
the
Like-
Celestia charm.
Yeah, knowing that your opponent has Celestia
That
charm
was
makes
funny,
them
though.
worse. And like
he's
this,
just
this
so
doesn't
wonderful.
look like it's going to be an aggressive matchup. It looks like it's going to board stall, and then you're going to win through the flyers.
So is that a Tristani I see? That he can't. He unfortunately
You
can't
cannot
cast.
cast it.
So what I would do here is I would plus Soren and I would attack. And if he blocks, I would activate my township. You're gonna let Hotmaster. Actually, that lets. I don't know if I like that. Actually, problem is letting Hotmaster flip is so bad for you.
You could you attack with just the voice and be willing to trade it for the wolf?
Yeah, I would do that. And getting the token on board is very good. So he's gonna appetite first, which is fine. I would do that and then end of turn resto. He just will be reading the card. He's gonna force will it.
Yeah. Would you like to take this land? Would you like to take? Oh, jeez, that's a lot of dragons.
So can it take X spells?
No, it can't.
Actually, I would take the Huntmaster here.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think Thundermaw. It only makes 1 blocker, and I think since he has 2 of them, Ruben's plan should be to just punch through, and like race them. So I think they're, because like if you take the,
So I think it's harder because there are 2 Thundermaws.
Yeah.
Imagine that second Thundermaw was another land.
I would take Thundermaw,
You would take Thundermaw
Yeah.
because you'd be like, well, I'd like to keep my sword.
and also it works well with the rest though.
Yeah.
Well, so what could happen here is I wonder if Ruben's gonna think about chumping he shouldn't. I don't think. But he
So
might-
he's
he
got
might jump.
Tristani and Resto Angel.
I really think he needed to attack with his voice, though. Jesus is going to play Thundermaw, kill Sword.
Yeah. Jeez. Ruben looked like he...
Oh, Bonfire for 2. Jesus, this is not going to be very good for you. Let it resolve, and then just
Yeah, get a token.
get him with the resto. He's going to deal damage to Soren. Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Maybe he should have Emblem Soren. How much is Emblem Soren? 1 or 2?
It's -2.
Oh,
to
yeah,
Emblem
that would
Sword.
have been not very good. Then.
This is not good.
Yeah, Jesus, I don't know how you're winning so much, man. Well, you're winning, so I can't really fault you.
Yeah, so we get to keep our Soren.
You know what I think it is? I think he just doesn't like Huntmaster of the Fells. I think he just hates that card. He's just like, you know what? I'm gonna throw it away both these games.
Yeah. 2 2/2s. It's a Night Watch for 1 less, right? And
Yeah,
gain
he's
2
just
life.
like, he's like, you know what? This card is too good. I need to not have it in play.
All right, so the wolf gets
He's like,
through.
oh,
yeah,
don't
Soren
forget. Don't
lives.
forget. Soren should be at 1, right? It was at 5.
Soren should be at 1. It was at 5. It took 2, and now it took 2 more.
So.
Or maybe we have a retroactive
Oh, he's
block.
fixing it. He's fixing it.
All right.
Or I don't know.
He blocked with the token
Okay.
as well.
I don't like
Which
that.
I don't. Yeah, like
That's
that
really
token's
bad.
pretty valuable.
Yeah.
Like,
It's gonna
Soren
keep
being
getting
at
bigger.
like Soren's going to die.
He has a Tristani in his hand too. Oh, he can't cast a Tristani
Yeah,
though.
yeah.
But I still think you just need to leave the token in play, and then he could have. Soren wouldn't even died.
Yeah,
He
Soren
would've
would be
been
at 1.
Yeah, and he could have.
And like Soren's going to die.
he's going for the emblem. I don't really
That
understand
seems
this.
aggressive.
This is weird.
Is he trying to race now?
He said 1 emblem, please. He's gonna attack for 4, which is
And
fine.
like put counters on?
no, then he's gonna play the.
He's gonna play
voice.
the voice.
I think you needed to leave. That token would just be so backbreaking to Jesus. It would have been
Yeah.
a 3/3 and then a 4. Actually, a 4/4 this turn, so he probably would have plus Soren.
Yeah,
The emblem isn't bad though, because he's kind of playing around the Thundermaw by making the emblem. Because he's gonna say, okay, well, Soren's gonna die, so
Yeah.
might as well get some value out of it. It's better than a 1/1.
No, that's
But at the same
that's
time, I
true.
don't
But
think
like, I think you'd rather have
He's not really
a 1/1
he's not
and
really
a
valuing
elemental.
how good Gavany Township is and how it's gonna win him the game.
Yeah. Like you don't need the emblem because
like
you have
if
the
he activated
township.
last turn, Resto Angel would be a 5/6 this turn.
Yeah.
And, well, 6 toughness. It'd be 6/6 actually, but is Jesus dead? Might be dead. 1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
No, he's going to
9
1.
goes to 1.
This is
Yeah.
a 4, and that's a 5.
He goes to 1,
Yeah.
which is not a good spot for him.
Yeah.
He would be dead if he didn't block, or in way worse shape at least.
Yeah. So if we didn't block the wolf, then last turn we would have made a 1/1, attacked
Played
with
voice, probably.
played the voice, attack with the 3/4 angel and 4/4 elemental. So we would have done 3 more damage last turn, and then this turn we would have done a little less.
No, that's
But
when
like
we would kill
Jesus
him.
would be
He would have played Thundermont, killed Soren, and we just kill him. He couldn't even attack Soren. He just
Yeah.
kept on the crackback. Yeah, this is definitely bad by him.
Yeah.
Soren would just stay in play. So he's probably still going to win this game, just because of how good Gavany Township is. Like he can just attack with both of his guys and Gavany, and then the Resto
yeah,
Angel's
the
gonna be
Resto
bigger.
Angel's too big for the Thundermaw. Like Thundermaw's gonna have to chump the Resto Angel.
That's what he should do, but yeah, that's what he's going to do. I like it how he hasn't drawn a land to even think about playing Tristani, so he just needs to make the right play.
Forced to make the
This
correct.
is really bad for Jesus. He's going to lose his whole board.
Yeah.
I would not have blocked with Huntmaster. Oh yeah, I would have just jumped and flipped my Huntmaster, I think. Maybe not. It's just so bad for him.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
he
like the
needs to
elemental is
draw
not much better.
Bonfire here. Bonfire would be, yeah, he's counting for it.
One-time dealer,
Nope.
not Cedric Phillips.
Blasphemous Act. That'll work.
Ooh.
That'll do it. I
One,
mean,
two,
he's just
three,
going to
four,
die to the
five,
Resto Angel next
six.
turn, but he doesn't know that, so
Yeah.
we'll
I guess that is a reason to double block, so that you have
he
outs
kills
to the Blasphemous
Huntmaster,
Act.
though. It's like... Thragtusk, yeah, this
is pretty good
this
top
is
deck.
really bad for him. And
Alright.
his hand is so good. Bonfire. That won't work. He needs Boros Reckoner. That won't even work either. He just
There's
didn't
Chump
roll the hurt.
Blocker. Like,
What's his last card in his hand? A land?
probably.
He says, all right,
I would like to block, sir.
I would like to eat you.
block. Oh. 5/3 is bigger than 1. Oh, no.
What the All right, so we have a indestructible 1/1. We're buying some time.
More enormous creatures. Go.
All right, Bonfire. That won't work.
Yeah. Well, no, Bonfire's fine.
No, he has a
because
resto.
you got the chump.
He's
He's
a
got the resto.
He's already dead, but he doesn't know it. Huntmaster would be good.
Huntmaster.
Huntmaster, he lives.
That's true.
No, he died.
No, he's got the
he's just
emblem.
dead.
and he's-
He drew a Huntmaster.
Wow. Even though Jesus does not like the Huntmaster,
Yeah, he
the
doesn't like
Huntmaster
that
likes it. It's just like- all right.
All right,
So we're
game
gonna go to
three.
game 3. We're gonna see if Jesus continues to just
Throw away his
throw away 2/2s that turn into 4/4s and get you value, and we'll see if Ruben's deck continues to, give him Gavany Townships and prevent him from misplaying by not giving him the mana to play
It's weird too,
Tristani.
because Jesus valued the Voice of Resurgence pretty highly game 1, but he just doesn't like the Huntmaster for some reason.
Yeah.
We'll see game 3 go.
Well, 2 mana mythics better than 4 mana mythics, apparently. So we're changing sideboards a little bit. So we didn't get to actually finish all the sideboarding discussion. So Jesus, he brought in the Boros Charms. I think he brought in some of the pillars. We didn't see the Unflinching Courages from him. He might not have brought those in, but like there's a whole bunch of stuff
I still think
that
they're
bring in.
good.
Yeah.
They would have been great there. Like, well, not great, but it would have made his guy bigger than Resto, and the life link is irrelevant. So
That's true. He doesn't necessarily know how much removal Ruben has.
That's
And,
right.
like he can guess.
he's probably
but,
worried
like,
about Doom Blades.
Yeah, I mean, like there has to be a reason for Black to be
Which
in
I'm
the deck.
surprised that Ruben doesn't have any in his sideboard.
Yeah, well, he's got the 2 Putrefy in the main, and then 3 Abrupt Decay between the main and the side. So he may think that that's enough.
I wonder whose I didn't even understand, or I didn't realize that he had Tristani in his deck. So I think that Ruben actually has a pretty good shot in the long game.
Well, he's just got the 1 Tristani though.
Yeah, but it's so good if he gets it out. We'll see.
I mean, absolutely, and like, so the trumps that Ruben has are the Tristani, the Sorens, and the Gavany townships.
How many Sorens does he have? 2?
He's got 2 Sorens, 1 Tristani, I think 2 townships.
At
Yeah.
least he had 2 that game.
Yeah, he had 2 that game, and he only
He
has
just
2.
has 1 as well. So that card is really important in this matchup. And
Yeah.
we'll see. Just being able to, it's every turn. It's like drawing a spell. So
And then Jesus. So Jesus has a lot of cards to bring in.
Sideboarding and something else. Can't see what it is though. Unfortunately. So he definitely changed some stuff between these games, unless he took some out and put the same cards back in. But
So we were talking before. I want to take out the Gore Clan Rampagers if I'm Jesus.
I want to take out the Hunt Masters.
You want to take out clearly Jesus would want to take out the Hunt Masters because they're no good
No,
to him.
I think you do take out the Rampagers. You're right.
But like, there's so many cards that you want to consider bringing in. Are there other cards that you want to take out? Are the Domries not?
I think he took out his Smiters because he needed to make room for those cards.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's right. I think he
No.
needs to hit his curve. I think the cards I would be focusing on are Rampagers, like you said, and maybe even shaving some Thundermaws. But he's probably worried about Lingering Souls. He's probably going to leave all 4 of those in.
Yeah.
I think Domri is worse than Smiter, though, to be honest. He needs to have early pressure and creatures to be able to combat his opponent's creatures so he doesn't get his life total. Both games he's been reduced to like 5 or 6 life pretty quickly, and then he stabilized game 1, but game 2 he didn't have anything. He got the Reckoner died, and he just died to Flyers and aggro and like a swarm basically.
Yeah, like Reckoner and Smiter are just so good at stabilizing the
Yeah.
initial board,
Especially
that you really
if he
need
can
to
if he can put them in play, develop a board, and then let's say Mortis' opponent, he's just gonna, or Bonfire's opponent, he's just gonna kill him with creature with damage. He
Yeah.
doesn't need the Domri then. Domri's only good with the Reckoner, really.
And I think those two are actually better than the Huntmaster of the Fells at stabilizing in this particular situation. I mean,
Yes.
like, Huntmaster is still very good.
Huntmaster, yeah.
But I think I would rather shave Huntmasters before I would shave Smiters.
Surprised he
and
left in
Reckoners.
Selesnya Charm. I guess he's really worried about that Thundermaw.
That's reasonable. Thundermaw is one of the ways that Ruben's going to lose.
But he shouldn't be worried about how he's going to lose. He should be worried about how he's going to win. Because he needs to win faster, I think.
That's true. That's true. So Ruben has turn 1 mana
it's good as
accelerator.
Bonfire, though. I will say
Yeah.
that.
And
It's a
he
good
does
draw
have
for
one of the
Ruben.
trumps in the Gavany Township.
Yeah, I'm really
looks
liking
like
his
he's
hand. It's got a turn
Putrefy
and a Smiter.
and a Smiter, and he draws the Voice of
I
Resurgence.
think he's going to go with the Smiter, though.
Yeah.
It's better with his mana. Yeah, especially after playing the Township, you have to play the Smiter. If you're going to play Voice, you need to play Tap Lancer. There we go. But his life total isn't that relevant. He can afford to shock himself, so...
That's true. Both of these
Looks
decks
like
gain a lot of life.
There's a Reckoner, but that doesn't really work that well against Smiter. So we'll see. He should attack here. Another Smiter. This is looking really good for Ruben.
Yeah. Ruben's just going to be able to apply a ton of pressure
Looks
to
like Jesus has his one of Township as well, though, so we might see like a little Township battle. It's really whoever activates first is going to win. So
Yeah.
of
Well,
course, assuming they both have creatures.
There's definitely a tension, though, between...
What did he do? Oh,
he
putrefied it
Yeah.
and almost dropped his hand on the table.
Yeah. And there's definitely a tension, though, with the
don't-
Township about building up enough of a board before
I don't
you
really
start
like that
activating, right?
putrefy. I think he should have just attacked and then played another Smiter and let him trade.
You think that the Putrefy is too valuable?
Yeah,
to
it
use
kills
this early
Thundermaw.
for that thing? Yeah.
I guess he has the charm though. That will get rid of that. So maybe he's right.
No, I think it's reasonable.
It's clearly,
especially
it's really
because
close.
he also has an Advent to the Worm in his hand, and so like he doesn't have a shortage of big guys. And so just trading the 3 mana for 3 mana and continuing to develop the board seems really reasonable there. Also, like, if you trade the Smiters there, then you can play the Advent of the Worm, which is going to be even bigger.
He should play a land pre-combat. And I guess maybe he really wants to beta trade.
Did he draw a land?
Yeah, he has a land in his hand. It's a Woodland Cemetery.
Yeah, it comes into play.
He,
on tap.
I think he wanted to beta trade. Why is he just blocking? He doesn't like the wolves apparently either.
At least he likes them better, or at least he likes the Huntmaster more than the Wolf.
It's just I would either double block, especially because he didn't play land for combat, or just not block at all. Like now he's just oh man. All right, so I think he's gonna say go here.
Yeah, so
You know,
he's
you know what? I might board out the Huntmasters just because they don't seem like they have very much synergy with the rest of the deck. Like
Yeah.
everything he does is sorcery speed, so it's so hard for. He doesn't.
that,
Really
like
have
they're
a-
just not ever flipping in
yeah,
this matchup.
exactly.
I guess their insurance against your opponent Gavany Townshipping
He's
a little
really
bit,
good at
but,
drawing, though. Especially if I had a second one, I would have traded for sure. Because now he's just gonna get destroyed by the Township and Double Smiter.
So you
Now he doesn't have any good blocks. That's what I'm saying. Like
Yeah.
before, like he could have traded. The guy didn't play his land for combat because I think he wanted the trade, which is strange, but probably were correct.
yeah.
Now-
Well,
now
I mean,
Now he has no blocks.
Ruben might have been trying to trick Jesus into quote unquote trading and using
and
the
then it's
Celestia charm.
Or he might have just taken the trade and just played another Smiter.
It looks like okay. It looked like Jesus was double blocking, but now we're just gonna chump and
Ruben should probably keep his cards by the table, but there we go.
yeah. And now actually Ruben's got an interesting choice here because if he
don't know what he's
townships, then both of the Huntmasters are
there's
gonna
disagreement
flip.
about something.
It's a question about whether he actually double blocked or not. I think
Okay, so they're
we're gonna have a judge call. What's going on?
No, they're good.
Okay.
so Jesus takes
we
4,
had a chump.
goes to 15.
Yeah.
See, that's the problem. He's never gonna flip his Huntmasters. He's
Just spell.
and he has a void. Oh, he can't play it. He doesn't have double. It's double green, correct? Advent, or is it double white?
It's double green.
Yeah, so he actually, but he can play Celestia Charm. See, Jesus is probably gonna try to say go here and flip his Huntmasters, but he's gonna say no. No, he's gonna play Smite.
Why would Jesus ever want to flip his Huntmasters?
Well, he can't because of the Celestia
I
Charm.
know, but like,
He doesn't know that.
yeah.
But
Night Watch is
Thundermaw,
one
here we
less.
go. Hey, gain 2 life too. It's a little
That's
better
true.
than Night Watch.
That's true.
See, he's thinking about it. He's like, God, I really want to flip these Huntmasters, but I really want this 5/5.
The 5/5's not.
It is relevant in the fact that
Yeah.
it forces him to township. It's not bad because he plays it.
Attacks.
Let's say not knowing about Celestia Charm, he plays it, says go or attacks. Probably says go. It forces his opponent to township if he wants to attack to trade
Yeah.
with it, and then his Huntmasters will flip.
But his Huntmaster's flipping isn't even that great because the 2 damage is going to do a whole lot.
Yeah,
like,
it's pretty bad. But
I think if I have Thundermaw
you get a
there,
flip up.
I think I actually just need to attack 3 times with it
Yeah,
and
that's what he's gonna
hope that
do.
I can chump
But
enough.
unfortunately, it's going to get
Yeah, the
Celestia Charm.
Celestia Charm's going to be really good here.
I'm actually okay. I think it's not that bad. Nah, I guess he doesn't have mana to town. Yeah, this plays fine. I was saying if he waited to Celestia Charm, so he could play a spell on his turn for him Huntmaster flipping, but he can do that anyways.
Yeah.
And draws
Ruben's
his
gonna have-
Tristani.
Yeah. He's got Tristani, he's got Evan and Worm.
The Huntmasters are going to flip finally, though. He's going to send everything in except for the Pilgrim. 6 damage to him, puts him to 9.
Yeah.
He's going to be dead on board next turn.
And
I'm going to play
You just
Tristani
play-
here, or Advent.
yeah, you play one of the main phase.
Probably Tristani. No, he said go. That was interesting.
Very weird.
He really wants to get him with this Advent, eh?
Were we targeting?
It's going to kill probably the Pilgrim, or...
Like, it should kill the Pilgrim and the Voice, right?
He could win here. So what he needs to do is he needs to target the Smiter with both, and then bait the Township, and then he has lethal.
Does he have
Because
a
he
way?
goes to 10, and then he takes 2, and he has a Township in his hand. I believe he
has
has
a
a Township in his hand.
But Ruben gets to chump block.
No, he doesn't.
If you bait
you're
with
right,
the
he
Smiter,
does.
he's still got a
Because he had
1/1.
5 mana open.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it wouldn't work. Well, the chump block doesn't... Oh, he's exactly lethal.
It's exactly 10.
Because I say they have trample, but another hunt. Man, these guys. He just likes to throw him out. He's done like 8 over the course of 3 games or something. He didn't board any of those out, I'm assuming.
No. Very clearly.
And he's gonna flip him back. That's really good.
Finally getting the value out of these mythic rares.
No, this is actually not bad for him.
So we suddenly have
I
13 power.
don't know
on
why he
his
didn't play the
side.
Tristani though, because he could have gained 5 life this next turn if he needed it.
Yeah. I think Ruben just made a mistake by not main phasing something
Yep.
and letting those Huntmasters flip. I
For
think
sure.
like
He might lose now.
yeah, there's just too much of a chance of Jesus being able to flip them back, gain 4 life, add so much power to the board.
Because now he also, if he untaps, he has the township with all those creatures.
Yeah.
So we're probably going to see an attack here. And Jesus went to 15. What did he draw here? A Putrefy? That's not what you want, sir.
No.
And now Jesus is going to get the first activation with township, so he should attack with the Advent, I think.
Yeah. Can't be chumped profitably. Like trading it for two wolves is
yeah.
fine. Like you could even attack with the Advent Worm
Oh, they're
before
in
you
time.
cast Putrefy.
We might have a draw here. didn't even
So
notice they were in
if we're on
time.
turn 2 here. So Jesus needs to leave at least 1 chump blocker, right? Maybe 2. Can't attack, so I guess he passes the turn,
Flips them
flips the
both.
Huntmasters, kills,
Smiter? No,
threatens a Smiter.
he can try to kill Smiter. It's not going to
Yeah.
work.
Well, like, the more important part is he gets to do 4 damage to
Yeah, puts him
Ruben.
to 6.
Yeah.
And then he has lethal next turn, right? Yep, 2 guys get through, and
Yeah,
got a
if
6.
Ruben doesn't have a creature.
He can't. He has to tap out to save the Smiter. If he does it.
So you have 6?
Yeah, he does. He has 6
4,
attackers.
yeah.
The
The
Pilgrim
Pilgrim
is 3/3.
becomes a
And the other
3/3, Wolf
4/4.
becomes a 4/4.
I really think Ruben could have won this game. He needed to play his cards a little bit better.
Ruben needs to let the Smiter die when it flips.
Yeah.
And then
That won't. He's saving
no,
it.
this is just dead.
But even if he didn't let it die, he's still dead.
Like if he has the Tristani in hand, so like if he draws,
He needed to play Tristani last turn instead
Yeah.
of playing. I don't know. It's just bad for him. It's just really bad for him.
this whole game's been super awkward. Yeah, we got a lot of 1/1
Just
counters.
people don't value the township high enough. They just don't use it early enough.
Yeah.
You could have just buried him with the township, but
All right, so Jesus is gonna have turn 4.
I don't really know why they're just throwing. It doesn't matter. Like he's just wasting time. He's tapped out. He's dead on board, and just needs to turn his guy sideways. Say go, Jesus. Just say go. Play 2 spells. I don't know.
Jesus just attacks.
Yep, there we go.
There we
Figured it
go.
out.
Ruben blocks,
Dead on board.
blocks, dead on board.
It's unfortunate for Ruben because Jesus really didn't like those Huntmasters, but they definitely won in that game.
Yeah, I mean, both players did not maximize their cards. This game could have been played
I have to
a
say,
lot tighter by both players.
At the end, though, Jesus did play it well. He definitely got the most out of his Huntmasters at the end and he drew pretty well to draw the 1 drop to flip him back. That was
But I mean,
huge.
like that, he should not have had that chance.
Yeah,
right?
for sure. I mean,
and
of course.
it was pretty much
But
like
that's one of the most important things to do with Magic is capitalize on your opponent's mistakes.
absolutely. But like, yeah. Anyways, so and those are interesting decks, and like theoretically, it's a pretty interesting matchup to navigate. It's actually kind of weird. Neither player at any point played a Scavenging Ooze, but which should have been a really important dominating card in that matchup.
Well, I think Township was just more important than anything.
Absolutely.
And I don't think Ruben really valued it as high as he should have because as you saw, it's if you establish a board presence and just activate, they're just gonna get buried by it.
Yeah. No,
So-
it's a form of card advantage in that like you're getting a card's worth of value. Like once you have 3 creatures on the board, you get a card's worth of value from it every turn. It's so like in these matchups where you get into a ground stall, it gives you such a great advantage. And then in matchups where you're not getting into a ground stall, but you're trading a lot of cards one for one. Like the value you're getting off of it is so huge.
Well, I think Ruben might have just been a little bit confused about what he was trying to do with that game. Like,
Yeah.
he was like, okay, I'm being aggressive, I'm being aggressive, and he just got tunnel visioned, and he didn't understand that he needed to just sit back for a second, develop his board, start making his guys big, and then kill him in one hit or whatever. So,
Yeah, no, and like
turns.
we saw that in the first game that like he didn't understand exactly, that he should be the aggressive one.
Yeah.
He should be trying to close out the match. That he was in a good position to do so, and that while he thought he was playing around things, it was actually like he could play around more things by just getting his opponent dead and giving him less draw steps.
Yeah, he needed to, and then at the end he didn't really switch roles, and he didn't play the Drastani to stabilize, which might have won him the game because he could have started gaining so much life with it with the populate and the advent.
Yeah.
That it might have been good enough to beat the Gavany. It would have been close, but
Yeah. I think at that point he either had a Voice of Resurgence or a Voice of Resurgence token.
which
so he
was
doesn't.
even better than the
Yeah, so he doesn't even need to play Advent of the Worm. He can just start populating
6 life,
right away.
7 life, 8 life, and huge creatures.
So he's in a position that like he doesn't have to cast a spell for the rest of the game as long as he does that.
Yeah.
So we're going to be starting the 6th and final round of the Swiss in just a
Very
few
soon.
moments.
That was a lot in time.
So we're probably not even going to cut away. We're just going to take a moment to figure things out and get the next match set up. So bear with us for just a moment.
He doesn't like Hunt Master.
No, he doesn't.
Game 2 is so funny. You made the same mistake in both games, 1 and 2. So
Let's go off with Hunt Master. Why not?
he attacked the game 1 and just got blown out by Soliciting
So, what was the guy's thinking not playing Advent on his turn, not playing?
It's like the top 25 is like the top like 20% or something.
Do people with behind the Elo or
Elo doesn't matter anymore.
points really matter?
No,
Not at all. So, no, those portraits are a lot smaller.
no. Because there's just many PDQs and the GPs are giving out a lot. There's more GPs and they're giving out eight slots. Well, usually like 5 slots. Because when the GPs are getting bigger, they give out 8 slots. So it's about the same size. The last one was really big. Like the next one's gonna be a little smaller. Probably like 250 people, 300 people. I dropped in like around 16 or something, or 15, like the second to last round. I was dead for cash. It was like 9-8 or something. Bad. I started out 5-0 too. Just couldn't win at the end of the day 1 and the beginning of day 2.
Final pairing. Here's the last final round. I'll feature next this round.
I didn't want to say anything when you guys were talking in game 1 of that when he was choking with the Link Phase token. He knows Jesus' list intimately and was playing around this the entire time.
Yeah, we got to that.
Yeah.
And like Shinkle?
You're gonna have X2s in the freaking top there. Well, there's 6 rounds with less than 40 people. What do you expect?
Thanks for sticking around with us. We're here at the Seattle Metro Series Championship Finals at Shane's Big League Sports Cards in Renton, Washington. We're going into the 6th and final round of the Swiss. As we're waiting for our players to get seated and the pairings to be all set up, I'd like to mention Gabby's Olympic Cards and Comics. They're one of the sponsors for this tournament series. and they're very proud to offer a 20% off coupon to celebrate their 20-year anniversary. If you mention this ad from now through August 4th, and you use the coupon code SMCBOGO, you can buy any standard Magic card and get the second one free of equal or lesser value. Gabby's Olympic Cards and Comics is one of the South Sound's premier hobby games and comic stores. They're celebrating 20 years of being in business this month, and they have one of the largest selections of games, comics, statues, novelties, cards, and Magic cards in the area. They've got a great shop, over 7,000 square feet of store, one of the largest hobby shops in the region, and they have over 2,000 square feet of dedicated game space. So you should come on in, check it out, play some of the games, go to their Facebook page, like them, and mention this ad to get one free card when you buy your first standard card of equal or lesser value. This offer is good through August 4th. And you can do it on their website using the code SMCBOGO. So we're going to be taking a look at one of the few matches that looks like it's still in contention for top 8. We have Paul Lee versus Chris Schinkel. This is one of the pair downs. We had one match, one person, Brad Rutherford, who's XO at this point, and then we had 6 players that are X1. They're 4-1, and so we're anticipating that we're going to have a number of players drawing, and so Chris Schinkel, who is one of the 4-1s, is paired down against Paul Lee, and they're going to be playing this one out. So Chris Schinkel is on a Jund list, pretty typical Jund list. He's got some Arbor Elves ramping into Huntmasters and Olivias and Thragtusks. He's got the standard 2 Garruk Primal Hunters, and he's got a fairly standard removal package. Paul Lee is playing the new Black-White Humans deck. It's a kind of evolution of the Aristocrats deck. Finally dropped the 3rd splash color that used to be red or green, and now it's just Black-White, and it's leveraging the new M14 card, Xathrid Necromancer, which is a 2/2 human for 2 and a black, that when one of your human creatures dies, you get a 2/2 black zombie tapped onto the battlefield. And so it leverages that card and a bunch of sacrifice outlets, along with Sorin and Lingering Souls, to set up kind of these impossible board stalls that we were used to seeing with the Aristocrats, and is able to push through damage with its Cartel Aristocrats and its very powerful Champion of the Parishes that get very big very quickly, and then finish off a lot of games with Blood Artists. So this is a really interesting deck. We saw AJ Soccer win the Star City Games Open Series in Richmond last week with it, and it should be an interesting match to watch.
He could even just win on turn 5 if he has the right card combination of cards, like the Blood Throne or the Vampire, or just enough humans and sack outlets. So we'll see though. Chris has 4 Bonfires, which are going to be really good in this matchup. So
so Paul has one of the more explosive starts in this deck. He's going to have a turn 1 champion, and I believe he's going to have a turn 2 Gather of the Townsfolk to make it really big.
I noticed, especially when I was playing Blitz, is the percentage of games that you win when you have champion, or the win rate for your deck increases so much when you have a turn 1 champion that it's just ridiculous how much better the deck is when you have it. So it's probably similar for this deck. It's just such a good 1-drop, and it's just out of control so fast.
Yeah.
This is a perfect Jund draw, though. Turn 2 Farseek. Unfortunately, didn't have a way to kill the champion on turn 1, but looks like he's going to have something for it on turn 4.
Yeah. Chris may be put into a position where he has to draw Bonfire fairly quickly, though.
His Lingering Souls, I think he has. Does he has a Lingering Souls?
He does have a Lingering Souls. He also...
I'm surprised he didn't play it. Oh, he has. That's why he wanted to play Blood Artist.
And he just wanted to make his champion a little bit bigger.
So
again,
I would
extra damage.
Definitely be killing Blood Artist here as quickly as possible. Puts him down to 13. This is pretty good for Paul. He's got a good board.
Yeah, this is
Bonfire?
a fairly explosive start.
Dreadbore, not bad. So I think what he needs to do here is he needs to Tragic Slip the Blood Artist or Dreadbore it, and then, since it will turn it on either way, and then kill the champion with the
Yep.
other removal spell. That was a good draw, another removal spell. There's a Tragic Slip.
So we're going to see a sack to the
He should,
Cartel
he should,
Aristocrat.
I think he should sack Doom Traveler. Maybe he's worried about Bonfire or something, but it's an extra damage. Gives you a flyer to fly over Thragtusk. I guess he can sack it later, so maybe
Yeah.
it's wrong.
And it's 1 point in damage, and like it's
Might be
useful to keep
relevant,
your
though.
Cartel Aristocrat around.
The 1 damage might be relevant, though.
It's true, but like being able to get your Cartel Aristocrat through later.
Well, he has Lingering Souls for that, though. I don't know. We'll see. He puts him to 9.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that people they play so quickly. You have to think, like, you have to do some math and like think about what's the board state's going to be like 2 or 3 turns later, and what life total my opponent's going to be at, and what they're going to play. So like, if you do that and you do the math, you can usually figure
You
out
can
if it's
plan it out and
correct or
figure out
not.
which is the correct way. Yeah.
It takes you time, and I don't know if people are like lazy or they are just a habit of just playing quickly. So I'm not faulting it for it. I'm just saying that there you can take your time and figure out if it's going to be profitable or not.
Yep.
Thragtusk is going to do a lot of work here.
Puts him back up to 14. So at this point, do you?
Oh, the Scavenging Ooze is going to be so annoying for Paul. It's going to gain. It's a Scavenging Ooze, right? The last card in his hand.
Yeah,
Believe
the
it.
Scavenging Ooze, Farseek, and Arachnus
I'm
is
actually
returned.
surprised he didn't play the Ooze to get rid of the Lingering Souls. I think I might have. Because I don't know why he didn't. It eats the souls.
And he wasn't
and
in danger of dying that particular
he
turn.
can't block the Cartel but that turn, so he takes 2 extra damage, but he prevents the 2 souls from coming into play. I guess he
Yeah.
wanted to use his mana as effectively as possible.
And
He's
There-
just
there's a
planning
shortcut
to draw
there, but-
Bonfire. This is another Ooze. So
he still actually gets to use his mana as effectively that way. Like he can Farseek, play the Scavenging Ooze, eat the.
no, he only has 2 green sources. Oh, he's 3.
He has
as a
3 green
crag.
sources,
Yeah,
or he can
He should have played Ooze, I think.
or he can play the Scavenging Ooze, gain some life, and eat the. There's clearly a shortcut being used there that like he wanted to maximize his mana, and Thragtusk is a more powerful card, it seems. But you're
he's-
right. He should have.
He could have been worried.
just
He could have been
used.
worried that he was gonna die to like a blood artist. Maybe.
It's pretty hard for him to die to a blood artist there.
Yeah, right. He doesn't even get the 2 extra tokens, so
Yeah. And the Scavenging Ooze
Yeah.
does just as good of a job
He
of
should have oozed. I'm
blocking.
surprised he's not far seeking here. This is weird.
I guess he wants to
Ooh, Soren.
eat both of the guy. Oh gosh.
That was a really good draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, now it's
So
gonna
Soren,
come.
Emblem,
These 2
attack
extra
you,
tokens
yeah.
are gonna come back and bite him. Man. He's gonna take a lot of damage this turn. He's gonna take 3. Dang.
He's just gonna take 8 damage. He's gonna be Chris is
If-
gonna be at 4. We get an emblem from Soren.
He's gonna take 11 if Paul wants. Protection from green.
That's true. That's true. I know. I might. I think I might not push through the Cartel
Yeah, I don't think
Aristocrat
so. I
right
think
now.
this is right.
Yeah, just like to hedge against Bonfire.
Well, not even just that. Just like you can block the Thragtusk and protect your Soren.
That's true.
It's gonna gain 2 life.
We're close to. We're basically.
Plus, like, it leaves your Doom Traveler in play.
Yep.
So now he needs to. The return is just sitting in his hand rotting. It's so bad. That should be game.
Yeah.
Scoop him up, I think.
Chris just does not have an answer to the Flyers, and he might have still lost this game.
Yeah, but it just would've been so much
but
better
like
for him.
he'd be in so much better of a position if there were 2 less tokens out
Yeah.
there, and like he'd be in a position to maybe be able to try to race Paul in the spot.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think at least he would have 1 more draw step.
Yeah, he'd have a lot more options. Also, like he had this Dreadbore, so he could kill one of the
I
tokens.
think he's gonna return Paul and then concede. That looks like what's about to happen.
Reasonable.
There's a return.
Yeah.
Paul's like, let me think about this. Do I want to take 1 damage?
Would I like to concede in
one
response
mana
to
open.
hide this card from you?
What the heck?
What are you doing, Paul?
This is weird.
Rakdos return does
I
not.
don't know. I don't know what's in his hand. Oh, it's
Oh, it's the tragic
he
slip.
wants to turn on. Okay, that makes sense. Chris could have gained a life there, but he's just gonna scoop him up anyways.
Well, he wants to Dreadbore.
Why? I don't feel like he should play it even.
No, he
It
shouldn't.
says go. It's dead on board. Service. Just going through the motions.
Yeah, let's get our vampire here.
Joel Larson Jr. right here.
Let's make sure we get the exact right token. This is very important. I don't think we actually have a lifelink vampire. Oh, do we? Oh, we do.
Okay,
How
now it's
awesome.
about to go back in the box.
Yep. I know we've got a couple of Vraska assassin tokens in there, but we don't have the full set of 3, which is
He should have been
really
Like,
tilting.
should have been like, can I go? Oh, he wanted to get the scrap protection from me.
Yeah.
I see. Okay, that wasn't that unnecessary, I guess. It was a little bit safer than he could have been. But
All right.
all right, let's go to sideboard.
So that game really kind of highlighted the power of this black-white
It
human
looks
deck.
really
Like,
good. I'm not
very
surprised AJ
explosive,
won with
yeah.
the.
It's a deck that cobbles together a lot of wins because none of the individual cards are super
they're
powerful.
all pretty miserable.
But like they synergize really well
the
together.
Lingering Souls is probably, or Sorin is like the best card in the deck by a pretty large margin, I think. But
Yeah. So Paul Lee has 2 Sin Collectors, 2 Profit Loss, 1 Obsidian Gauss Council, 3 Appetite for Brains, 2 Intangible Virtue, 2 Brave the Elements, 1 Doomblade, and 2 Erase in his sideboard.
so he's gonna bring in the Brave the Elements. What set is that from?
That was reprinted in M14.
Okay, I was like,
Yeah.
I knew that was in Zendikar or World Wake. I was like, what?
Yep.
Okay, so he's gonna bring those in, and probably I would assume for the bonfires.
Yep. That seems really reasonable.
Or whatever removal spell, just good protection. Probably the Obsidash is good against Jund. They need to have a Putrefy
Yeah.
to kill it. Appetite, of course, is good against Jund.
Yep.
Kills Strike Tusk. And maybe the Sin Collectors, depends how much he's worried about Bonfire. Or Dreadboard,
yeah.
etc. I don't think he's going to bring him in, but he might.
Sin Collector doesn't seem that great.
It's not bad, though. It has Synergy with the Necromancer. It's
Yeah.
like, it has Synergy in the deck because it's a human.
I
And
think it's a reasonable card, but the other card, like we're bringing in a lot of cards already.
he
and
might bring in the
I
Virtue.
kind of worry
I
about
don't think he's going to.
overboarding. Yeah.
But I think he definitely needs to bring in the Brave, the Elements, the Obsidat, and the Appetite. So at least 6 cards.
Yeah. So
And I'm guessing he's going to take out removal.
yeah, I mean, like he has the 1 Orzhov charm that he's gonna want to bring out,
He's probably going to take
and
out
probably the
all his
intangible
Tragic
virtue.
Slips.
Tragic slips seem reasonable.
And probably
Okay.
Orzhov Charm, and maybe even like the Blood Throne or the Intangible. So on
So he's got
Paul's,
6
on
slots.
on Chris's side, we're going to see Thunder Maw for sure.
Yep.
Curse of Death's Hold for sure.
Yep.
Ratchet
Bomb.
Just very bad.
Golgari
One
charm.
Ratchet Bomb, yeah, those are both good. So at least 4 of those 4 cards. Probably Barter. I think he's going to bring it in just because it's not that bad. It kills Aristocrat, it gets around the protection, and it's still going to kill the creatures.
Yeah.
And I think that's it. I don't think Liliana is right for this matchup. Oh, Pillar, my fault. He's going to bring in these Pillars as well. Gets rid of Blood Artist, gets rid of Champion. What you need is the 1-drop removal because you
Yeah.
need to be able to. It's better than Dreadboard basically because you need to be able to get rid of Tournament Champions, or even Doom Traveler prevents the token from coming into play. So that's huge.
Yeah.
So we're gonna see 4, 5, 6 cards probably, maybe 7 if the Barter comes in. But the Ratchet Bomb, Golvari Charm, Thundermaw, Curse, and Pillar, and all those cards, especially Curse, and the Bomb and Golvari Charm are gonna be really really important.
Yep. And so we're taking out the 2 Rakdos returns.
Oh, for sure. Yep.
And
Probably
are
a
we taking
Garrick
out
or 2?
Garrick or 2 and the Dreadbores? Maybe or do we
I
prefer the
actually
Putrefys?
would take out Dreadboards because I want a lot of instants, so Huntmaster's better.
Yeah, and the Dreadbores have the additional hedge against Sorin.
Yeah, but I think we can. Maybe you need a. I don't know. It's so close. I think I would take out Doomblade.
Yeah, Doomblade seems like a better card to take out than Putrefy, since you can anticipate that maybe Obsdot's going to be coming in, and so you need to be able to deal
And
with
it's
that.
just not very. It's, You
Yeah.
don't want one. You don't. You want your one from removal to be one drop, so you can get rid of champion.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking Doomblade, both Garrix, both returns as 5 cards, and maybe one
One Dreadbore.
Dreadbore or one Huntmaster or something strange. Like, not strange, but like just find.
Just shaving something.
Yeah, maybe it's probably Dreadbore. And bring in those 6. Maybe both Dreadbores bring in the Barter, but I think he's probably going to leave a Dreadbore in.
Yeah, I mean, Barter seems okay, but not fantastic here. By the point that you get to 4 mana, like they're probably going to be enough creatures out that.
Chris is on the play this game, so the pillars and Dragon Cliffs, etc., are a little bit worse.
Mm-hmm.
Not worse, for instance. What I'm trying to say is like they're. He has a removal, like a 2-drop removal will counter the champion because it's on the play.
Right.
So like, I know like for myself, for instance, I would board differently based on like I would board pillars in and out based on whether or not I was on the play or draw, playing mono red. Like if I was on the play, I would be less inclined to have them in my deck, because a lot of times they would just be a shock because I would be the aggressor. But on the draw, being able to kill their 1-drop is better.
Just slow down their development.
Because you're playing
Yeah.
defense more often. So.
But with Chris's deck, like
With
he's
Chris's
not
deck,
doing
he's
as much
gonna
in
play
the
defense.
early
Yeah, he's
turn.
probably
So
just bringing
he's-
him in every time because
yeah.
it's 100%. But it's just something to think about. Oh,
Yep.
he has the one of Curse, which is
Ooh.
going to be so good.
He's got Olivia too, which should be pretty good in this
Oh, he has,
matchup.
he has the virtues, so maybe he's
I
playing for
mean-
Curse.
Yeah. The one thing with problem with Chris's hand is he doesn't have any accelerators.
So,
he doesn't have any early
Does
pressure.
Putrefy kill artifacts or enchantments?
It kills artifacts.
Yeah, mortifies enchantments.
Yeah.
I'm really surprised they didn't bring them both back, actually.
Yeah, it does. It seems a little bit weird. Maybe they just didn't want to overpower
Well, also, I
the
think
format.
the next block, they say it's going to be enchantment based. So if they had Mortify, that would be kind of a hoser. for
That's true.
enchantments. But at the same time, like if you're going to build an enchantment based block, you kind of need hosers in the in the format.
Yeah,
you-
you like to have.
so you don't have
It's
problem-
nice to have release valves.
Yeah, so you don't have the lingering souls problem, which is that it came out and just dominated the format
Yep.
because there was no answer to it.
So we see Paul doesn't have a 1-drop, but he does have a turn 2 Gather the Townsfolk. He does have that Brave the Elements in his hand.
As we expected, this is a really good draw for Paul.
yeah.
I think he's going to be a pretty big favorite to win this game. That
The Intangible Virtue is
huge.
so huge.
Actually, maybe he boarded them in. If he didn't board them this game, he's probably going to board them in next game. They seem like they're really good, just because of the way his opponent's boarding. Oh, there's a Bonfire for 2 though, but it's going to get braved. This is all the card. He's got it all.
Yeah,
And
all the right
Chris
answers.
is laughing. He's just like, "Lad, this is funny. You got it all."
Yeah.
So,
Draws the Appetite.
man, this is all the right cards at the right
Yeah.
time. This is just backbreaking.
Paul's been living the good life.
See a Curse of Death's Hold. Actually, he might take Olivia here, but I think he needs to take the Curse. Chris's hand is good.
What is that black card in Paul's hand? Did
There's
you
a
see?
Putrefy in Chris's hand. He takes the Olivia. So he has is that, I don't know what that black card, is that a Necromancer?
Maybe it. Yeah,
I haven't
that
seen the
might be it.
picture on it, so it might be it.
Yeah, I think it is a Zathrid Necromancer.
Well, if it is,
We're gonna
it's going to
see.
come down.
Yep.
So there's a lot of glare on it, but I think it's a 2/2 that whenever even tokens die, it gets zombies, right?
Yeah. It's as long as you have. It's
Yeah.
a human dying that you get a zombie.
Yeah, so even the curse isn't even going to be that bad for him. It's going to make his guys 1/1s, but I think I would go with the Thragtusk here.
Just.
It blocks
Yeah.
all of his guys, and it's just better than playing curse. See what he does, though.
And Paul's going to be able to push through damage because he gets, like, every time one of his humans dies, he gets a 3/3.
Yeah, but if he plays
Zombie
Thragtusk
of it.
and then curses him, then he gets a
Thragtusk,
2/2.
Yeah.
Because the curse. Oh my God! Now he's gonna lose his curse.
Oof.
Either way,
Thragtusk.
he would lose one of his guys.
Yeah.
Or Thragtusk, I apologize. Yeah. But now, actually, I
Yeah,
think
like,
losing,
Thragtusk was a better card to have there.
yeah,
though,
because now he's in big trouble.
Yeah.
That
Like,
was a
Paul would not
really-
be able to attack with the
What a draw by Paul.
Necromancer.
What card is that?
Another gather.
Oh,
This
this
is
is
brutal.
bad. He needs a Thragtusk now. And he draws another land.
Yeah, that's
That's why I think he needed to play that Thragtusk.
yep. It does a much
way
better
it
job
would've
of stabilizing.
Either way, it would have been horrible for him. But there's a Putrefy for the Necromancer, but he gets a zombie.
Take 8.
Goes to now. He needs
Get
a
a zombie.
bonfire, please. I hope he draws a bonfire just so we get to see a little bit more of this game. Maybe even
I
another
hope Paul
game.
has a brave if he had his draw.
I don't think he does.
He doesn't,
Nope,
but-
there's a land.
He's got something. Actually, it might be.
No, land. It's a Godless Shrine. Right? Yeah. All right, so Paul Lee wins 2-0. Pretty handily, too. It wasn't really like...
Yeah,
It didn't seem like he struggled.
the first game he had a very explosive draw, but like he also like navigated it pretty well.
Yeah,
And then
his
this
deck-
game
his
he
deck
just
looks
like
good.
drew all the right answers.
Oh,
from
the,
right
right,
things.
the appetite off the top was huge.
Yeah, but like Paul definitely.
Maybe did he draw running appetites? Or did he have...
No, I think he started the first. He had the first appetite in his opening hand, and just. Well, no, because he didn't. It couldn't have been in his opening hand because he didn't play
I mean,
it
he
turn
drew it.
1.
He drew it, but I don't know if he had it or
Yeah.
not. But either way, it was just a great draw by him.
But like he also definitely sideboarded correctly. Like he knew what the matchup was about. He knew that the intangible virtues were important here to get you out of bonfire, hard cast range, and to help
Curse.
blank the curse.
Little does he
The
know.
Braves were really good. You know, like he got lucky to draw a whole bunch of the sideboard
Yep.
cards, but at the same time, like. You know, he put them in his
Appetite-
sideboard to
appetite
play
brains
them,
were
and like
so
he brought
good.
them in at the right spot, and he played well and navigated the match well.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really fault Chris that much because for how he played. Like it's the Thragtusk versus Curse is really close. So
Yeah,
I just think at the end of the day you have to think about, okay, do I want to have something that's going to stay on the board and affect combat permanently, or like have an enchantment that doesn't block.
Yeah, I mean, Thragtusk is definitely is correct there, but it's more correct. It's not.
Yeah, they both have different merits to the
Yeah.
plays, but yeah, exactly. It's just more correct. They're both, as long as he played one, I was happy.
Yeah, yeah. Like it's Chris gets a B- for playing the curse first instead of the Thragtusk.
Yeah,
But
it's just a great draw by Paul. Really.
great Paul, great draw, great play,
Yeah.
and we'll see if Paul is able to
They're
navigate the
They're
tiebreaker
both going to
math.
go to 4-2 now.
Yep.
But I think Paul said he lost. I talked to him earlier, and he said he lost to the Naya deck that we saw earlier. There was 4-0. So that will help his breakers.
Yeah. So what we're going to see here is we anticipate that the top 3 tables are all drawing. So you see the round 5 standings there: Brad
So
Rutherford,
we're gonna have
Jesus,
we're assuming
Kyle,
6 in.
Greg, Michael Eads, and Alex Steinfeld are all going to draw in. And what we're going to end up with is
A bunch of 12
Chris
pointers.
Schenkel and Paul Lee, and then a
Potentially
whole
Martin,
bunch of people
Golden
that were
Curse.
3-2 are all going to be in this big scrum.
Yeah, and there's
and-
going to be 2 people that come out with the top 8.
Yeah.
And that's going to be it. So we'll see, but I'm liking Paul Lee's chances, and probably Schenkel's, because his tiebreaker is going to go up because he lost.
That's
People
true.
don't realize that. So like, I think it's going to be Paul and Chris, but we could see someone. I'm thinking Chris is. I haven't seen his breakers. It might be really bad because they get
Yeah.
bear down, but they're going to go up. So
Yeah, and I think Martin was at the top of the breakers.
yeah, probably.
And we'll take a look at that. Actually, let's see if we can get the standings after round 5, and we'll take a look at what was going on there and see if we can figure out who's going to be in. So we'll be back in just a minute with that information. Okay, we are back here at the Seattle Metro Championship Finals at Shane's Big League Sports Cards in Renton, Washington. And we're just taking a look at the tiebreaker math. So going into this round, like we said before, there were 6 players that were going to be able to draw in: Brad Rutherford, Jesus, Kyle, Greg, Mike Eads, Alex Steinfeld, and then Chris Schenkel got paired down against Paul Lee. So there were 6 people that were definitely in, and then all the people that were X and 2 going into this round, as well as Chris Schenkel, who lost this round and went from X and 1 to X and 2, were all in contention. There were 14 people that were going into this round at 3 and 2. So at the end of this round, there's going to be 8 people with a record of 4 and 2, and of those, 2 of them are going to go on to the top 8.
Well, I see. I'm looking at the standings right now, and I'm pretty sure, unless there's a miracle, Chris is going to be limited just because his breakers were so bad. But I think that Martin and is pronounced Rod or Raid Alawar are going to be in because they're not playing each other because they played early in the tournament and they have the best breakers. So it's going to be Martin has the best breakers, so he's if he wins, he's going to be in, and Paul is going to be in if Raid or Martin loses because his breakers are just the third best. So
yeah, so Martin is
be a scrum,
far
like
away the highest breakers of the 3-2s. He has 76% opponent match win, and Raid has 62%. So that's a tiebreaker that just isn't going to change.
If he wins, he's in.
Martin is on a win and in for this round, and we'll see whether or not he actually wins. Whereas Raid is much closer. So Raid was at 62%, whereas Paul, who had the third best breakers, was at 60%.
So it's going to be,
and that's a small enough difference that can change pretty easily. Raid is Paul won. If Raid wins, Raid's probably like a 70% favorite, maybe 80% favorite. In that situation for his tiebreakers to hold. It's a little bit lower because Paul got paired up, and so his final round opponent has one more win than Raid's final round opponent, because Raid's final round opponent is going to end up at 3 and 3, whereas Paul's final round opponent ended up at 4 and 2. So there's a little bit of bump there, but Raid had a little bit of position there, and so it kind of washes out. The next person, Ruben Soriano, who we saw last round, is also at 60%. So he's also in a position where he could jump tiebreakers. And then we dropped down a little bit to 58.6, 58.6, 57.2.
I don't think those people really have a shot.
Yeah.
Because the other people are going to be playing against, there's just too many people at 9 points ahead of them that have higher breakers. So maybe they have outside shot. Be Patrick and Bohat and Jamie Takiyama. How you pronounce that?
Takiyama? Yeah.
Maybe they both have 58.6, but it's really outside shot for them.
Yeah.
They might be playing each other as well, so.
Yeah,
the only person that has a win in for sure is Martin.
Yeah, so Martin is definitely in if he wins. Chris Schenkel is definitely out. His tiebreakers, he's at 50% tiebreakers.
Yeah.
But there's not even a miracle that can happen.
Because Paul
there.
will beat him in.
Yeah, there has to be somebody that wins. So it basically looks like Martin was on a win and in, and then Raid, Paul and Ruben
Paul won. So
Paul won.
He'll be in if Raid or Martin loses.
Yeah. So those three are kind of jockeying for the other position.
And then Ruben. So those 4 are basically going to get 2 slots.
Yeah.
So we're going to see who gets it.
Yeah. So some interesting tiebreaker math here. This is. So we had 39 players for this tournament. We were trying to get 40, but we had one person miss the tournament, and so we were running 6 rounds. The cutoff to go from 5 to 6 rounds is at 33 players. So this is a pretty small 6-round tournament, which is why we're seeing an X2 get in. Once you get up to certainly once you get up to 8 and 9 rounds, these sorts of things just generally don't happen. Sometimes at small 7 rounds, you see this as well. But this is one of those situations where, it's very easy once you get to X1 to just draw in the last round. Like there none of the X1s had to play, which you don't see with larger tournaments. And you have this X2 math, which is just kind of funny that there are just so many people that they're going to end up with a 4-2 record, and some of them are going to miss out on tiebreakers. So we're going to go ahead and take a break. We'll be back in a bit with the top 8, and we'll be showing you all the rounds of the top 8, the quarterfinals, the semifinals, and the finals. And we definitely have some interesting decks here and some good players. We've seen a lot of these guys on the camera already. We saw Brad, we saw Jesus, we saw Kyle, we saw Greg, we saw Mike Eads, we saw Alex. So we've seen 6 of the players, and we probably saw, we think Martin probably made it in, or Paul made it in. So we probably saw 7, and we've seen a lot of good technical play, a lot of interesting decks. I really would like to see Kyle's deck on camera again. It seemed really awesome. I'd actually really like to see how it stands up against John or the blue white red deck.
I want to see Jesus and non-masters come back.
Yeah, that'd be kind of interesting. So we'll be back in a little bit with the quarterfinals. Thanks for watching.
Can you do an advertisement for my channel at the start of the topic?
Yeah. Can you write out the relevant details?
Yeah, we'll do that. It's it'll be simple. It'll be like
I'll be back for top 8. Good job.
Raid.
Still not my story. I can't say this story. Okay. Shut your whole mouth.
Oh, well, we've been around her for him. And then, because of
That was our original plan, but it got bumped back. So what here are like these are all just breaks of time. First of all, each store's gonna hold your ball. Yes. There's gonna be 10 balls. Instead of the first place player getting a qualification and that's it, they're gonna get X number of points. So for example, let's say it requires 100 points to get qualified, right? If you get first place,
Congrats on top 8.
you're qualified right
Crush
now.
it.
Good with tiebreakers, I guess.
Every additional
And you were a favorite to get in if you won.
so
Good
let's say you
tiebreakers
take
earlier.
second place in the first round,
Yeah, yeah.
50 points there.
I mean, like,
Next round, you take first place.
you lost the first round, right?
You're already halfway.
Yeah, so
Every
like,
time.
you got lucky to have good tiebreakers after losing the first round, but like,
Yeah,
You-
I played a good first in your first round.
it's a shame. Like, I picked out the first round feature match, and then the second round I was like, all right, let's see where Raid is. You know, if he won his first round, I'm gonna put him in, and it's like, oh no.
I always lose the first match, I tell you that. Every time. If I win the first one, I'm going to lose immediately. Somehow, I'll get over it.
Finish strong, do well.
You gotta play the first place person,
Yeah.
which is the mirror.
Yep,
I beat the mirror twice from semi-copy.
that's good. It's, and Brad's pretty
He's
skilled
experienced,
opponent.
and he's
Been
experienced.
playing the deck a while, so
Yeah.
should be interesting magic. Yeah.
How long do we have before the start?
But we would be able to at least have the chat probably another 5 minutes. Right. So, some of the things we just think about.
to the restroom really quickly. This is Mark's step. Thank you, sir.
Okay, fair enough. How many is some there, Zach? Two images.
I'll give you something more.
Yeah, it is. Thank you, by the way.
What?
What jacket was it?
Oh man,
Oh, thank you.
they might split, which is kind of annoying for us. I hope they don't.
Zach, which jacket?
Sorry, buddy. So jump right now. Two.
How many?
Three at some point, or God no. Hell no. Does it work? Three is too much.
Oh, fantastic. Twelve, I believe.
What's that for? It's for the Magic tournament. Oh, you can just watch it from here and go, I'm announcing.
It does, doesn't it?
Oh my god.
Sorry, man. Welcome back to the Seattle Metro Series Championship Finals at Shane's Big League Sports Cards in Renton, Washington. Before we get started with the quarterfinals, I want to give a quick shout out to MTG Commentary. MTG Commentary is it's the group that's letting us stream right now. Thanks to Chris Cohen and the rest of the group. They provide local coverage for multi-store events like this one and PTQs in Western Washington. They stream on Sundays at 7 p.m. Fairly regularly, various formats with Joe Nassif and other guests. I'd like to just thank them on my behalf and also my co-host Jesse Hampton's behalf. We've had a lot of fun doing this today. Hopefully you've enjoyed it as well. And MTG Commentary, you can like them on Facebook and follow them on Twitter, facebook.com/MTG Commentary, or on Twitter at MTG Commentary. And talk to your local tournament organizer in Western Washington and ask if we can come out and do commentary for you. We'd love to have more events on the calendar and continue doing this. It's a great opportunity to highlight some of the great players that we have in the Northwest Magic community and some of the great events that we have here, the great stores. So we're going to be getting started with the quarterfinals. Quick rundown of the bracket. Our first seed is Brad Rutherford, who's playing Jund, and he's going to be playing the 8th seed, Raid Alawar. Then our second seed is Jesus, playing Naya mid-range. He's playing against Martin Goldman-Kierst, who's on the blue-white-red Costa deck, blue-white-red Flash deck. Our third seed is Kyle Milinkovic, who had that awesome Naya aggro deck. He's going to be going ahead and playing Alex Steinfeld, who has the red-black aggro deck that we saw in the first round. And finally, we have Greg Peliquin on Reanimator versus Mike Eads with another copy of the blue-white-red Flash deck, and they're going to be our feature match for the quarterfinals, and we have them on screen right now. So Greg is drawing his opening hand. We see some lands, we see Unburial Rights, we have an Accelerator, we have an Angel. This looks like a pretty reasonable hand to start with.
So we actually featured both of these players. Greg, I believe, in round 1, playing against Alex Steinfeld, and Michael was in round 3?
I believe it was 3. We actually, 7 of the 8 people in the top 8 we managed to feature.
We're good at picking.
Yeah.
I was going to say.
So maybe we'll be able to get Raid on and hit the full boat. So we have the turn 1 Accelerator for Greg, and
yes, double
turn
pillar.
2, Michael Lees just takes it out.
Says no thank you.
Yeah. So
perfect mana. He needs another blue source, but is that a Staticaster in his hand or Counterflux?
It's got to be a Counterflux.
Yeah,
the Staticaster's on the side.
Yeah.
So Mike Eads is kind of doing what he wants to do. He's cycling through cards and making land drops and keeping Greg off of his game.
I actually think I like blue-white-red in this matchup because the Junker Animator deck is kind of slow. Like, it really wants to overpower you with its threats, and the blue-white-red deck has so many good answers that, like, between the counter spells and disruption, that, like, it's not really aggressive enough to punish the blue-white-red deck.
Yeah, so we're going to see the Reanimator deck just do one thing every turn, which the blue-white-red deck is pretty good at dealing with. The one problem with this particular build of the blue-white-red deck is it's got counterfluxes instead of dissipates, and so the Unburial Rights that Greg has in his hand is going to get a lot of value for him, I think.
Yeah, I don't really understand why all these people are playing counterflux. Like, I guess it's just for the control mirrors, but There isn't really that much control.
Yeah, and that's an artifact of the metagame from like 3 to 4 weeks ago, when there was upsurge and Esper control, and there was a need to be able to win the Sphinx's Revelation mirrors. But if you have any amount of reanimator, you would much rather have dissipate, I think.
So Michael's problem here is that he doesn't have a second blue source. So he might Ghost Quarter himself just to get that island. Yeah.
That's pretty reasonable, and like he can afford to lose his Moorland Haunt, I think.
Or even a red-white source. He might need double white for the Supreme Verdicts, but it looks like we're going to have a mulch here.
Yeah.
Mulch. Oh, 2, 3. Oh, I was hoping he was going to get all 4. He's like, dang it.
And that's going to be... Is that enough for him to discard to hand size? If he wanted? No, I think he's got exactly 7.
And an Arbor Elf?
It's some sort of mana accelerant.
He's going to flashback thing twice.
Yeah.
Nope,
So-
he doesn't want that blue source yet. I guess he can get it whenever he wants. He's going to probably pillar the elf. I still don't see how he's going to deal with that Thragtusk.
Yeah. I wonder if maybe it makes sense to hold on to the pillar and hope to...
Well, he can actually Ghost Quarter himself and then cast the Rewind, and then untap his lands and cast another spell.
Yeah.
So he's probably going to end up doing that this turn if there's a relevant spell coming down. He's going to 9 here.
Yeah, Mike is in kind of rough shape here.
It's not great. Alright, rest of the block.
Alright, Sphinx's Revelation. Not the best of draws. He already had one in his hand. Without the second blue, it's not helping. And at this point, Mike, is under enough pressure that...
Chip too.
Ooh.
That's gonna make the Resto Angel pretty irrelevant.
Well, I think
Greg's hand is actually pretty bad though. It's a lot of unbarrel rights. There's I don't know, is that a Shadowborn?
that's the Shadowborn Demon. So
That's gonna get countered, I think. Oh yeah,
and like we have to pull the trigger on Ghost Quarter now.
Yeah, I would have pulled it last turn probably, or turn before even. I don't know what he's doing here.
So he's floating 3 mana. He's Ghost Quartering, and then he's gonna use the Rewind.
Wow, he's keeping the Moorland in play. I guess he really wants to chump that.
Thragtusk a whole bunch of times.
This doesn't seem right though. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm just wrong here.
Yeah.
But why would he float mana from the lands he's not tapping? I guess it doesn't really matter. Okay. So you get a play in their spell here. That's pretty huge.
Yeah. Although he may just end up using the Moorland Haunt.
Or I think he could have Azorius Charm here. Does he have a Think Twice in his graveyard?
He does have a Think Twice in his
I
graveyard.
really don't hate playing Snapcaster and flashing back, like targeting Think Twice, flashing it back and double blocking. Just because his opponent gets a 3/3, but you get the Thragtusk off the board and he has to start bringing back the Thragtusk.
Right, and then you've got the Azorius Charm to deal with it.
Exactly.
That's actually a pretty reasonable play.
And if you can just keep countering the Embarrass rights, well, he didn't draw land anyway, so it's just totally screwed.
Mike's in a lot of trouble right now.
He's digging for a land. Nope.
Yeah.
He's like, all these cards, no lands.
So Mike's gonna need some like.
He's in dire straits.
Yeah, and the problem is like he doesn't even have Supreme Verdict as an out now because he kept because he doesn't have double white, so like doesn't have that.
That's not gonna be very good.
Yeah.
Greg's like, okay, I get a 3/3. You're at 9.
And Mike's in this stalling action, but he doesn't have enough mana to be able to pull out from it, and Greg's just going to be able to grind him out.
Salvage. Come back to me, Thragtusk.
Woo!
One more. Yep.
Yeah. Take this Thragtusk, cast it, and like Supreme Verdict isn't very good.
He even has this Angel of Serenity if he has it.
Yeah. And Greg is at the point that like he can cast 2 spells a turn, so Mike's counter spells are actually really bad. He draws a land, but it's not
Too
going to
little,
do
too
very much.
late.
Yeah.
It's gonna. He might Revelate here. But Greg's getting to the point where he can just activate Township and cast a spell.
Yeah. Like if Michael revelates, he ends up going to 1.
3, right?
Well, assume Greg that townships
Yeah.
to push up the damage to 10.
He needs to Revelate though, I think.
Yeah. I agree. It's just
Snap Charm. Not gonna work very well.
this is just delaying action. I guess that's a better line if he draws a land this turn. Greg's just going to continue to put
Greg
pressure on him.
doesn't
And
really want to blow any of the cards in his hand.
yeah. And like playing a 1/1 is fine because you get 2 township activations off of it, so this becomes lethal next turn.
Well, Mike's gonna gain 3 life.
Right, but like he's forced to do that. Greg manages to get in for
Well, it will force
10 next turn.
6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
He has to activate again to be lethal.
It's true, but Greg has enough mana that he can do that, and honestly, like Greg doesn't want to commit any more cards to the board.
Yeah, he probably will. It doesn't look like he is.
I think we're getting past blockers before he does it.
He's gonna activate the Moreland Haunt? I don't understand this.
He wants to leave up a counter spell for the spell that Greg doesn't even want to cast.
Goes to 6.
And like it's hard to criticize Michael's plays at this point because it's
the way I could see him winning, it's like very far-fetched, but it's like Revelation into lands and Supreme Verdict. Supreme Verdict every turn for a bunch of turns. Like keep snapping and just play, and then Revelate again and get enough cards. I mean, I don't see how you're gonna ever beat the Angel Serenity coming back like 14 times or whatever,
Yeah.
but with the ability, but it's better than what's going on, which is him drawing and saying go and then falling, getting more and more pressure applied to
further
him.
behind.
He should be dead here. He's at 7. Yeah, I think he's just dead.
I'm actually kind of surprised that Greg didn't township last turn to get 1 more damage in.
It doesn't matter, does it?
It makes it so that 2 hits from the Avacyn's Pilgrim kills him, I think. Maybe it doesn't matter at all. It probably doesn't matter. It's just like Greg isn't representing anything with it, so you might as well get the damage in. And Michael continues to chump block.
Yeah, he's just hopeless. He's giving a valiant effort, but it's just falling farther and farther behind. It's gonna be 30 to 3 or 4 here. It's like 30 to 3.
You've been working on that for like an hour and a half.
And we're still working on it. When I was a kid, it was easy.
Yeah. Well, that thing's like 10 times the size of a
Yes.
And Greg passes the turn, running out of Snapcaster to have more blocking duty. He knows that,
He's gonna be able to Revelate. Oh, he's thinking about going to 1.
yeah.
It's not that bad. Just 1 extra card for 1 life.
And so this is the point where, that 1 point of damage actually matters a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Cuts Michael off of 1 card.
I mean, I would love Michael to win this game just because it would be amazing. But I don't see it happening. I think he can afford it. I think he can take the 1 damage for 1 life. No, he's not going to do it.
I was in the military. I'm undercover.
So he's gonna go up to
I
7 and
think
take.
that Greg should have brought back the demon.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty reasonable. Like it means that
Makes it
Revelation's
another
no longer
blocker.
now.
Yeah.
And the Evans, like you have, yeah.
'Cause now
No,
Mike-
you're
Mike
absolutely
can
right.
just revelate here. He can just say, okay, I'll draw, 4 cards.
Yes, yes, but no.
Yeah, see, there it is. No blocks yet, though. That's weird. Surprised. Maybe he's gonna have to block Darkness either way. I guess it doesn't really matter. 2. There's a verdict.
Yeah.
Let's get in there.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
See, this is what I'm worried about. And then now Greg is gonna. Well, I guess with counterflux it doesn't matter. If Mike had dissipate though, he could potentially probably win this game.
Yeah. So Greg has a Thragtusk in hand. He's going to be able to play it. Yeah, it looks like he's going to play it here.
Oh, that should do it then.
Yeah,
Two
and like
beasts.
this is just insurance that Michael needs to kill 5 things basically, which is pretty hard to do.
Yeah, he needs double verdict. Augur.
Verdict, Augur,
It's getting there.
and then
another removal spell.
another removal spell.
He has how much mana?
Oh, actually, I think he can Verdict, Augur, and then Moorland
Yeah.
Haunt.
4 for verdict, 2 for Augur, 3 for Haunt. He has enough. Doesn't even need a removal spell.
Yeah. Wow. It will be impressive if Michael manages to get back into this.
It will be, I think, because that Shadowborn, he really needed to play that Shadowborn that turn.
Yep.
It would have just totally prevented him from revelating. Oh, why is he playing Augur pre-comp? Does he not know what? Oh, please don't play Augur.
Come on, Michael.
Just play the verdict. Yeah, it's not gonna do it, man. Oh, he drew a Helix.
Is that even good?
Kill Star.
Did he already play a land this turn?
Doesn't have land anyways, I don't think.
So it kills a Thragtusk. We chump a Thragtusk. We
Doesn't it? It doesn't even kill Thragtusk.
kills
It
the
has to
small
kill it. It has to
Thragtusk.
kill it
You
this
chump the
turn.
big Thragtusk.
It doesn't kill it. Because he has to kill it on his turn, then he gets a beast. Otherwise, he can.
Oh, are we going to be able
Gabony
to?
twice.
Jeez.
Man, why didn't he just play the verdict there? Dang. Could have been in this game. I don't think he realized he could activate Haunt too. Or does
Yeah.
he not have it? He has a creature, he's a Snapcaster.
Yeah. Yeah, you're definitely right. It was,
There's a Helix. Yeah, he has to do it this turn, like I said.
but now they're.
No, he'll live. He'll live.
He's at 7. Will he?
Yeah, he'll live.
Oh, because he can still activate
He
the
goes to
Moorland
2.
Haunt. So we're
But he has
chumping the big
he has the same
Thragtusk.
problems.
So we're chumping twice and taking 6 off of
5 or 6.
6 off of the Avacyn's Pilgrim, probably.
Oh, 6. No, 5. It could be 5.
It could be 5. Like, it depends on whether or not we.
This is where he needs a Shadowborn. And then he's just dead.
Yeah.
Let's see if he finally does it. Looks like we might have a Shadowborn. Yep. Alright, that's game. Yeah, and he really needed the verdict there. I think he would have died anyways though, because the Shadowborn would have
Yeah,
killed the
so
Augur.
Greg gets to Shadowborn,
Yeah.
Augur, and we only have 1 chump Augur.
Yeah, so it didn't. It was kind of moot, but Greg had to see it.
But, like, it's a better line.
Oh, for sure, because you're in a way better board state.
Yeah. You're not reliant on drawing into something. Yeah. It's amazing how good Necrotal has gotten.
Yeah.
Add 1 mana and you get plus
Also-
3, plus 4, I think.
Plus having flying.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good
All
card.
right, scooping it up.
So we're getting the deck list, going to sideboard. Looks Like he's bringing some red cards. Thundermaws. Just Thundermaws. Wow. Nothing else. No graveyard hate. So from Greg, he has cards that are probably coming in are Sim Collector, two Obsidiats, 3 Acidic Slimes, and maybe a Deadbridge Chant. I'm not exactly sure what matchup's up for, but it'd probably be okay in this one. But he's probably gonna look to stifle Mike's mana again, either through Screw or through the Slimes.
Mm-hmm.
And the Sim Collector is just a good value card against him.
Yeah.
What do we have on Mike's side?
On Mike's side,
I saw him bring those in.
you saw him bring in the Thundermon Hellkites just to be able to close out games.
Yeah.
And that seems reasonable. Is it Staticasters are probably not reasonable since there aren't any.
I don't think he has Lingering Souls, does he?
Yeah, there aren't any Lingering Souls in Greg's list.
Did they get deckless?
They did not.
So he wouldn't know that.
See, he doesn't necessarily know that, but I think that's the style for the Reanimator decks these days.
Okay.
None of these spells are super exciting. So the options that Michael has are Celestial Flare, Thundermaw Hellkite, Renounce the Guilds, Ratchet Bomb, Dispel, Oblivion Ring. Is it Staticcaster? And really, Thundermaw Hellkite is the only thing that seems super interesting. Like, you could, if you were really worried about Obsidian, you could bring in Renounce the Guilds, I suppose. But that doesn't seem like that's the only card you're really getting with that. So
Yeah,
that doesn't seem really reasonable.
I feel like Blue-White-Red should be favored in the matchup, but the way that Michael's deck is his main deck and sideboard are constructed, they don't really seem like they're prepared for this matchup. Between not having Dissipates and also just a lack of sideboard cards for this matchup. It's like he's like, okay, I'm not gonna play against this deck. I'm just gonna play against like aggro and like other control decks. It seems like what a sideboard is for. So he's
like,
not really prepared.
You don't really need that many slots. Like a clone here or turn and burn.
Turn and burn is huge. And maybe some graveyard hate.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of people that have been boarding in Rest in Peace, which is a really excellent sideboard card, both for this matchup and for a lot of the Aristocrats decks.
Well, especially because you can take your Snapcasters out if you want to board in Rest in Peace and just swap them.
Yeah.
And like, or you, maybe a Think Twice or two. Like, even Think Twice isn't that bad. It isn't that bad if you have Rest in Peace. It's still a 1-for-1. It costs some mana, but. And on top of that, you can usually get your Think Twice off before like
before it becomes relevant.
Yeah, you can usually play before you have. You're not going to drop the Rest in Peace on turn 2 necessarily.
Yeah, no, you'd much rather have your opponent spend some time getting stuff into their graveyard.
For sure. And just like be like, oh yeah, you're planning. You're setting up to do this big turn. Oh wait, nope, I'm stopping you from that. So I'm really surprised he doesn't have any. Maybe he's just like, oh well, I had 4 Think Twice and 3 Snapcaster, so I don't want this card. But you can just sideboard, so it's better in your deck. I'm surprised.
Yeah, there are definitely some adjustments that could be made to make this particular list better.
Definitely feels like he wanted to be against, like, tune his deck against aggro, though, the way its sideboard and main deck are set up.
Yeah, and he, it's actually a fairly reasonable thing for him to say, I don't expect there to be very much Reanimator because Scavenging Ooze is such a card.
Yeah, I'm really surprised Greg is still playing this deck with Scavenging Ooze being a card. But maybe he just has enough faith in the demon.
Yeah, he also has a lot of experience with the deck, and that plays a big part.
He's been playing it for a long time.
Yeah.
Both their hands are pretty good.
Yeah, so Greg has, I think, just 1 land, but he's got left in hand, but he's got Grizzly Salvage.
And an Arbor Elf.
And an Arbor Elf, so, okay.
I think he's, yeah.
That's weird that he led with the Pilgrim, then, if he had the Arbor Elf.
He might have drawn the Arbor Elf.
Okay.
Yeah, otherwise
he's got a Township, too.
Is that a Township? In his hand? Oh, in his hand.
Yeah, there's a Township in his hand.
So he has lands.
Yeah. He's got 2 green-black lands in play. I don't know why he didn't get in with the Pilgrim.
Yeah, that's weird. I don't understand it either. Well,
Maybe he was afraid
Azorius
of
Charm
getting ambush vipered, or Azorius Charms.
would be annoying.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's reasonable.
Because he also knew he was going to salvage that turn, so he didn't want to lose his Pilgrim, potentially. Is that a Deadbridge chant in his graveyard?
I think so. And there is an Obsidian in
Yeah,
his
so
graveyard,
he-
so we got Resto and Obsidian.
So he probably
Force.
boarded those old cards. And I wonder what he took out. I'm not really... Fiend Hunter?
He might have
probably,
taken out the Fiend Hunter and the Shadowborn Demon.
And maybe the Abrupt Decays.
Yeah.
I don't know if he knows whether or not he has Rest in Peace. Not knowing that he doesn't have Rest in Peace, I don't really feel like you need the Decay.
Yeah, I mean, like,
But if you're gonna
Oblivion
hedge-
Ring is a card. Abrupt Decay is probably...
It's very bad if they don't have Rest in Peace.
Yeah. Some said that those removal spells are basically what you're taking out. Or if you're worried about Rest in Peace, maybe you shave Mulches and Grizzly Salvages.
He has a Resto coming down. It's getting aggressive. Michael's thinking about this.
Yeah. I think he's just trying to land a threat here, either baiting out a counter spell now or on his turn. Like he's putting Michael in a situation where he's going to have to start tapping mana on his own turn.
Yeah, the thing is,
let
once he
things resolve.
gets like a couple guys on the board, he can just get that township down and just start activating it and be like, okay, you have all these counter spells, but I don't care.
Yeah, and like it looks like this isn't a huge threat, but being able to lay the township now, I don't like that.
What?
I think you just need to put down the township and township there.
He really wants to slow roll it.
Really?
It's not
Like,
in play, is it?
No, it's not.
Is it?
I just don't want to play the Thragtusk there. I don't want, like, now that Michael has declined to counterspell the Restoration Angel, I want to just get him by making him have wasted his mana.
Well, he could still play as Resto. But
that's fine.
yeah, it's not bad for Greg at all.
Like, Restoration Angel is not that impressive if
your opponent has a township, there it is. And I'm really surprised he's going to get in with both.
Oh, don't get him with both.
Why? That's not that bad. He's going to get restoed, but he doesn't know that. I'm really surprised that he played the township pre-combat. Since he didn't play it last turn pre-combat. But
yeah. I don't...
It just kind of showed your cards. Like, shows
Yeah.
you what you're doing. That's, yeah.
I really don't like this line that Greg has taken.
You want him to just be more aggressive, but I think he's worried about Azorius Charm. And now he's going to lose his township, though.
Yeah.
Well,
I want him to just township, and punish Michael for holding up counter spells.
Yeah, I agree. What is Michael's hand?
Land. I think 3 lands. I think twice. I couldn't see the other card. It looked like a gold card.
The other matches are finishing very quickly. We'll be on to the top 4 pretty quickly after this.
Yeah. So the updates from the other matches. Jesus won 2-0 over Martin. Jesus was running that Naya mid-range deck, and Martin was running blue-white-red. Kyle, also with Naya, with the much more aggressive version, defeated Alex's red-black deck 2-0. And Brad and Raid are 1-1 in the Jund Mirror match and are going to the third game.
Voice of Resurgence coming through. It's a good card.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like I don't see how you cannot play that card. It's especially with Scavenger Goose on the same deck. This is like so good.
Yeah. And so now Greg has landed Obsidian Ghost Council, which is a very hard card for Michael
not
to deal
good
with.
for Michael.
Michael needs to basically hit his... I think his only out is to it, as long as it's not attacking, is the 1 turn and burn in the main. Or like some combination of like multiple War Leaders helixes. And yeah.
Azorius Charm works.
Not if Greg never attacks.
Well,
with
it.
I think Greg just is going to let it do its work. So
just
like,
2 a turn every
turn. 2
turn.
a turn every turn. Make
I guess
Michael
Mike's at
deal
9
with
already. So
yeah. Like it's a reasonable clock, especially if Mike has to deal with these existing creatures.
Well, Greg's decking himself slowly with these Grizzly Salvages, so Mike just has to live for a little bit longer.
Sure.
He's at 7
Mike just
now.
needs to last another 25, 30 turns.
Well, you never know. There's
Easy
more
game.
salvages in his deck.
Easy game. What are we doing here?
Looks like something for 3 mana. What is this? Sin Collector. Yeah, I thought he might bring those in. Revelation for 3 in response. It's not going to be good, though. It's going to take your sins. It's going to take that Helix.
Yeah, now he gets to attack with Obzdot.
He says, "Oh, right, well, this is the only card you can take."
That's a lot of Restoration
Yeah,
Angels.
maybe he could just race it. If he draws the right cards, he's going to take a beating this turn, though.
Yeah, so you have to chump Obzdot. You take 3 from the resto. I actually.
And Athractus is coming down this
Is that
turn.
the only white mana that he had? No. Why did you tap the Avacyn's Pilgrim?
You wanted to attack with it?
Yeah.
No, he wants to make Athractus this turn. What?
He gets to.
He could flashback rights, couldn't he?
Is there a Thragtusk in his graveyard? I thought they all got exiled.
Oh, did they both get syncopated?
Yeah.
Okay, that's why. Yeah, I definitely would have attacked Pilgrim. Mike's in a world of hurt though. He can't deal with Obsidat, like you said. He says, "Okay, I'll take another Revelation, but it's not gonna be. He's gonna have to chump it again." Because the thing is, Greg knows his hand.
Yeah. There's one unknown card. Greg can probably safely attack with Obzdot.
I would think so.
But he also just has the option of
You see the giant Tesla specimens? You see these?
of getting in for 3 in the air, draining for 2, and then draining for 2 on the next upkeep. And
So he's gonna take 2 out of 5. Greg's at 22.
yeah, attack with all my creatures.
Another Unburial Rights. No creatures though.
Attack with the Sin Collector,
Yeah.
and then Unburial
Why not?
Rights the
It's
Sin
free.
Collector. Take that
Revelation.
Revelation. Seems reasonable.
It's not. This is really bad. So he's gonna play Resto. He's gonna block Resto on
Resto on
Sin Collector?
Resto.
I don't even know. He has to chump the Obsidat. Doesn't Azorius Charm and Renounce.
Ooh, renounce the guilds.
So he did bring in Renounces.
Yeah.
That's good against Obsidat, but doesn't do anything. He's on Bureau Rights, so
Yeah.
he's thinking. He's like, what can I do?
So you have to
Block that.
chump, block, take
Take 3.
3.
He's scooping.
Yeah.
Says I can't win. And because he's gonna die to Obsidat when he comes back.
Yeah, right.
Or alright, so that's the game.
Yep. So Greg Pelican wins 2-0 over Michael Eads. That means that he's going to be going on to play. Let's see. We've got this here. So he's going to go ahead and play the winner of the Brad versus Raid Jund Mirror. And then in the other bracket, we're going to have Jesus with his Naya mid-range deck playing against Kyle with Naya aggro. So lots of shards.
And yeah, we saw both those guys on camera earlier, so it should be interesting. They have very similar decks.
Yeah, I think that
Okay, so we have in Raid 1.
yeah. So the result of
Well,
the Raid
John
versus
won.
Brad. John did win. So Raid wins in 3 games against Brad. So we're going to be moving on to the semifinals in just a moment, and we should have. I think. Yeah, let's go to the races. How about we see a Naya mirror?
Okay.
All right. So we're gonna in a minute or two we're gonna get Jesus versus Kyle in the Naya mirror, and in the meantime, we're gonna let Greg and Michael sort of work out their differences, talk about
How they sideboarded.
How they sideboarded.
You can see Michael only brought in 4 cards, I think.
Yeah.
And he gets the 6th place.
Yeah, which is pretty reasonable. Taking out the pillars is okay, I guess.
I'm not a fan. I think you need to kill his mana guys. I would have taken our different cards.
Well, what do you think Oh, yeah, so we were talking about this, and we kind of like taking out the Abrupt Decays and the Fiend Hunters?
No, for
Oh,
Michael.
wait, no, sorry. Wow.
I don't even know, like...
There's
got to be something worse. maybe some of your creatures. They're just so bad.
Yeah, well, I mean, he already shaved one Augur of
He's
Bolas.
cut a resto.
Maybe take out a Azorius Charm?
Yeah. Yeah, Azorius Charm is pretty miserable in this
Yeah.
matchup. I
And-
might take out 2 even.
Yeah, and if you're taking out...
He has
if you're
4
adding,
Think Twice and 4 Azorius Charms.
if you're adding in Thundermaws, then we can take out the Restoration Angels pretty easily.
Okay.
So it looks like the top 4 are splitting some of the prize money, but hopefully we're gonna
Play for the cup
play for the
or
pride.
championship or whatever
Yeah.
it is.
It's
Be the inaugural Seattle Metro Series champion.
yeah. Titles are important.
Yes, come on. It's like we all know that if you play in like a state championship tournament, you're not really playing for the prize. You're playing to be the state champion.
Yeah. I remember the first tournament that we ever really played each other. The first serious one was States in 2009, which MGK was also in that one.
That was
Yeah. And then we played again in the next year. So I won it in 2009. He won in 2010.
Yeah.
And 2010, like I had a proto Cawblade deck without the cause or the blades, but like a blue-white deck that had basically everything else in it. And you basically like had the rug deck.
Yeah, I had the rug deck before it was like popularized. Actually, it was right when the set came out, so it wasn't exactly perfectly built, but it was all the good mythics from Lotus Cobra and Jace.
A bunch of planeswalkers.
Mhm.
Like you were running Chandra, and were you running Garrick?
No, I was running just Chandra and Destructive Force, I think. We're just getting some information about the top 8.
Sorry, there's a little confusion with the top 4 pairings. Yeah, that was an interesting deck. Destructive Force. I had forgotten about that.
It was not very good. It was good in like 2 matchups, but no, actually Washington State has had some very good state champions. I think Cedric won the year after that.
Yeah, Cedric won after you,
Yeah.
and then Dwayne Arnold won this last year, and then either the year before I won or the year before that, Charles DuPont.
Yeah, Charles
won.
DuPont won. Yeah, so we've had Charles DuPont Ace Man on Moto if you play Magic Online.
That's a little bit old school. Charles is not as much of a name as he was, but like
from Dragon Quest, it's like
Yeah.
very, very pretty famous on Magic Online. I would at least in the 8-4 draft queues. You probably ran into him before, but
yeah, one of the most feared names. to
pretty much
see.
everyone knows Cedric Phillips, who's won the 2011. That was, I guess, or 2012.
I'm
trying to,
it was 2011 because Dwayne won it in 2012, and we're in 2013.
Unfortunately, I wasn't able to play in the last state championships because I think I was at a GP, or there was some event that was going on at the same weekend as the state championships, which is strange to me because usually they try to have it on a weekend where there's not a GP or a PT, but I can't remember what it was. It was definitely a Magic tournament, though.
I don't remember what was going. Like there was definitely a conflict in 2012. In 2011, when Cedric won it, I think I was busy racking up Planeswalker points.
I
GPTs.
lost to Cedric in the semifinals of that tournament, and
Yeah.
it was I played embarrassingly bad. It's unbelievable, and I feel like I was playing Esper Control, and I felt like my deck was. I had a White Sun Zenith, which is the X white spell that makes 2/2 cats, and it was like the only card on my deck that could win the game with. So I would just sit there and wait to draw. Maybe I think I had a couple Snapcasters or some card that was like, but it didn't really win. It was just basically White Sun, and so I just sat there trying to draw it. But I played miserably against him and definitely deserved to lose.
I have a fondness for White Sun Zenith because I played it at the Pro Tour in Paris. I think that year.
Good card.
Yeah, no, it was
all the
like,
Zeniths are pretty much good cards.
Yeah.
I don't know. The red Sun could use some work, but that's the X. I think X Red Blaze basically.
Yeah, but exiled.
Or exiled. Yeah, it's just
it was
pretty
the
bad.
Disintegrate, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, the white one was respectable.
Green one's
like,
legacy
green
stable.
one's ridiculous. And then like the blue one
And the black and blue both saw standard play, so.
Yeah. And it seems like only Andrew Cuneo played the blue one, but like you look at how much of an impact.
It's in High Tide.
True.
Come on. This is Legacy.
Yeah. Well, no, I just like talking in Standard though. Like you see the dominance of Sphinx's Revelation now, and you look back at Blue Sun Zenith and you say, "Geez, why wasn't this card seeing more play?"
Yeah. Well, it's totally different format. Scars of Mirrodin block was so underpowered compared to the sets before it and the sets after it, as far as the power creep on creatures, that you were able to play cards like Blue Sun Zenith because the creatures are so bad.
Yep.
But now the creatures are so good that you really don't have the time. As Revelation would be so dominant if the creatures weren't so powerful.
Yeah. I think, like, obviously Sphinx's Revelation is a much better card than Blue Sun Zenith,
yes.
but they're still, I think they're like still in the same class, and I think that there was a deficiency in sort of our understanding of Magic technology at that time, that it wasn't seeing a ridiculous amount of play. Just the ability to have a card advantage spell like that in your deck that, you know, can be played at instant speed.
Well, it was kind of harder to play a really good control deck back then. There was like Cobblade. That's the beginning. That was the beginning of that, right?
Yeah, and so that time was really dominated by Primeval Titan Valakut decks, and so there was some room to play a control deck, but you also had aggressive decks, and so it was you had these two forces pushing at you in very different directions, and so it was hard to build something that could, you know, play against the combo deck and against the aggressive decks. And that was the thing that really plagued these control decks until Cawblade, and then the Rug deck came around. And both of those decks, their goal wasn't to win a 30-turn game. It was to stall out, you know, for the first like 7-8 turns, and then just quickly finish you off with an Inferno Titan or, you know, a sorted thing.
Yeah, they were more like tempo decks in a way.
Extended tempo.
Yeah, not like fairies or something where you're just like, you just stopped your opponent for 3 turns and then you were so far ahead the game was over. Oh, good old Cryptic Command, how I miss you. Still what I consider to probably be the best rare in Modern Masters, but there will be some naysayers, I know, but it's just so good.
It's a pretty sick one. I've only had the chance to play with it in non-cube drafts twice, but it was awesome every time I've played it. So we have our 7-card opening hands.
We're gonna have a kind of a Nightmare.
Yeah.
They both have 4 voices, I believe, and
I think
I still really like Kyle's deck. It's just so good. It's very similar decks, but
yeah. So Jesus is accelerating on turn 1. Which is going to give him a really big foot up.
He's gonna moving up to those Hunt Masters though. We better watch out. Jesus, if you weren't watching earlier, he had some struggles with his Hunt Masters where he kind of did like to throw them away, but hopefully he won't do that this game.
Yeah. Kyle has a relatively land-heavy deck at hand, but he's going to have the voice. He's got a Gore Clan Rampager. He's also got Advent of the Worm and it looks like Celestia Charm.
Jesus does have a Thundermaw in his hand, which is probably very good in this matchup. Unless he does he have the charm, then it'll be negated.
He does have the charm, so
okay, so he does have it out to it. But without charm, Kyle doesn't have much for it.
That's true.
Looks like he's gonna go for a Reckoner. His hand's really good. It's a 3-drop into a 4-drop into a 5-drop with mana. So looks like it's another 1-drop in his hand as well. But he's gonna be a turn ahead of Kyle.
Yeah. Being on the play and having an accelerator is just ridiculous here. You know, Boros Reckoner, like, the 3-drop really outclasses the 2-drop.
Yep.
And, you know, Kyle, who should be the more aggressive deck with, you know, 12 2-drops, all of which are really ridiculous, is really on the back foot. Luckily, though, he has drawn a 3-drop for his curve, which is the Boros Reckoner
that'd be
in his
so
hand,
good.
which is going to help him stabilize a whole bunch.
So Jesus should play Huntmaster here, but he's thinking about playing Double Pilgrim, and he's gonna go. I don't like this. I get he doesn't have a land, so maybe he's just so concerned with getting to the Hellkite.
Well, we know that Jesus doesn't really properly value the Hunt Masters. So Kyle has drawn another 3-drop. He's drawn a Loxodon Smiter. I think I still just play the Boros Reckoner here.
Yes, for sure.
I get in. You get in with the voice.
Oh, attack with the voice.
It's
play
a
the
free
Reckoner.
attack. Play the Reckoner, pass the turn, and then
He might play Smiter though, because he can trade the Smiter with the Reckoner.
Yeah, without having damage redirected to the voice.
Yeah.
That's reasonable.
But if he plays Smiter, then Jesus can attack with all his Pilgrims. It's kind of it's not really a free roll, but he only loses one. He's gonna go with the Reckoner. Yeah, because it's better against the Pilgrims.
Yeah.
Because it prevents them from attacking. Because Kyle will just block a Pilgrim, kill a Pilgrim, and then Jesus will be in trouble.
Yeah.
I don't see what he drew. He's gonna go with the Thundermaw though for sure.
Boosh.
And an attack, I would assume.
Yeah.
He should attack with both. Because if Kyle blocks, he can just give it first strike, and then he gets to basically 2-for-1 him. Yeah, so he's going to first strike it. He's going to get rid of the voice and
the Reckoner.
maybe
and
he
lose
should
his Reckoner.
redirect to. Yeah, probably kill the voice. It's
Yeah,
close.
so Reckoner kills Reckoner, and then Reckoner kills voice.
So Jesus' first strike, and it looks like he's doing the damage to Kyle.
Really?
Let's see what Kyle goes to. Yep, he did to Kyle.
Wow.
So Kyle
That
takes
seems
9 and goes to 8.
I guess that's reasonable
he should be at
because
8,
like he
right?
thinks.
Did I miss something?
He takes 8, right?
8 and goes to 9. He was at 17, right?
He was at 17.
Well, why does
he took 5 from the Thundermaw, 3 from the Reckoner.
Well, he has this is wrong in the dice. But as long as they have it, on paper they should be okay.
So
what
goes
is
to 9.
He has the Celestial Charm for the Thundermaw.
Yeah. I actually kind of like Jesus' line there. I mean, like he doesn't.
The playing all the Pilgrims.
No, doing the damage.
Oh wow.
To Kyle.
Oh, I think it's fine too. Especially if he knows his top card's a Bonfire. He's gonna kill him. Well,
pretty good.
He thinks he's gonna kill him.
Yeah.
Okay. He just
Get out of
he just
here.
throws it at
Get
him.
out of here.
Says,
Nobody
"Not today."
likes you, Thundermaw Hellkite.
So Kyle should be at 3. He bonfired for 4, 5.
5.
So it should be at 2. They said 7 was correct, so we must have missed an attack earlier or something from the Pilgrims.
Yeah. So Kyle is going to be able to play at least 2 creatures here.
Something is they need to fix the life totals.
We probably missed a.
There he goes 2. Okay.
Yeah, we probably missed a Ravnica Shock.
Oh, that was I was like, I don't think the Pilgrims attacked. It must have been pay 2 life for the Reckoner.
Yeah, I think there was 1 Pilgrim attack. No.
No, he'd be at 1 then.
Yeah.
Because it was he must have paid 2 life for a shock. You're correct. So he's got Advent here.
It's kind of an ambitious attack.
Which one? With the token?
With the
I
token.
think it's fine. 2 is the same as 1.
Yeah, like it makes it so well.
And I don't think he has any haste creatures except for Thundermaw, which will just kill him anyways.
Yeah, actually, maybe it's just reasonable.
The only thing that maybe he should. I don't really hate playing Advent and just dealing extra damage if you're going to attack, because if you're dead, you're dead.
Yeah, and like,
who cares if he has a
you
Pilgrim,
obviously
really?
have something.
Just to attack
and inducing him to attack
with 1 Pilgrim
is not that great.
2 Pilgrims a little bit better. Oh, he's casting a spell. Okay.
Yeah.
The Huntmaster, here it comes. So he has to prevent that from flipping. So it's kind of awkward.
Super awkward.
Because
he just doesn't have very many. So now he can't. Now he actually can't cast the Advent Worm at the end of Jesus' turn because he needs to save it. I think.
He has to.
Right.
I think he's just dead. I think.
Do we fight?
No, I think he's gonna draw a card here. It's not really worth it to fight.
You could trade a Pilgrim
He's just gonna die because
for the
because
2/1.
he doesn't have enough cheap instants. He doesn't have a way to get rid of the Huntmaster. Oh, he's going to fight. He's gonna get advented.
Yeah. That is not the fight that I like. If you're going to fight, I think you need to fight one of the Pilgrims versus the Dryad.
I just would have drawn a card. Or attempted to. So, I think he's just dead. Yeah. Oh, wow. If he didn't play the Advent, he drew the perfect card. Because he drew it 1-dropped it for Master from flipping.
Does he have another Advent in it? No, he's got a Gorklan Rampager.
And Smiter.
And Smiter. So, like, he has to kill Jesus this turn.
Or hope that Jesus messes up.
Yeah.
He's going all in.
So...
Gonna go for a Rampage.
Yeah.
Is Jesus not gonna block? Is he dead?
3...
7,
5,
8,
10,
9, 10, 11, 12.
12.
He's dead if he doesn't block.
Yeah.
He's dead anyway.
He's dead. Yeah,
16
wow.
minus
Rampager.
2. Yeah, that was a perfect draw. Jesus should not have fought. He needed the extra toughness to block.
Or fighting the right creature. Wow. Wow.
So Kyle wins. But he draws a Rancor to win,
Yeah.
and Jesus kind of messed up. It's too bad. But he can't really expect. I mean, he messed up a little bit, but he couldn't really expect to take 14 out of nowhere.
That's true. But still, I mean, like, that fight was bad. Like, it was very obvious that Kyle had something because he attacked and was dead to the crackback by 3 Avacyn's Pilgrims. So Jesus should be playing around Kyle having some sort of trick there. And like the tricks that he can have are a flash creature or a removal spell, and either of those just ruins you if you fight that way. So let's take a look at the sideboard here. So these are not the right decks. Let's find the right deck list. I think I have them here. Well, we have one of them. So here's Kyle's deck list. Why don't you take a look at that and talk a little bit about what you think's going on? I'll go find Jesus's.
So this is the deck we went over earlier. He has 3 Thalias, 2 Unflinching Courage, 2 Centaur Healer, 2 Centering Growth, 1 Selesnya Charm, 2 Pillars, 2 Rurik Thars, and 1 Revelation. I think for this matchup he's going to be bringing in the Unflinching Courages and probably the Selesnya Charms because he's afraid of Thundermaw and Pillar Flames for the mana dudes. I think that's all he's going to bring in. So that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards. And I think he's going to be taking out... I don't know how much good Stringaroo is or Dryad Militant. Probably those cards are not what he wants. So... Probably Dryad Militant is the worst card of those, though.
Yeah.
So you take out 3 of those and maybe some Geist. But over on Jesus' side...
So on Jesus' side, we've got 3 Boros Charm, 2 Pillar of Flame, 2 Unflinching Courage, and 2 Mizzium Mortars. And I guess Assemble Legion is cards that could come in. I think the Assemble's almost certainly just overkill and not worth it.
The Mortars are going to come in, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, the Mortars seem ridiculous in this matchup. Like, it kills all of the 3 drops that you care about, and if you ever overload it, it's going to be game over. The Boros Charm seems like it's probably a pretty good card to bring in. It just helps you win combats.
I wonder if Jesus is going to leave the Blasphemous Axe in his main deck because his opponent has Boros Reckoners. So they're not going to be that good. Like, they're dead if your opponent has a Boros Reckoner in play.
The Bonfires seem fine. The Blasphemous Axe seem not very good. Domri doesn't seem great to me. You don't.
I actually
need the
like
card range.
Domri and creature matchups. Like, it's weird, but a lot of the times you get these board stalls and you need a way to break through.
Mm-hmm.
And the way you can break through is by either drawing extra cards so you can have more creatures in them, or by threatening Domri's ultimate. And his ultimate just, I believe it gives double strike, trample, haste, and hexproof. So basically, like, every ability you would want.
Yeah,
besides
no,
flying.
It's a ridiculous game-winning thing if you have
It's-
like 2 creatures out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's also very good with Reckoner, so in creature matchups. So I don't know if he's gonna board this out or not.
Okay. That's
I'm
very
more inclined to
reasonable.
board up Blasphemous Act just because I'm afraid of my opponent's Reckoners.
Yeah. I think Jesus definitely wants to bring in the 2 Pillar of Flames here, and he definitely wants to bring in the 2 Mizzium Mortars. So that's 4 cards that you need to bring in. You're cutting the 2 Blasphemous Acts. Most of the creatures seem really good.
I mean, as much as Jesus doesn't like Huntmaster spells or like to play with it properly, it's been winning him a lot of games.
Yeah.
The card is just too good.
Yeah. And despite Kyle having Celestia Charm, I think Gorklan Rampager is actually pretty important in this matchup.
Yeah, so I don't think that Jesus will ever take out a Sunmaster. So I think he's going to be taking out but maybe the Domries and the Axe.
Yeah.
We'll see,
maybe
though.
you just shave Thundermaw.
I don't think. I think he has to leave it in. It's got Charmed every game, but he doesn't have that many Celestia Charms. He has 3, and that's like it. That's his only answer.
So Jesus is off to a blistering start with the turn 1
and
Accelerator,
Kyle's
turn
hand
2
is pretty
Lockdown
slow.
Smiter. And
He does have a Reckoner though. That should.
yeah, the Reckoner is going to help stabilize. Well, I mean, it's going to trade. He has a Rancor, which he could use to try to trade up the Voice.
Not bad. But I think he's going to want to
But
play the
like the Reckoner
There's-
seems more
here comes
reasonable,
a
unless he just wants to preserve his
giant
life
dude.
total. Ooh.
No, this is fine because.
Okay.
He can double block, and then if he kills the Voice, he's like, okay, I lose the Voice. If he kills the Reckoner, then he gets to redirect. Oh no, he won't have to deal lethal anymore. He only has to deal 3 of it, so he actually can't double block that profitably. He only has to kill the Pilgrim. I was thinking he could do 4 of it, but it only does 3.
Yeah.
So he's gonna shock himself though here, and probably play the Reckoner anyways.
So Kyle drew a
Or he
Strangle
could play
Root,
Strangle
guys,
Root with
so he can do
Rancor.
that and
That's not
Rancor it.
bad. That's probably better than the Reckoner. Yeah, that's what he's gonna do. I think if Kyle gets a Reckoner out with a Rancor on it, it's gonna be pretty impossible for. I'm surprised he put it on that, but he just really wants that Voice token, I guess.
Yeah. It's reasonable if he thinks that he's going to block the
He's got
Rampager.
Bonfire.
Ugh.
That's brutal. Miracle. That might be enough to win Jesus' game right there. Not this turn, but
I mean, Kyle still gets to double block the Loxodon Smiter here. Or
Probably the
actually the
Rampager.
Rampager. Yeah, he's
but he
tapped
loses
out.
his board.
I'm-
He's gonna get a Reckoner with a Rancor on it soon though.
Yeah.
That should stifle Jesus' attacks.
I actually might not even... Because he has to take 2 damage to play the Rancor, I might just play the Reckoner. Because
I
it's
might
gonna,
just play the Rampager and trade.
And
The
Reckoner
does he
trades
does
for
he have
the...
to? Does he have? Yeah, but the Reckoner's a better card later. Is what I'm saying.
Okay.
If he has to take 2 though, it's questionable. He's so low already. Maybe
Yeah.
you're right. Like the Bonfire did 3 damage to him too.
Yeah.
People don't sometimes forget that, or that Bonfire also hits the opponent as well as all the creatures. It's just a very good miracle. He drew a 1-drop.
Yeah.
I think that Rancor on that actually is the best possible line. Either that or play Reckoner, but I don't hate the Rancor on that.
Yeah, I mean, the only problem with playing the Dryad Militant and then Rancor is that leaves you open to a Bonfire in hand or a Pillar of Flame off the top.
Yeah.
But at this point, maybe you can't play around that. I don't know. I definitely don't want to take any more damage from a mana base at this point.
He's going to.
Ugh. Just seems so
play
awkward.
both. Please don't Rancor that. Well, if he Rancors it, he gets to kill the Pilgrim, I guess.
That
It's not worth it, though.
No. I guess Jesus missed his 4th land drop.
Says, take 4 to the dome.
Yeah, so that's the reason why. That's yet another reason why we don't like.
Yeah, I don't want to go to 5 in this matchup.
Yeah.
Thundermaw and Boros Charm is, well, it's 4, but I want to keep my leftover as healthy
Yeah.
as possible.
Keep it as high as possible for Miracle Bonfires.
Yep. I mean, Jesus ended the game with the bonfire in his hand.
Yeah. All right.
Well, at least we're gonna get a game 3 here, so
Yeah.
that's
We're
good.
definitely gonna get
Split
some
1-1.
So.
So Kyle's gonna be on the play for this game, which is gonna be pretty helpful for him probably. He was I believe he was on the play for game 1.
I believe.
Was
No. He was on the draw for play 1. Jesus was the second
he
seed
stole,
going
he
to
stole
this.
game 1.
Yeah.
Jesus actually has had both a good draw for both games.
Yeah,
The
no.
1 drop, 3 drop, 4 drop, curve out. So the Miracle Bonfire that game was pretty much the best card he could draw.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. But I mean, like, it was such an imposing board that Kyle, I think, already had to get lucky to be in that game.
Well, he had decent blocks before the Miracle though.
He had decent blocks, but Jesus had enough gas in his hand that he was going to continue to put pressure on it, and Kyle was going to have to draw better at that point in order to win the game than Jesus.
Sure.
Like, it wasn't an even game. And then just like the Miracle Bonfire just closed the door like 95% of the way.
Scales.
Yeah.
So we have it looks like a mulligan.
Yeah, that looked like it was a one or no lander.
Yeah, any lands. So we
Yeah.
have on Jesus' side. I cannot see.
There's a Thundermaw.
I literally can't say card. He's holding it too close to his chest. So,
There is a Stomping Ground.
looks like a Boros Charm maybe.
Well, it looks like
It's okay,
Jesus
we
is happy with his hand,
yeah,
so
he looks
if he's
pretty
happy,
content.
we're happy. So one thing I want to ask you about is Kyle continues to have these Rancors in his deck. I'm not sure if I like that card here. What do you think?
You like boarding it out, or just not playing it?
It seems like, I don't know. It seems like it's a reasonable card for the deck in general. Maybe it's just that I don't like Rancor in
It's
general.
very good with the voice token, and with cards like Strangergeist that are gonna, and Boros Reckoner. Like Boros Reckoner, giving it 5 power as a first striker is really important because there's so many 4 toughness creatures, so it can just punch through everything. And with Stringer, it's pretty prone to die. And with the voice token, it's gonna be a lot of games. It's gonna be huge. So giving it trample is really important. Without trample, the card is unplayable, 100%. Even if it was +4/+0, well, that might be playable at that point. But like, let's say plus
1 mana
+3/+0 without trample.
No, I like
coming
trample
back,
is very clearly
trample is
the thing
definitely worth
that's-
at least 1 power.
Yeah.
So I think it's fine. I mean, he's not playing 4, so obviously he doesn't value the card that high. But because he could go up to 4, but I think it's okay. I mean, I don't hate it at all.
Okay.
If you cut the cards like Strangergeist or Giant Militant and you make your deck more mid-rangey, then I would consider cutting it. But when you're keeping it, this is more aggressive, then I think you want that card to punch through.
Yeah.
It's also very good against all these decks with tokens.
Oh, so mostly I'm wondering about whether you want it post-sideboard in this game.
Oh, I think it's fine. It's good. It's just like giving the voice token trample.
Okay. So
It's
Kyle
so good on
has
Reckoner.
mulligan to 5 and kept a hand with a Scavenging Ooze, 3 lands, and a red
Pillar? Is that a
card.
pillar? I believe it's a promo pillar.
Hmm.
It's not good for him. And another land.
Yeah, he's drawn 2 lands so far. Luckily, Jesus does not have a blistering start like he's had
Yeah,
the
but
last
he's
2
gonna have all the
games, but
time
it's
to
gonna be
play
really
spells,
rough.
and he liked his hand, so
Yeah.
looks like Jesus draws a Huntmaster. It's very good. Has a Gavin talent. Jesus' hand seems like it's just insane, and a 3 drop.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the Scavenging Ooze is not that great if it's the first and only creature you play.
Yeah, Kyle's in big trouble.
Yeah. So Kyle has drawn a Voice of Resurgence, and presumably he's going to play it. And does he have anything he can do? Passes the turn.
The Huntmaster's gonna come down here. Bonfire would
Does
be good.
Jesus have a 4th land?
What did he just draw?
We would not know
It was a
because
red
Jesus
card.
doesn't like showing us.
Oh, it was a red land. Looks like it's Rootbound Crag or Stomping Ground.
All right. So Kyle
Oh,
gets a
Sacred
voice
Foundry.
token.
Sacred Foundry, okay. So he has 2 Hunt Masters and a Sacred Foundry in his hand, and a Cavern of Souls. He's got to make sure they can't be countered. So we have looks like Cavern on probably, I think he should put it on Dragon, but he might have put it on Human. We don't know yet.
Yeah, so I guess it's more relevant if you're going to be casting.
Well, he has,
Because you have the Sacred Foundry in hand, it's more relevant to be casting 2 cards in 1 turn.
he should put it on either Dragon or Minotaur Wizard or whatever the Reckoner is, but I don't know what he put it on. Probably Dragon is what I would put it on.
Just so that if you draw another untapped land that doesn't produce
You
red,
can-
you don't
can
have to take
drop.
2 damage
He has a
next turn.
Bonfire in his hand, looks like, and a Thundermaw and 2 Hunt Masters. Man, he really draws a lot of Hunt Masters.
Yeah. So Kyle draws yet another land.
Yeah, I don't see how
Kyle's
he
in
can
a
win
lot
this
of
game.
trouble here.
See a Hunt
So
Master number
Pillar-
1, but there's more where that came
Yeah.
from.
Gets exiled, so you don't even get to eat it with the
Does Kyle have a
Scavenging
Gathering
Ooze.
Township in play?
No.
Yeah, it's a glare, but
No, he has a whole bunch of Temple Gardens. And despite Kyle being at 21, this game is actually almost done. Jesus just has so much
Kyle-
gas in hand. Kyle's going to need to just rip a spell for like the next 3
the thing is, Kyle doesn't
turns.
have cards like Bonfire in his deck, so he can't even come back with those kind of cards. Those
Yeah.
like powerful one-sided spells. Jesus is playing it pretty passive. He's just getting in with the Thundermaw. He's like, I'm gonna win the long game if this keeps going, so let's get there.
Do you?
I would have attacked differently.
I think I definitely attack with.
I would attack with a wolf.
Yeah. Do you
Maybe
leave
he's
back
w-
the smiter?
What? Yeah.
Yeah.
It prevents the ooze from attacking.
Yeah.
So
That seems reasonable.
he's gonna draw a Bonfire here. No, I was hoping that would actually just end the game. But even like just having the Gavin another Thundermaw. Oh my God!
Wow.
Go to 7. So he's dead on board if he doesn't have it, and he draws and
A Rancor.
Rancor. Well, he can
Powerful card.
He can Rancor his opponent's Thundermaw. Or is it 6 actually? Yeah, he's tapping. He's probably gonna do that.
Does.
Where's it going?
I guess on the voice token?
I mean, I just put it on the my opponent's
Voice.
Thundermaw.
Just show him who's the boss.
That you only have to attack with 1 now. Yeah, he puts it on extends the hand.
There we go.
Right, so Jesus is on to the finals.
Congratulations, Jesus. So
We are not sure he's playing yet.
yeah,
Do we have that match result in?
not yet. We'll find out in
Be right
just a
back.
moment who won between Greg Peliquin and Raid Elwar. We're gonna take a break.
Okay.
Oh, never mind. So Greg Peliquin with his Junk Reanimator deck was victorious over Raid Alwar's Jund deck. So we're going to see a Naya versus Junk Reanimator finals. So once again, want to thank the guys at MTG Commentary. They provide local coverage for multi-store events and PTQs in Western Washington, like this event. They stream on Sundays at 7 p.m. All sorts of formats, modern, standard, even some drafts with Jonas Seif and some other guests. You can like them on Facebook and follow them on Twitter, facebook.com/MTGcommentary, or on Twitter @MTGcommentary. And talk to your local tournament organizer and store and ask them for MTG Commentary to cover your event. They're happy to be contacted and run stuff like this. Bring a little bit more sort of publicity to your event and highlight your players. And, give everybody a chance to see their shining faces and shining plays on live on the internet.
Get commentary about their plays. Like, I mean, we're not the best players, but we definitely can. We have all the information, and we're gonna get some insights into the game. So
Yeah, and don't.
I know I love to watch my video if I have videos online of me playing just to review and replay it and see what I did wrong and how I can correct my errors. So
Yeah, no, it's one of the best features of Magic Online is being able to watch your replays and go over them with somebody else, or just go over them by yourself and say, "Oh, these are other lines I could have taken. How it would have worked out." And so, just having a record of your match, even without the commentary, is really fantastic. And you really should not sell yourself short, Jesse. You're like Jesse is a fantastic player, and like I've been very impressed with the level of commentary that you've been providing throughout this. And I know Joe Nassif is also a really good player, and he's provided a lot of useful information. And there's actually a really a wealth and depth of strategic knowledge in the Northwest area. And some of that's going to come through on the commentary for these things. So we're going to have this match in just a few moments, but in the meantime, we're just going to take a pause while we wait for the finals competitors to get all suited up.
well, it looks like Jesus just left his deck on the table. He's ready to battle, but we have to find his opponent.
Did you have an idea what you were looking
So we'll be back in just a minute or two.
It was like 170. Okay, just like, I like to.
Oh my god, the first game was crazy.
It wasn't sweet. Sacrifice sweet.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Seattle Metro Championships finals. And this is the finals of the finals. I'm Joe Bono. This is Jesse Hampton. We are at Shane's Big League Sports Cards in Renton, Washington. And this is the last match. We have Greg Peliquin on Junk Reanimator playing against Jesus with a Naya mid-range deck. We're shuffling up, and I think they may have actually looked at their initial hands. They're both mulliganing. Yeah. So, we've seen both these guys on camera already. They both have pretty powerful decks. I think we've seen them both twice. Greg, I think I like the Junk Reanimator side of this.
Mm-hmm.
He's got much more powerful cards. I think Jesus isn't going to be able to put enough pressure on him early on to consistently be able to win. So I kind of I think that Greg is advantaged in this. What do you think about this matchup?
Yeah, between the Shadowborn Demons and the Angel Serenities, if he can just get to those spells, I think they'll be good enough. And especially if they're both mulliganing, I think Greg is even more of a heavy favorite because his deck recovers so much better from mulligans than Jesus's. Yeah. So we'll see. I mean, Necrotal is going to be so good against Jesus between killing Boros Reckoners or Huntmasters or Thunderma Hellkites. It will really just shut him down. So the Shadowborn Demon will there it is. Actually, I think Druid in his opener. It will definitely be good. It looks like he's going to keep this one.
It's 3 lands, Grizzly Salvage, and
Jesus has no 1-drop. And a 1-drop. Wow, what a draw.
Yeah. Like the ways Jesus is going to win games here is to go like 1-drop into 3-drop and to put a lot of pressure on you, or just have like a Thundermaw Hellkite draw that Greg isn't able to deal with, I think.
And some Miracle Bonfires maybe.
Yeah.
Would be good.
So Greg is going to pass the turn.
So the demon, if you don't have 6 or more creatures, you have to sacrifice it?
Yes. So we do have a miracle.
That's a lucky bonfire.
Yeah. So with the demon, you have to sacrifice a creature. It can be the demon itself, or it can be one of your other.
It's just a Lord
creatures.
of the Pit effect.
Yeah. And it's not like you take 7 damage from, like Lord of the Pit if you don't pay the upkeep. But so Greg is able to Grizzly Salvage after having a Miracle Bonfire to kill his Arbor Elf.
It's pretty decent salvage. He's got a Thragtusk in there, which is what he's probably going to take. He might take the Angel, but I think it's a little too slow. Oh, he's good.
So he's definitely putting the Angel Serenity in his graveyard.
I didn't see that Umbrella in his hand. Yeah. This is going to be really bad for Jesus. He's thinking about the Resto or the...
He's choosing between Resto and Thragtusk.
I think I like the Thragtusk, but the Resto fits better. Or he can take a land. Oh, he should take a land, actually. Yeah, that's...
Do you only have 1 land in hand?
Yeah, he should.
Okay, that seems more reasonable.
He just
drew Garrick, which is...
It's an interesting card that's in his deck. It's kind of clogs his curve because he has so many 4s and 5s, but it's a very powerful spell, and if you can get it to flip and start tutoring for what you want, it's like pretty insane. Here comes the Huntmaster.
And it seems important in this matchup if you can go turn 3 on the play, kill your opponent's accelerator creature.
Yeah.
But it's really not exciting anytime other than that, I think.
So you can kill the Huntmaster here, I believe, right?
Yeah. You can trade the Garrick
probably gonna do
for half of the Huntmaster, but the good half.
I think that's fine.
If he doesn't have anything else to do, then that's a totally reasonable play.
Or you can let it flip, and then... Which, maybe... I think he should let it flip. Like, give Jesus the opportunity to flip it, and then... Yeah, I would make a wolf here, actually.
Okay.
He does. Because if Jesus attacks him with both, he blocks the Huntmaster.
He gets to flip it.
He gets to flip it. The same thing happens. Because now it's gonna die this way instead, which is he's just flipping it. And then he can just Angel Serenity next turn. And just, like, destroy his entire board and have a flipped Huntmaster, or flipped Garrick in play. So
yeah.
I kind of like making a wolf. And if Jesus commits more creatures to the board, like a Thundermaw Hellkite, for instance, it just dies to the Angel Serenity. Well, it doesn't die, but it gets removed. Effectively dies. Because I don't think Jesus is a way to kill Angel Serenity in his deck, besides Blasphemous Act.
A really, really big bonfire, perhaps?
Yeah, or Domri with the Reckoner, but there's not many answers. And it can just come back with the Unburial Rights.
Yeah.
See,
so Unburial Rights...
Garrick cannot come back from Angel, so...
Yeah, but there's...
He does have another Garrick in his hand, though? I think I saw another Garrick.
Did he draw a second one?
I think he did.
Yeah, he did. So he's got a Shadowborn Demon, a Garrick, and I think a land.
Why did Shadowborn Demon cost 5, right?
Yeah.
Why didn't he just play it and kill the Thundermaw? I guess this play is fine. So he's gonna play it now. Or, yeah, there it is. Goodbye.
We got a reader. Shadowborn Demon kills the dragon. And
Takes
Greg gets
5,
to serve with
and
the
this
angel.
is exactly why we said that we think the junk deck is a favorite, because once he gets to this, turn 5, turn 6, granted his draw was very good, he's just gonna totally stop Jesus from being able to play effectively. Like, he had a double Thundermaw draw and he's ages behind.
Yep.
So I'm not he has a Smiter, which won't do anything, and another Smiter? I think it's 2 Smiters.
Yeah, and so Greg is going to be able to let the Shadowborn Demon die, and then he can use it to kill it again.
Come back again, but he's probably just going to play Thragtusk. He's like, well, maybe I want to sack my Angel Serenity and get more value.
Yeah.
No, he won't do that,
not with the
he doesn't want
Thundermaw
Thundermaw to
underneath
come
it.
back.
Yeah.
That's another reason why playing the Shadowborn maybe was better than playing the Angel the first time, just because it kills the Thundermaw and then can come back and kill the other Thundermaw.
You get more value from the Angel, and like the Shadowborn Demon is able to block the token, so you don't have to worry about your life total.
Or like some shenanigans where your Angel dies somehow and then they get the Thundermaw back. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of far-fetched, but
yeah,
it's close. Close decision.
No bonfire for Jesus.
No, that's what he really needed. It would have been for 5. Actually,
it wasn't even enough.
He's got a Smiter and a Domri. He's going to play the Domri and probably draw a card here. Is Jesus still at 17? There's no way. Oh, wow. He tried to fight and he's got blown out.
I like that. That was a fine play to be able to kill the Garrick. It wouldn't have solved the problem with the Angel.
Wait, to kill the Garrick?
Yeah, because he gets to fight the wolf and then attack Garrick.
Oh, his Smiter wasn't sick. Yeah, you're right. That would. Yeah, okay, that was fine.
But
so what?
Greg with the full
doesn't he have a Smiter in his hand? Why wouldn't he play the second Smiter and then fight the non-6 Smiter? I'm not sure what his hand is. Maybe he's just frustrated. I think he has a Smiter in his hand though. He has Aurelia and I can't see it.
So Aurelia buys him another turn by chump blocking.
Not what he wants.
Yeah, and I mean,
honestly, if G. Pelly or Greg Pelican, if he doesn't know about Aurelia in Jesus' deck, I would have just conceded just to hide the fact that he has it, and just like save it as a trump card later.
Yeah, I mean, is there any way that
not
this
gonna
does
win in the
anything?
game.
Like it
It's
kills
like, okay,
Garrick,
take 6,
deals 3 damage.
He's just gonna die next turn because he's gonna bring back the Shadowborn. He's tapped out.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's like when you're dead on board, unless you think your opponent, unless it's like a very complex line, yes, he just concedes. He doesn't even bother.
Yep.
He's like,
no, you're right. You shouldn't show him that card.
yeah, especially a card like it's like a 1 of, I believe.
Yeah, it's a 1 of that. Like,
yeah.
There are a lot of blowouts that you can have, unless you're like planning on sideboarding it out.
I don't in this matchup. I think
which you would not do in this situation.
So, Greg Pokin's probably going to bring in Obsidates.
Yeah.
And
I think he probably brings in the
Sever.
Lifebane Zombie, which is a new card from M14. It's a 3/1 zombie for black 1 that has Intimidate. And when it enters the battlefield, you get to look at your opponent's hand and exile a green or white creature.
Seems pretty good.
Yeah, so it's just pure value. It's a threat that gets in, but also like it gets to take away a lot of your opponent's pretty good cards.
Unfortunately, it doesn't take Thundermaw.
Yeah, Thundermaw Hellkite's the only creature here that it doesn't take out.
She has Shadowborns to deal with that.
Yeah.
I hope Greg doesn't board him out because they were very good in this matchup, and I think that he needs to, even though they're gonna usually kill themselves from the next turn. Like, if they don't, it's great, and if they do, you know, it's like fine. You still got a 1-for-1.
Yeah, no, it's a pretty reasonable card. So Lifebane Zombie seems like a reasonable card to think about bringing in. Obzdot seems like a reasonable card to think about bringing in. Sever's
might be a
decent
little
card.
too slow. Yeah, I would bring in the Sever for sure.
Yeah, Sever is definitely a card that you want. Obzdot, I don't know if Jesus has enough reach that you really need to worry about the life gain.
Yeah, he might not bring it in. It might be. So, Jesus is definitely bringing in Rest in Peace.
Yeah.
And
maybe Mizium Mortars. It kills a lot of the things that you care about. Like, it kills Restoration Angels, and it kills half of a Thragtusk.
Yeah. Honestly, if I was Jesus, I'd probably leave in my Blasphemous Axe and just try to get him with it, with the Boros Reckoner combo.
Yeah, that does seem reasonable. Just get in 7 damage early and try to
burn him out.
Burn him out.
13.
Yeah.
Or might have to do more than 7 because of the Thragtusks. I cannot wait for that card to leave the standard format. It's just like, really prevents you from doing anything when your opponent, like being aggressive when your opponent plays it. You're like, you're so far behind.
Yeah. Well, there's this interesting tension in the format that, you know, you look at the 1-drops that are in standard right now, and they're actually just ridiculous how good so many of them are.
Yep.
But we also have these cards at 4 and 5 that are so good at anti-aggro. Like you have Voice, you have Boros Reckoner, you have Huntmaster of the Fells, and you have Thragtusk, and these are just like ridiculous anti-aggro cards that at any other time in Magic history would have just been absolutely absurd. And here they're like, they probably overbalance the aggro cards a little bit, but not by a tremendous amount. The power level of creatures has really rocketed.
Oh, it's so high. It's the highest ever, I feel like. And on top of that, the really funny part about all these so-called anti-aggro cards is they're all creatures.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, so we're going to print creatures to fight creatures because we want games to be involving combat and interactive, and instead of having all these spells where you're just killing all your creatures with spells.
Yeah. So. And, like, I actually kind of like that.
Yeah, it's fine.
Like,
it's different.
Yeah, one of the things about Magic that I like a lot is that the game changes from year to year, from season to season, and there are ebbs and flows. And so, like, this is an interesting period in time when it's very, very creature focused. But if you look at like last year's standard season, there was actually a fair amount of spell component in it. When Delver was a really big thing, and that was a very tempo-based format. You look at the year before, where you had the Rug decks and you had Cawblade. There's like creatures have gotten better definitely over the years, and like the last 3 years are still like the height of the creature power. But we've had very different formats each of those times, and even in those formats, things have changed dramatically. Like last year, there was the rise of the pod decks during the summer of the PTQ season, which was really tremendous. And then, like at the very, very end, there was the rise of the Infect deck, and like things dramatically shifted throughout that season. And things have shifted throughout this season as well. And you have very synergy-driven decks like Aristocrats, as well as decks that are just piles of powerful, good cards like these two decks.
Yeah, I agree. It's interesting to watch how the formats change. It's based on people's trying new cards out, or what the pros are playing, or just the new sets coming out.
Yeah. So both players keep their 7, and we have kind of slow draws.
And a decay on a 3-drop. That's not what Jesus wants to see.
Yeah. Neither player has.
There's an Unburial.
An Accelerator.
Does he have any big fatties in his hand?
No, there's a Profit Loss and 2 Unburial Rights and some lands.
I don't like the Profit Loss in this matchup.
Yeah, really just kills the accelerators and helps
Yeah.
you win some comp.
But you
yeah,
don't need
it doesn't
it.
seem to be what you really want to do.
Especially because I don't even know what he brought out for it. Maybe he just like really wants it to be better, so his creatures are better against like bonfires. What is that? What the heck is that?
That's the Lifebane zombie.
Oh man, that's gonna be good.
Yeah.
That is not good for you, Jesus.
So this is the 3-1 that we were talking about.
He says, "Who are you targeting?"
Look at all these cards.
Oh, he brought in the
assemble. And he kept in
And
the
he's
blast
going for the combo.
Yeah.
I like it. I
Wombo
like
combo.
it. I like it. The jig is up though.
Yeah.
Maybe you should have saved that abrupt decay.
Mission number 1: kill Boros Reckoner. All right.
But he can't. That's the Reckoner.
I guess he can try to ambush it with.
Honestly, I'm blocking here. Oh, never mind. He played his land. Jesus shouldn't play land, because I believe he didn't have a land in his hand. So if he doesn't have a land and you block, it prevents him from playing Domri.
Right.
And you don't care if your zombie dies. I might block anyways, Val, still, because you can just bring him back with the rights.
I think Greg wants to get an attack and then Restoration Angel it to get
Something
another
during his
card.
draw step.
Yeah.
And it probably draw step. We're just going. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess he's probably gonna resto it during his draw step.
Although the fact that Jesus drew a land there means that it's kind of slim that he'll get something.
But he still gets the information,
Yeah.
and if he hits something, it's great, because then he knows all of Jesus' hand. But the problem with the Resto Angel during draw step is that Jesus can just play Domri during his first main and fight it the Gore clan against it.
Yeah.
So maybe he wants to wait till combat. He's gonna. I don't like this. Oh, it has Intimidate.
Yeah.
But excuse me. I thought he was just gonna be able to block it.
No.
So.
Oh, jeez.
It's not that bad for him. Now he can get rid of the Reckoner.
Yeah.
So what Jesus? Yeah, there we go. He did it right. I was going to say, wait, just attack with the Rampager, get him down to 10, and then just kill him with the Blasphemous Act.
Jesus really should have just done it for 2, so they could leave up.
Wait, why? So they could get first strike.
No, I guess it just doesn't matter.
No,
If first strike doesn't matter.
Two is better.
Really?
You get 1 extra damage in, right? No, 2 extra damage in. So he did it for 3.
Yeah.
He gets to attack for free with the Reckoner the other way, and that does 1 extra damage, right? Because
Greg just plays the Restoration Angel and blocks, right?
Oh yeah, I'm stupid.
Yeah.
Because he can just wait you're right. He should do it for the max. I thought for some reason the rest of it would have damage on it. Yeah, he needs to get this Prophet Lost out of his deck though. He's just gonna die.
Yeah.
Like, if Jesus draws a land, he's dead. If Greg plays a creature, he's dead. Because it would make the Blasphemous Act cost less.
Yep. So right now, Blasphemous Act costs 6.
6, yep.
Yeah, so...
Oh, he needs 1 more land.
Needs
2 more lands.
Yeah, 2 more lands or 2 more creatures. And...
Or just start to keep
attacking. Greg is just... I guess Greg gets to Profit Loss here and block.
I mean, if you're gonna have that card in your deck, you better play it and then when it's good, because Jesus just keeps jamming for some reason. He really does not care about his creatures.
Yeah, Jesus is a very aggro player. All through the qualifying season for standard for Seattle Metro, he was playing Naya Blitz or Red Green aggro, and he's today he's playing a more mid-rangey deck that I think just doesn't suit his temperament.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna play an aggressive deck, you have to be willing to jam. So at least he's got that down, because you cannot be a conservative player and play an aggressive deck, because you're gonna just keep your creatures back too often and miss damage because you're worried about stuff.
Yep.
So that mindset is definitely good for aggressive decks. But like you said, I think his deck is a little more mid-rangey than he's prepared to play.
Yeah.
But he's in the finals, so who are we to say?
So Greg really needs to find a Thrag Tusk.
Domri's gonna die here. Oh, go to 1. Just increasing the creature count.
Well, and you got a creature off the board.
Still very scary. So I'm guessing that the guy is going to chump block. Save some damage. There's a Hunmaster.
Yeah, add 2 creatures to the board. I think you don't even attack if you're.
I think you do.
Really? You.
Oh no, yeah, you're right. You
Yeah.
don't. And then you just take.
Then you can cast
you
the.
just act him next turn.
Act him. Yeah.
Oh, he has a land, so he can attack.
Never mind.
Why is he shocking himself?
So he can play Thundermaw Hellkite?
Okay. That makes sense. Or just he's just gonna kill him with Thundermaw.
Seems likely.
I didn't even know he had a Thundermaw in his hand. Did he draw that last turn from Domri?
He must have drawn it. He didn't draw it last turn. He whiffed on Domri last turn. So, but there must have been a draw step in there that we missed. Between the Miracle.
I really like this Blasphemous Act. It just threatens him so much.
Yeah, it just puts Greg in such an untenable position.
But I'm telling you, Greg has a Shadowborn. It's so good in this matchup. So I hope he didn't board him out.
Yeah, the profit loss, dragging you,
I don't even
you.
need it. I don't even need this card. I'm just gonna keep playing dragons.
And it's actually better to play the dragon there because Greg could have an abrupt decay or a petrify or something like that.
And you don't want to just destroy your entire board.
Yeah,
for no reason.
It really backfires on you if you blasphemous act.
We've seen that a couple times today where people have just gotten blown out during combat because they tried to play tricks or whatever.
Yeah.
Walked into a lot of Selesnya Charms.
So, So why is Greg bringing in profit loss? What does he think about Jesus'
How much
deck?
does it cost to loss? 2 in a black and 1 in white?
2 in a black and 1 in a white. 5 total.
So 2 in a black get -1/-1 to your opponent's team, 1 in a white, +1/+1 to your team?
Yep.
So, I mean, the only reason why I could think he'd be playing it is, I think it's too expensive, unless he just has double mana elf draw, it's too expensive to kill the mana elf, so it's too slow.
Especially on the draw.
Yeah. Well, he's going to be on the play this game. Oh, you're saying why he brought, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
in the last
I feel like a lot of people don't even consider how they board on the player draw, and they should. Just because you should be boarding differently, but better for certain matchups, whether or not you're on the play on the draw, just because, like you said, how cards are going to affect when they play their cards.
You need to think about how a card is going to fit into your curve
against their curve,
what your plan is going to be. It's like a question of, like, if your deck is, for example, like the Naya aggro deck that we saw before, if your deck is very heavy on the 2-drops and dependent on getting a 2-drop aggressive card, you don't want to have a reactionary card on the draw that you're going to play to kill their 2-drop.
Yeah, I really don't like it. I think that, I mean, he could, like, profit and prevent the, like, a potential bonfire, but I don't think it's going to be for, like, the +1/+1 won't be enough. The bonfire will just be for, like, 3 or 4 or something. Like, Jesus will miracle it for the most that he can miracle full, unless he has some reason not to, which the only reason would be a 1-mana Boros Reckoner or something, or unless he wanted to play a spell, but I don't see that happening. So I think he needs to de-sideboard it. I hope he did. This hand looks decent if he has a land.
I don't think he does.
He has double Thragta. Yeah, no.
Oh, he's got 1 land.
I think it's a mulligan. 1.
So he's got Evanston's Pilgrim. It doesn't. Is it
a green
Temple
black
Garden?
land?
No, it's Temple Garden with a.
Yeah, there he is.
With 2 Grizzly
and
Salvages.
Jesus has Assemble Legion, which I like in this matchup actually.
Yeah. Stomping Ground. I think he's got.
It looks like a keep.
I think he's got a dragon or 2.
Probably some Hunt Masters. He usually draws that card.
Yeah. So we've had 2 fairly decisive games here. The first game, Greg felt, it felt like he was in control the entire time.
Once he got the Angel off the Grizzly Salvage, Angel Serenity is just so good against the creature decks.
And interestingly enough, the moment that we kind of knew that Jesus was in the driver's seat was when Greg resolved the Life Pain Zombie and saw his hand. It's not usually when your opponent casts a spell that you're like, yep, I'm going to win.
But we also knew what Greg's hand was, which was helpful.
Yeah, that's
true.
true.
It was a lot of lands and Umbera Rights and no big creatures.
Yeah. And, if he had drawn a Shadowborn Demon with that
Oh, he
hand,
would
it
have
would have
totally
been
been
ridiculous.
in. It would have been actually good that it was dying every turn because it had so many unburial rights in his
Yeah.
hand. He would have been like, okay, go back to my graveyard. I want you to come back into play and get the come into play effect
Shriek
again.
Maw you, and Shriek Maw you, and Shriek Maw you.
It's really cute that it can be bounced or blinked by Restoration Angel. I'm so glad they didn't make a Shadowborn Angel like a black-white multicolored card that did the effect.
So speaking of the Shadowborn Demon, we do have it in Greg's opening hand. It looked like he had a Grizzly Salvage and 4 lands.
Not bad.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
And
if he salvages decently, he's going to be in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
There's a Cavern of Souls, not really what he wants. He needs to draw gas, so Unburial Rights Angel, 3 creatures would be ideal. This is a Shadowborn Demon.
Yeah, Shadowborn Demon, Grizzly Salvage,
Yeah.
3 lands. This is pretty reasonable.
It's pretty good, actually.
I'm not sure if he has a
Shadowborn
second
is what
black.
you want.
Yeah. That's good for Greg. That
Just the attack and land.
Jesus is just attacking.
So he's gonna Jesus has a Rampager probably. So there's a Restoration Angel is really good too.
Yeah.
So you can blink it with the ability on the stack.
Yeah.
I believe, and then sack the Restoration Angel, and leave the Shadowborn in play if you want. But usually you're probably gonna sack the.
I'd imagine that you blink it and sacrifice the demon to
yeah.
itself.
But you still get the extra blink effect.
Yeah.
It depends. If you want to, if you have multiple Restoration Angels, maybe you want to leave the demon in play.
That's true. That's true. So Greg takes
So
the Restoration
he got
Angel.
4 lands and a Restoration Angel off the salvage.
Yeah. So he took the Restoration Angel, put the rest in the graveyard.
See, hopefully he doesn't draw any more lands. It's a
Yeah.
lot of lands he's gone through, like 10, I think, already. Between his hand and graveyard.
Jesus just attacks again. He has to have a Thunder Maw Hellcat. He's got to have like 2 Thunder Maw Hellcats.
He's gonna play
in
Assemble
hand.
Legion.
That's true. But like for to have
how
kept
did
this
he play that Arbor Elf?
off this Temple Garden?
So he just shocked himself?
No, I think he had a Buddy Land too.
Wait, what? This is Temple Garden tapped, right?
Yeah, I think that was maybe the card that was already in. I don't know.
Because there's a tapped land, and he played that.
Okay.
Well, I'm not gonna. I'm assuming that he didn't. Oh, he did shock himself. Wait, what? I don't know. So I mean, I think Assemble Legion.
There's some glare
I think
here.
Assemble Legion will be able to beat Greg unless he applies a lot of pressure.
So we play Demon and kill the Pilgrim. That doesn't seem very good.
15 to 16.
I guess we get to Angel twice.
But it's not. The Assemble is the perfect card here, so it's a 1 of 2, I believe.
Yeah, it's a 1-up from the sideboard.
Yeah, and Greg is just gonna be destroyed by it in about 4 turns. It's gonna get an army of 1/1s. It's attacking every turn. He needs to draw Thragtusks, and a lot of them fast. Probably 2 running Thragtusks would probably win him the game. No, it won't even work because he won't be able to attack through. It might be good. Oh man.
And the Shadowborn Demon's just gonna be able to attack 3 times. So like on his upkeep, Greg's gonna sacrifice the Arbor
If
Elf.
Jesus has any, yeah, I see. And then
He's gonna be able to attack with
Yeah,
Shadowborn
the
Demon.
Arbor Elf was a really good draw because it lets a demon attack every turn
Yeah.
instead of just coming back and sitting in play. There's a rest in peace. That's not really
That
gonna do
actually
anything.
doesn't matter.
2 rest in peace. Somebody wants. So maybe the demon
Greg
might be
able to
him.
win this.
If he draws Thragtusk, I definitely think he's gonna win.
And Greg has 2 Restoration Angels in his hand, so all he has to do is, attack with the demon. Jesus plays a flyer.
Oh, he drew another 1-drop. That's really good. So more fodder for his demon.
Yeah.
Wait, what? He didn't attack?
No, he named a card he didn't pass. Yeah. Attack for 5.
Yeah, it might be good enough.
Pass the
That
turn.
Legion was just a little too slow, I think.
Muster. Get 2 guys.
So Jesus wants a Blasphemous Act or a Bonfire here. Well, Bonfire won't
I
even
think
do
Bonfire is going to be good enough.
It's a 6 toughness or 5 toughness on the demon.
I believe it's 5. So we're gonna see a Thundermaw Hellkite.
No.
Oh no, bonfire for 2. That's a reasonable play.
It's getting rid of the
Unfortunately, Greg has an angel that he's going to be able to flash in to save the demon.
And eat two of the
eat
guys.
Yeah.
Eat 3 of the guys, actually. His entire board is going to die.
Oh, yeah. Jeez. Yeah,
The synergy. I'm telling you, should have been Shadowborn Angel. Would be more fair. And then the Angel's going to
Goodbye,
get banned.
soldiers.
He's going to take another 5.
Yeah, attack for 5. I've got this flash
Should be game
creature.
unless he has a blast. That won't even work. I think he's just dead. No, blast attack will work.
Blast
He'll get enough
attack,
tokens.
yeah, he's going to get 3 tokens. It's just enough.
But then he has to contend with the Angel, and he's at 5, so we'll see. He's going to get 3 tokens here.
Yeah. Wow. I've not actually ever seen an Assemble Legion get that many counters on it and lose.
3?
Yeah.
Well, I think 5 or 6 is usually when you get overwhelmed. I kind of like it, though. It's like a ticking time bomb. It's like
it just
every turn.
stabilizes the board so much that I actually I've seen people kill people when it's created 2 guys.
Well, if you're trying to attack to the ground, you're dead.
Yeah.
It's too many jump blockers. Oh, there's
Blastoise.
Yeah, it. So
There's the card that you needed.
Greg's gonna hit him twice with it, or hit him once down to 2. He's just at 5, right?
He should be at 5.
He says, "Okay." I don't know why he didn't attack first, but fast and loose. That's how we play. Maybe he didn't know they have haste. There's a Grizzly Salvage.
Wants to make sure that a Restoration
Wait,
Angel
why isn't he
doesn't kill them
showing
all.
the cards? Doesn't it reveal?
Yeah, he wants to slow roll, Jesus.
Dark Dusk. Come here, Dark Dusk. He's gonna play the resto, I think.
You have to.
Yep. All right. Attack him down to 2. So, not theoretically. GPL should be at 10.
If he attacked
attacked.
the tokens, that's true.
So I don't think it's gonna matter, but
Yeah.
it's interesting. Now he's at 15.
I don't know. Maybe not attacking with the tokens is actually reasonable because you needed them
He's at
to
19.
be alive
Should
to
be
be able to
18.
cast the Blasphemous
18.
Act. And
But they're
if
gonna-
Greg flashes in the Angel, kills one,
Yeah, maybe he
blocks
just wanted
2.
to just jam the blasters
Like,
as quickly as
guaranteed.
possible.
Wow. Thundermaw Hellkite.
Oh my God, is he gonna win this game?
Yeah.
Come on, Shadowborn Demon. Where are you?
Wow, this is ridiculous.
He's dead in like 2 turns or 3 turns. Don't what? Yeah, I would just chomp too.
Yeah.
He's dead in like 3 turns. He's gonna get 5 tokens this turn. This is a power assembly.
We are
Legion.
running out of tokens.
Well, he's just gonna put a dice on him.
And now we can't tell which ones are summoning sick.
Well,
Oh, I guess they all have haste, so
Yeah.
it doesn't matter.
we can't tell which ones have come into play this turn. If there was some effect, like
Yeah.
a fervor or something, which double haste. I guess all creatures have haste. I don't know, something that would come into play and give haste. Another Thundermaw. Wow. I still don't think I'm attacking here.
Sever the bloodline. Sever the bloodline.
Would you attack here?
I'd
I'd
attack with
some.
like
I would attack with some tokens, but I think I leave
4
both my
tokens,
flyers back.
5 tokens. No. I'd leave back 3 tokens.
Okay, so he can attack with. There's some numbers floating around the screen. This is awesome.
I would not have attacked
Yeah.
with the Thundermaw.
Well, he's gonna kill him next turn. But if Putrefy, does he have Putrefy in his deck? He's peeling.
No, it doesn't.
Shadowborn Demon.
Shadowborn Demon is a card.
Umbrella Rights.
And
I don't know what. He's scooping.
wow.
He's counting the tokens. Oh, I wish it was a Shadowborn Demon.
Still had all these dragons.
All right, so we have our champion.
Oh, wow. Congratulations,
There it is, the
Jesus
center.
Ibarra-Leal.
Oh, he could have drawn a Fiend Hunter too at the end. That was so bad to attack with both.
Yeah, like he could have cut his outs to just the Sever the Bloodline.
Yeah.
It's impressive.
All right, so our champion for the inaugural Seattle Metro Series Championship is Jesus Ibarra-Leal, playing Naib aggro / mid-range.
Yeah.
Congratulations to him.
Congratulations to everybody that qualified for the event and to our top 8.
Yeah. And thanks so much to the all the stores that put this on from the Northwest. Card Advantage, Shane's, Northwest Sports Cards, Card Kingdom, Greenlight Games. There's
Luke's Gaming.
I don't know if Greenlight did any qualifiers for this.
Greenlight did.
Okay.
I actually judged one of them for them. Northwest Sports Cards. Of course, MTG Commentary for running this. Olympic Cards and Comics. Just
I know we're forgetting some.
Yeah, Comics Cube. We're cycling through all of them. We're gonna get them eventually.
For putting this tournament on and letting us come out here. And
it's a fantastic series. And thanks to everybody for coming out. Also, thanks to David Zhu, our judge for this event. He ran a great event. Everything, ran on time. We didn't have any slowdowns. Everything was really smooth. And thanks again to Shane's for hosting the finals here. It's a great place, plenty of room, selection of cards, and just really friendly folks. It's a pleasure to be here. And finally, thank you, Jesse, for coming out.
Yeah.
This is our first time doing commentary together. I had a really fun time.
It was fun.
And I'd like to do this again with you. So for Jesse Hampton, I'm Joe Bono. Thank you very much for watching, and hope you enjoyed it all. Thanks.
Thanks, guys.